He asked her to let go. The red-haired witch noticed that the boy was much more confident than during their previous meeting. She guessed that he had become stronger. But it was no secret that this woman does not want to reveal her appearance and true identity in this place. And this makes our hero feel more confident. This confidence is dictated by the situation. If they were in a quiet city, it would be completely different. But now, they are in the middle of the blacksmith street. What sense would it make for this woman to attack him? No matter how brave she is, it's unlikely that she would make a fuss here and try to kill him. After listening to Unkvi's words, the woman was interested in what an interesting guy he was, and said that someone like him had no place near that child. She gave him a chance to come to her side, promising to help him become much stronger. Or, if he stays with that girl, his future will be bleak. Looking at her, Unkvi realizes that she is trying to lure him to her side for a reason. If it weren't for that incident in the Valley of the Six Bloods, he would have definitely agreed to be on her side. It would have looked pretty good. But there is no guarantee that a person who once tried to kill you will not try to do so again. Besides, in Unkvi's opinion, she was actually hunting for the fourth, not him. After considering her offer, he thanked her, but did not agree. The red energy strike was aimed directly at our hero's head, but he managed to dodge it. If he had been even a little bit late, his face would have been under her blow. She was delighted that he had dodged, and now she wanted him even more. She used to have a strange feeling about him that haunted her. The guy who had grown to become a first-ranked master easily figured out her attack and was able to dodge it. She took him by the face in delight, thinking that he had become stronger than she had imagined, having reached such a level in just 1 year. She had never seen people growing faster than her. It made her excited. The boy, in turn, thinks this thinking is wrong. But the woman continues to stroke his face and say that she is even ready to sacrifice her family for the sake of the strongest child in the history of the cult. These are incredible words for a guy to hear. The woman continues that she used to think he was a failure and thought he would never make it as a warrior or a guard. But now she sees him as a great husband. She took him by the hand and told him that it was a good thing. He would become the second most respected man in the cult if he married her. Looking her straight in the eye, the guy realizes that no matter what she says, she has forgotten something. She is now in disguise and doesn't really want to reveal her true intentions. So he has nothing to fear or worry about. Hearing these words, the woman throws his hand aside and hits the wall. Looking at this young man, she pretends not to have heard anything and gives him another chance. Why does he refuse her proposal? Maybe because he likes Manhwa better. But the guy doesn't mean it. However, the woman is sure that he will enjoy the night with her more than with that Manhwa. It's not every day that you get a chance to have a woman like her. So she asks the guy again to change his mind, and they can do it right here. She is sure that they can do it for the same reason as him. Eunhui is only interested in one thing: how she has time for him. But the girl has no hurry, because she will get the sword anyway, and he shouldn't worry about it. But what is this confidence on her part? She will only be able to say this when our hero reveals her confidence and her identity in this place. But the woman is sure he won't do it and won't do it. He is not so stupid as to betray the internal conflict of the cult in front of all these orthodox bastards. At this point, the woman decided that she would definitely get him, even if she had to take his power away, because she likes him. After that, the guy fends off her blow with his fists, but she wants to neutralize him. But at that moment, he lets his guard down, and her energy punch flies right into his side. In order not to die, he uses his skill and flips backwards to dodge the blow. The woman reacts joyfully to his maneuver, which once again confirms her words. It was exactly like that. There was no point in the guy holding back any longer, otherwise she would really pull him away by force. He needs to show that he is worth something, and he hits her with his chi energy. Looking at the result of this blow, the woman stops him and looks at the sword, which she easily gripped with 2 fingers. She wonders why he uses such broken swords. But he is not going to answer her questions and kicks her. This blow caught her well and threw her aside, so she revealed her vulnerability. Although the woman let go of the blade at the last moment and blocked his stroke, Eunhui realizes that she is not an easy opponent. But he was able to push her a few steps away, and he needed that to resist her. Thanks to the fact that he threw her back a few steps, he is now out of her attack zone. She chases after him, confirming that she will soon stop playing with him. Her bloodlust, which our hero felt, was incredibly strong. But there are so many people here that she doesn't care. Why now, when he doesn't have his prized and best sword, the Southern Sky Sword? Will he be able to resist her with just his skills? All that remains is to believe, but suddenly the space is cut by the violet energy of Qi. Impressed, Eunhui looks at the speed of his colleague, who has impressed him with her appearance. How did she get here so quickly? It was Mayonnaise, holding her sword confidently, pointing it at the woman. She wondered who she was. With her blow, Moyon cut off several of the woman's hair. At the same time, she inflicted a huge wound on the woman's face, cutting her mask. Looking at this woman, Moyon feels her great thirst for blood and realizes that she has never met such strong enemies. When the woman told her to move away, Moyon replied that she should let her dream. If she could, she would try to move it. The woman, being in this position, feels the arrogance of this girl and wants to suppress her. They merge in a dance of battle, exchanging energy blows right in this corner, creating something incredible. But will Moyon be able to resist such power? To save his colleague, who does not understand what she is facing, the guy activates his chi energy. He suddenly uses a thread of energy to protect her from the huge explosion that this woman is bringing with her. This huge explosion attracted the attention of people standing nearby. They looked up and saw the soldiers flying in all directions. Our hero, along with his colleague, dodges her blow like a mother, clutching at a block nearby. He ran away from her because the fight was hopeless. The woman dusts herself off and stands at the site of her punch, which wreaked havoc and destroyed several buildings. Looking at the result of her attack, she realizes that she did not expect her opponent to be able to hide. She happily realizes that the guy turned out to be the one she needed. Even though she let him escape this time, he will most likely obey her. At this point, Sovan and Moyon hid a block away and managed to escape from this inadequate woman. Moyon turns to the vice commander, feeling warm in her heart. But what caught her attention? He held her by the waist, not even thinking that Moyon liked it. He thought about how he hadn't expected Baek Hee-hyang to show up in person. This was the worst-case scenario, and he needed to inform his master as soon as possible. Fortunately, the elder was at the hotel, and they quickly found him and reported what had happened. Before answering our hero, the elder thought deeply. If she reappeared without fear that her energy would be unleashed to the fullest, he would definitely feel it and come. His master, A.K. Jong, decided that the boy would not be able to escape it with his current level of skills. He couldn't agree more with this assessment. Even when he tapped into his innate energy, her aura and bloodlust were still intimidating to him. While taking a break on the playground, his friend reminds him to always walk with an escort. Although the elder said these words, the friend thinks he is being overly dramatic, because nothing has happened in 4 days. His friends were sitting on the benches, and the boy was walking around thinking. They were very hot in the sun, and one of them wondered what they would be fed today. When I asked Moyon what she thought about it, she was deep in thought. She couldn't get out of her head how our hero hugged her and touched her. She was mesmerized and thought only about it. All this time, the guy was liberating swords. This was the 75th sword he was using to gain experience. Using this sword, he realizes that he now has a huge database of information to try to apply the Baek Hyang Mook technique. Sodam, his faithful sword, congratulates him, because now one of the great techniques is completely his. But Eunhui realizes that it is not completely his yet. It's nothing more than an imitation, and he doesn't know how to use his inner energy for this technique. Not only did he test the sword, but he also meditated, running it through his mind. He thought he was one step closer to a higher level of enlightenment. He turned to Moyon, who was sitting on the swords that needed to be put to rest, asking her to step aside. It's time to try a trick. Calmly circulating the QE energy, he slowly activated his Shining Star Sword technique. His body was filled with powerful energy that was simply incredible. The guy stood and breathed as if there was darkness in front of him, holding his breath. As he exhaled, he could feel the energy flowing through his body. But soon, when he tried to activate this technique, nothing happened. Unfortunately, it didn't work, and nothing happened. But this was expected. Our hero hoped for at least some effect, but it seems he was wrong. He looked at the jug. The boy sees that the jug has split and realizes that it happened because of his energy directed by his fingers. But not only the jug, the tree began to fall, cut by his technique. His colleagues looked at him and did not understand what he had just done. But the guy realizes that he has just reached the 6th level of mastery of the Shining Star technique, and it was just incredible. The signature dish at Den Fen is incomparable pork and chicken breast cooked according to a unique recipe. Finally, they will be able to taste this delicacy. This is the famous stewed pork from this restaurant, a real heavenly dish. The team was afraid to faint from the incredible taste. They had a wonderful lunch, forgetting about the many problems that surrounded them on all sides. Our hero's Iron Sword of the Southern Sky should be ready tomorrow morning, and he will come to the blacksmith to pick it up. When he receives his sword, they will immediately go to the castle, so eating now is the best solution, because there will be no time later. Although they had come to this region a long time ago, every table in the restaurant was reserved every day. Finally, they were able to get to this place. The guy tried to relax and enjoy his meal. However, he failed because he was noticed. 5 or 6 masters entered the restaurant, and they were stronger than everyone else there. 2 of them had very respectable swords, and he heard their distinctive voices. When the boy discovered the 3rd star, his ability to hear swords increased. Now he could determine the strength and voice of the sword. Looking at them, the boy realizes that he has seen these sword owners before. It turned out that he was familiar with them, and had seen them in Muram's alliance in a previous life. They were not bad guys who, as a family, faithfully followed orthodox principles and ways. Judging by the way the voices of their swords stand out, they are probably representing their families in the tournament. That's why they were entrusted with the family swords. But what are such nice people doing in this place? Walking around the restaurant, they discussed something with each other, but also noticed a familiar face. The green-haired scoundrel laughed when he saw the so-called donkey from Luoyang. He was from Hainan province, the heir to a family that was part of the Muram alliance. They remembered a story one of them had recently told about a guy who had been kicked out of the So clan. It was him. However, Seoan had expected this reaction when he listened, and they greeted each other. The boy had gotten their names right, and they were amazed that he knew them. It would be strange if he didn't know them, especially since they used to laugh at our hero. But now, he will not give them that joy. In Ching Cheng's opinion, this young man went overboard with his compliments, but our hero realized that praise can be a powerful weapon in the right hands. These guys are essentially kind, and their emotions are easy to read. Sungun also greeted his colleagues, introducing himself from his clan, and was sincerely happy to meet old friends. All the boys reciprocated by introducing themselves and telling us who they were. When asked how he knew them, he put his hand on the shoulder of his fat colleague and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But the moment the boy put his hand on the man's shoulder, the man got angry, indignant at why he considered them old friends. However, Seowan continued to enjoy meeting someone familiar in a distant place, and began to smile. Holding the man's shoulder, he quietly whispered to him, using a vibration technique, to smile too, or he would participate in the tournament with a broken neck. His friend, a green-haired guy, asked him why he suddenly stopped talking, if he had swallowed his tongue, which was very strange on his part. Suddenly, a vibrating sound from Seo Woon pierces the green-haired boy, causing him to fall silent. When asked who he was, there was a clear answer from his mind. If he dared to make a scene, there would be consequences. It was just a warning, and the guy continued to say firmly that participating in the tournament gave him a chance to meet such famous people. And his brothers are not feeling well, so he will represent his clan at the tournament. When his friends asked him what was wrong with his brothers, he assured them not to worry about them, and that they could visit his sister if they wanted to. My sister is a shame for the So clan, and it is clear that she cannot represent them. Even though his brothers could do well in the tournament, this girl had her doubts about Seo Un. But there was laughter at the table next to us. Mo Yun couldn't help but laugh. When asked why she was doing it, Mo Yun just said that it was funny to hear a stranger judge her older brother, without even seeing his skills. His sister, Kang Hyun, who was still quite young, behaved like a child, her emotions easily clouding her judgment. She was angry with Mo Yun, and asked her brother from the Muram Association to teach the brat a lesson, although she was behaving perfectly. But her husband, Jin Moon, stood by and did not want to get involved. He told her through his vibration that she better calm down, as this guy was not someone they should mess with. However, his wife began to incite him, saying that he did not mind his fiancée being humiliated in public. Although he did not want to say it, he did not know how to explain it. Like a cat and a dog, they quarreled with each other, and our hero was annoyed with these children. Looking at them again, he thinks about whether he should teach them a lesson. Soon after, a student named Jong Jong-un arrives, not expecting to see Seo-un in this place. Apparently, he was a student of the best swordsman, so there are students like that here now, including Yoon. But he can't even take advantage of the situation. Everything is worked out for the best, he realizes. This man introduces John Wee to his colleagues, stating that he is a student of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. Seo added that if they did not know it, they now realize the connection between their school and the great master Hojo Dae. People who once laughed at him opened their mouths in surprise, not understanding how this happened. Whispers started in the bar because someone said that he was a disciple of the Southern Sky Swordsman. It was unbelievable, and people felt uneasy. They expressed their respect for such a noble man, introduced themselves to him, and apologized for their rudeness. Feeling superior, and noticing that he had become famous, he asked them why they had despised him, since they had recently talked about teaching him a lesson. Addressing them, he asked which of them would do it. They were completely terrified and did not know what to say. One of the men, Jack, said that people were waiting for him and he had to run, but they would talk later. Seo-un asked to say hello to any of their squad and was also leaving the establishment with his well-fed team. But his friends asked for takeout because they just wanted to have more. Of course, Seo-un allowed them to do so and told them to take food for the teacher and the twins as well. Soon his friends were galloping off as they really enjoyed eating at this place. The food was indeed gorgeous. He had never tasted such food in his previous life, and now why not? He liked it. A little boy was running under his feet, apologizing and bringing him a piece of paper, asking him to take it. Who gave him the message? Thought our hero. Maybe it's about our mission? But when he calmed down, he opened it and realized that it was not. The note read, "If you don't want to lose your sword, come to Forge number 1 tonight." That night, Seo-un hurried to a dark forge where a fire was burning. The oven was preheated for work. But why at this particular moment? Tools were scattered on the ground, and the guy realized that there had been a fight. Soon, ninjas in red kimonos appeared in the darkness. One of them confirmed that it was a beautiful sword, the very sword of the southern sky. Behind him in the corner was a blacksmith who had been cut down. Seo-un tensed at the sight. Who could it be? But a stranger came to deliver a message from a young lady demanding that he refuse to participate in the upcoming tournament. He was also to tell the young lady Bakrina that she had better surrender if she wanted mercy. If Seo-un understood him, then he had better think again, lest he lose more. With one hand, the guy distracts the opponent, showing that he has nothing, and asks him to calm down so that he doesn't do anything stupid. But at this moment, using energy, he wraps his sword around. He snatches it from the hands of the scoundrel, who did not even realize what had happened. Seo-un picks up the sword and realizes that the message is not from Baek Hai, and that the man's initiative is quite correct. With the sword back in his hand, Seo-un feels confident. He offers to return and continue the conversation on the question of what he said about the sword. Having wrested his sword back under his control, their dialogue acquired a new contrast. Yoon-hui looks at this guy and assumes that he can't see her because he uses a secret technique and wears a mask. His opponent kept his sword ready, preparing for battle. He wanted to convey to our hero that he should refuse to participate in the tournament. If he doesn't, the guy will make him pay right now for ignoring the warning. As soon as the guy showed his aggression, a huge energy force burst into his red aura and grabbed his face. Our hero easily nailed him to the ground and neutralized him right there. By hitting the acupuncture points, he blocked its energy. How can such a weakling who didn't even have to open the central core tell him such nonsense? His opponent was already on the ground and asked to unblock his acupuncture points, promising that he would be sorry if he thought he came alone, because his people were everywhere. And then Seo-un's team comes down from the building and asks the employee if he was talking about these people. Since they had already dealt with everyone in the vicinity and reported to their vice commander, they realized that these were high-ranking soldiers. The enemy had nothing more to say. He was lying there with a frustrated face. To make him talk better, we had to torture the scoundrel. After much torture, this boy introduced himself, saying that his name was Yo and he was the second disciple of the 5th Blood Star. Based on the situation, he is ready to answer all questions. He asked me to stop tearing his legs off because Mo-yun knew how to do it. Hearing these words, Mo-yun did not stop. She loved this activity. But Seo-un, listening to his opponent, analyzed the information. He didn't think that this person was involved in the plan, because she had previously said that she wasn't her opponent in the tournament, and had even offered to become her husband. Why did she suddenly change her mind and ask him to withdraw? Someone else is behind all of this. Someone who sees him as a threat and will benefit if Seo-un surrenders. Analyzing the situation, he sternly asked the boy if Baek Hee-hyang had sent him, and he replied that she had. He was ordered to do this by the elder, who told him to do it in secret from the young mistress, because she was only watching and did not want to harm him. Hearing these words, Mo-yun began to rage. How could he even come for the vice commander for such a pathetic reason, and began to tear him apart? Saddam also began to analyze the situation, because they had never even heard the name of this elder before. It turns out that on the orders of the elder, this guy went against the direct order of the mistress. And there was a reason why the first disciple sent him away. You know what's going on. Using a simple method, they forced him to answer, because he still had a few nails left. The boy told them that the guarantor, when he heard that Seo-un was going to become the young lady's husband, was terribly frightened. Our hero, listening to this, realized that the elder had decided to do this, thinking that they would get married. But the young mistress would rather die than get involved with someone who was not her type. They found themselves a madman, and after these words, Mo-yun rips off another nail from his hand. It was incredibly painful for her to hear this, and she was furious that the vice commander had not told her anything about it. But he didn't, because it was a fiction and complete nonsense. A sword was held to this guy's head, Was this the reason why they were so interested in him? Mo Yun couldn't bear it because someone was after her goal, and she offered to die. But Seo Un saw that something was wrong with her and decided to calm her down. The Sword of the Southern Sky believed that women are simply charmed when they hear this. The guy stopped her from killing anyone, because it was not necessary. If they kill him, it will give the senior Blood Star disciple a good excuse to come after them. That's why he sent them here. SEO1 decides to let them go, as there is no need to get his hands dirty. If their assumptions are correct, the four will die very soon. But Mo Yun asks why he is so sure. Judging by the young lady's character, he had already realized her nature. They will be punished for such an act. This is quite obvious, given her abilities and willingness to act. When they returned, these soldiers appeared before their mistress and begged for forgiveness on their knees. The elder, seeing them, was amazed that these stupid jerks had returned, even though they should have died at the hands of the fourth elder. When they returned, they ruined his plan. Everything would have gone very well if they had died. He would have had an excuse to persuade Haihiken to punish the young man, and perhaps the elder would not have been able to kill him. The mistress thought for a long time what to do with them. In her eyes, they were complete idiots. She simply ordered them to watch him, and that was all. The soldiers tried for a long time to beg for her forgiveness. One of them contacted the elder by vibration as he promised to settle the consequences. He asked the elder to do something, but the elder told him to sit and be quiet, so as not to anger her even more. The lady approached them and asked what they did with the dogs that disobeyed the order. And of course, there is only one solution: to destroy them. And in an instant, their heads are off. She skillfully destroys each of them, and only one survives. He asks the young lady for mercy, saying that he did not mean it. And at the moment when he wanted to tell the whole truth about the elder, suddenly the elder runs up and knocks him out. If he had kept his mouth shut, he would have survived. Kneeling before the mistress, she asked him who had ordered him to be killed. But he disobeyed her and tried to justify himself. This betrayal was unbearable for the mistress. She knocks the elder out with a powerful kick. He flies to the side, his anger hitting him with great force. And if not for the tournament, the young lady would not have forgiven him with just one blow. As she was leaving, she told him so, remembering his deed. The elder, wiping away the blood, promises that he will not allow Seo-un to become the young mistress's husband. The next day, a lot of people gathered in front of the Marima Alliance castle. All the orthodox sects and clans sent their warriors to the tournament, with many attendants. Analyzing the number of people, Seo-un realized that there were a lot of participants from all over Murim, and he just wanted to get in. Brother Beck, looking at the situation, realizes that they need to wait. They are not from a famous family, although their clans, Johan Song and An Song, are quite famous. But their fame is nothing compared to the fifth great clan. Beck courts Mo Young, hinting that they will stick together and he will take care of her so she doesn't get sad. Passing by them were more famous clans, and one of their representatives. He walked so close to Mo Yun that he even looked her in the eye. He not only looked her in the eye, but also smiled as he walked forward. Mo Yun was so angry that she was ready to kill him right then and there. People passing by asked them not to obstruct the passage and to move aside. But this man, walking forward, noticed the young master of the Yangsu clan, who was with Mistress Mo Yun. He introduced himself as Mo and greeted the students of Southern Heaven, asking them to follow him as well, as he had been ordered to bring them without a line. Now Mo Yun, looking at the man who was laughing at her, felt superior. He was no longer so cheerful when Mo Yun turned her gaze to him. They exchanged a sneering smile that irritated both of them. Our hero did not like this sudden attention. Moreover, someone told them what they looked like and even gave the order to escort them away immediately. Such an order could only have been given by someone in the highest ranks. As soon as these guys went forward, they heard a shout from the distance to wait for them. They were twins Song Jabek and Song Hyun from the Johan Song clan, but the nobility did not know anything about them. He was not ordered to bring them in without waiting in line, and they would have to wait, which of course upset Joe Beck. The bull, trying not to show his disappointment, returns to the line. He does his best to hide his emotions, but his deep sigh reveals his condition. Watching his friend join the line, Saddam advises him not to leave him alone. It is hard to disagree with this, because support is important in any situation. Looking at his guide, the boy declares that these guys will go with him, and he will not go anywhere without them. This determination impresses the guide, and he has to agree to take them with him. A few minutes later, they find themselves in the Asura Heavenly Pavilion of the Morim Alliance. The guide tells them to wait here for a few minutes. This place was extremely beautiful. No matter how many times Soen came here, he was always drawn to this beauty. At that moment, Peng Unjin of the Habuk Peng clan approached them and greeted them. asking how they were doing. Soundwee also introduced himself with his name, which many people had heard of. The main rumor was that he was the heir to the Southern Sword. Peng Aunjin was looking forward to a great battle with Soundway. He was thinking in his mind. He said hello, of course, but why did he approach them at all? Perhaps to attract attention and impress them, to prove himself. His comrades, watching, were extremely embarrassed by the behavior of their commander, Peng Ungyin. The boy understood their shame. Beck, on the other hand, did not miss the opportunity, for he was honored to meet a man from the Habuk Peng clan. After introducing himself, Beck was also glad to meet him and expressed his respect. However, this man was not interested in Beck at all, and the only thing he did was look at him. Then he simply ignored him and walked over to his brigade, even though his soldiers were not happy about this idea. Beck was furious that he was ignored. For him, this was the height of rudeness. But Owen realizes that it was his own fault, because you should never interfere when people with inflated egos are talking. Moyu quickly got used to the place and discovered that there was even a garden. I wonder why they were given such special attention as the heirs of the Southern Sky Swordsman. He expected something like that, but he didn't think they would be given an entire building. His friend Jabek and his brother were given just a room, but it was quite spacious. However, it was nothing compared to the place that our hero was allocated. He is sure that if they saw where they were placed, this attitude towards them was very kind, but when everything is so good, someone is definitely behind it, and it remained to find out who this person was. Soon, a man came up to them and asked if they had put their things away and offered to help. But they had already finished. But together they managed to do it all, and this man asked for some time with him. The first strategist general wants to meet with the innocents personally. He was one of the highest. The strategist general is one of 3 in the Murima Alliance, also known as the Supreme Strategist General. He is the second most respected person after the head of the Murim Alliance. His name is Chigal Unman. His servant led them to the residence of the Supreme General. There was only one question in Owl's mind. Why does he need him? As he got closer, the Southern Skyblade could sense that there was a very important weapon inside. If even South Skyblade could notice this, the owner of this weapon was definitely not a commoner, for Chigal Unman was known as a fist-fighting expert. So, in addition to him, another important person was waiting for them behind that door, and upon entering the hall, they were greeted. His team introduced themselves to the strategist as warriors should. Chigal Unman sat in his chair, looking away. He asked these guys not to consider it rude. He asked the boy to show him the sword he was carrying behind his back. The Southern Skyblade had been wondering all along why the weapon seemed so familiar to him, because it was the Northern Skyblade. The general's soldiers asked the successor with the North Star Blade to come closer. Guak Hyun Jin was an incredible master, a candidate for the 8 Great Masters. His merits and fame were so great that he was believed to soon conquer the northeastern region. The same can be said of his successor, the swordsman of the Southern Sky, who also conquered the southeast. By conquest, we do not mean the seizure of territory, but rather the gaining of recognition and influence. However, Guak Hyun Jin lost his arm in a duel with the Southern Sky Swordsman and was forced to end his sword journey. Owl has a question in his mind. Why are they all here? He hands them the blade, and as far as he knows, the unshakable blade of the North Star has nothing to do with the Murima Alliance. Taking the sword, this master looked at it, and there was no doubt about it. It was the true iron sword of the Southern Sky. He expressed his congratulations, albeit a little late. It was a great honor for Owl to meet the great master Guak Hyun Jin. After he inspected the sword, he brings it back, and it seems that it was still a test of the sword's authenticity. They did nothing else. But soon after, Janman receives an object, his hand, and they carry this object to an unknown place. Obviously, they are up to something. The general addresses them again, asking them not to misunderstand. Over the past 10 years, almost every year, people have appeared who claimed to be the master's heirs. If you think about it, the hand that tames the tiger has said this with the same frequency that many people claim to be the mentor and disciple of the Southern Sky Swordsman. Hendrik personally met the swordsman, and more importantly, he has fought with him many times, seeing his techniques, so he is best able to determine if you are the true heir. This was another test, as the elders are ready to be completely sure. Pouring unknown objects out of a bowl, they ask him to pass another test. They need to set an example for Janman, which will consist in the fact that the boy needs to cut a white stone. One of the masters throws these stones in different directions. As they scatter, they fly in the direction of the next guy, who keeps his weapon ready. As soon as he adjusts his energy, he incredibly quickly cuts through all the stones flying at him. The second wave of stones was much bigger than the first, and it was also directed at him. But he also managed it, cutting the stones in half. Only their fragments flew into many pieces from the master's blade. This was enough to demonstrate the technique. If the boy understood everything correctly, he should do it using the shining star technique. If it was too difficult for Owl, he could just show the basic sword technique. Looking at them, the guy realizes that they are deliberately provoking him. In such a situation, to prove himself worse than Yeonmin would be to defile the honor of a Southern Heaven swordsman. Having prepared for the task, he decides to show off a bit and draws a circle with his sword around himself. He does this in order to pass the test and stay within the circle. It was difficult, and the elders were wondering if he would succeed. The first stone hits the boy. Using the technique from the southern sky, he skillfully cuts it. The next wave was much larger and was rapidly approaching him. But as a master, using his techniques, he cuts through them incredibly quickly, and not a single grain of sand like his colleagues fell. All were cut by the sword. Watching this, the elders were delighted. It was incredible. He really did not go outside the circle and completed the task. The successor also wanted the teacher to let him try, but his student did not understand. The boy throws the stones back instead of cutting them. Owl catches all the stones in his hand and cuts all the black stones at the same time. The master asked Owl if he could control his left hand in the skill. The answer was yes. He smiled, but it was a great regret for him that he had always hoped he would be a little better at teaching him than the swordsman of the southern sky. The heir apologized to his mentor for not being able to master the same skill as Sovan. But there is never anything absolute. There is always someone stronger, and this is the lesson he wants to pass on to his student. Sovan believes that this is exactly how the relationship between a student and a mentor should be. Not as rigid as he has with his mentor, who wants to destroy him every time he does something wrong. The master apologized for questioning our hero's identity at the first meeting, but it was a necessary measure. Just in case the guy has accepted it, he has no right to judge and blame a person who knows his master. And this master notices that he speaks exactly like his teacher. It was nice to hear. Soon the general enters the room. He was informed that the guy had not been at home for a year. The idea that a man with a damaged core would disappear and then return as a disciple of the Southern Heaven swordsman sounded incredible. And the general did not believe in this nonsense. But then, the best sword of Mount Hen trusts his words, but wanted to personally make sure that the guy was not lying. Listening to his words, Sowen realizes that even the best sword of Mount Hen was getting information from the general. In turn, the general also apologizes to the boy because he was unnecessarily rude. But, based on this situation, the boy is glad that he did not embarrass himself and did not disgrace his teacher. And it was great, in the general's opinion, that it all worked out that way. They can laugh about this situation over a cup of tea. The boy thinks that now he is no longer suspected. In the general's office, he asked how he became a student of his colleague, Mayun. Mayun responds with a prepared lie. He met him by chance while collecting medicines in the mountains. He tried to help him, despite the fact that he himself was feeling unwell. The master was touched by his sincerity and accepted Mayun. But the general was interested in how the swordsman of the southern sky was feeling. The answer was prepared. He is feeling much better. You don't have to worry. Soon, the general and the master began to communicate using chi techniques, telling the soldiers to leave for a few minutes because they had an important conversation. Watching the soldiers leave the room, they felt uneasy. Eunhui assumed that they wanted to talk about something secret. No one else should hear this, the general declares. The guy tries to contact Eunhui through chi, sure that if the problem with their mission is closely related to them, there will be problems. But then, what do they need to discuss in this room? The general had a strict point of view. If they failed, it was his teacher's fault. If he doesn't want to discuss it with them, he can leave. The boy realizes that if he leaves now, he will be suspected. He is now bound by the fact that he is a student of the Southern Sky swordsman. Of course, he agrees to their offer, because he needs to listen to what they have to say first, so he doesn't interfere. Perhaps he will go afterwards. The general asks if he has heard about the battle between his master and the man with the golden eye, and the thought stuns Owl. After all, this is the man who beat the swordsman of the southern sky to a pulp. He kicked the assassin king, the flying blade, and threw him into the river. This stranger with the golden eye. And they seem to know it perfectly well. Should the boy stay and hear more? At this point, the South Sky swordsman asked the boy to ignore him because he doesn't want him to get involved with dangerous people just because of his feelings. The boy knows, and is more eager than anyone else to find out the truth. He values his two swords as his big family, so he encourages himself and asks to tell. The boy, holding onto the table, clenched his fist and told everyone that the master had told him everything. The general suggested that this might be due to his poor health. When he heard this answer from one of the primates, he decided that he didn't even need to invent anything. They have just answered his question. Looking around, the general and the master realized that everything had turned out just as he had said, and their guess was correct. But what was their guess, the young master wondered. Only the elders of the Murima Alliance know what they are discussing. Right now, they are only telling him this because it concerns the Southern Sky Swordsman, and they ask him to keep it a secret. The boy makes a promise to that effect. The general's phrase stunned the boy, because he thinks that the King of Blood has been reborn again. Saddam, on the other hand, was joking at the time because they were talking to their spy on the left side. But the time was not for joking. Is this man with the golden eye connected to the blood cult? The young host asks. Naming the names Unchengdu and Zhongjae, the general asks if the boy knows them. Of course, he knows them. These are martial arts experts from the orthodox factions who are recognized as great masters. But, unfortunately, they are all dead, and they were all killed in different years. What does this connection have to do with anything? All the masters, and not just the Blade of the North Star, were infinitely strong martial artists. They held the future of Orthodox Murim in their hands, and all were defeated by only one person who destroyed them, taking all the secrets with them. Did the general know about this man with the golden eye? Our hero asked. He replied that when his master disappeared, it was just a guess, but the boy confirmed it. If there is such a favorable situation, the blood cult wants to weaken the Orthodox factions in order to fully revive. The man with the golden eye is probably connected to the blood cult, and that was their assumption. But the guy realizes that the blood cult is not involved, and there are very few clues. Someone thinks that the possibility that the four evils are behind this cannot be ignored. But the Council of Elders and the General are 70% sure of their conclusions. If the man with the golden eye is not connected to the blood cult, then what is his goal? They have been trying to track him since the loss of the hand of one of the masters, but he seems to have disappeared. Of course, it is very important to catch him, but we need to focus on the bigger picture. After the Great War between the Orthodox and unorthodox factions, they have gathered information and hope that the boy's heart will not flinch when he sees all the red dots marked on the map behind the curtain. All these points were bases of the blood cult. He had no idea they took up so much space. But does the boy know how many of their nests they've managed to track down? No more than 3. The blood cult is perfectly hidden from their eyes. And does the boy know what this means for them and their faction? This seems strange from our hero's point of view, but it is more than important. Asking whether information is somehow leaking out and whether there are any high-ranking spies in the Murim Alliance, the guy heard clever words. The general was not surprised. Everything was expected from a disciple of the Southern Sky. There are spies in the Alliance, of course. They found out that there were about a dozen of them, maybe even more. As in their previous life, they knew this from the beginning. Unlike a hidden and secluded blood cult, the Alliance is easier for a spy to penetrate. The General's advisor says that it is very difficult for them to catch all the spies, even if they wanted to. Even if they do, they will simply be replaced by new ones, and in that case they need new tactics. The guy offered to plant false information on them, to misinform the spies in order to confuse the plans of the blood cult. But after this phrase, the general looked at him very strangely for some reason, and the room fell silent. He was just trying to add something interesting to avoid suspicion. Why was the general looking at him like that? The general thought about it and decided to offer the boy a job with the department. Since he is smart and talented, the general will gladly take him on. Doesn't he want to become an apprentice to a strategist general? But this was too much for our hero. Before he could answer, the general shouted quite encouragingly, seeing that they still had young and talented people. And finally, he wanted to ask him for something. Although they, of course, completely bombarded him with questions today. Since life is more important to the Orthodox Murim, Moyen contacted him telepathically. She was experiencing emotions. The guy assured her that everything was fine, and they would be able to decide what to do when they heard him out. The general assured her not to worry. They would not ask him to track down the man with the golden eye. The request is related to a tournament he is participating in, because there is a high probability that a spy of the blood cult will also participate. And then it will be not just a tournament, but a survival tournament. But all these elders can't even expect and realize that the spy is sitting right in front of them. After that, the guy says that if you get a high place in the tournament, you can get a key role in the Murim Alliance. The general is sure that this is what the cult's spies want. And the other thing was, the tone of the information was such that the guy even got excited. But the general emphasized that, in his opinion, it was highly likely that they had come for the sword of the blood demon. This left the guy speechless. Realizing the absurdity of this situation, he realized that they were screwed. The mission was as difficult as possible, but it became even more difficult. The mission was getting more and more difficult. Because if the Marima Alliance finds out that the Blood Cult is hunting for the Blood Demon's sword, it will be much harder to get it back. And it was even harder for our heroes to think. Since he was in this place, it could help to gather more information. He suggested that the general not lower the security level. If the general wants to ask the guy for something, he should do it now. But according to the general, there is no need to worry about anything yet. But what does he mean by that? The fact is that the general is of the opinion that if a Blood Cult spy wins the tournament, luck will not be on their side. The Blood Demon's sword will be handed over in 5 days. Therefore, the employees and the general should not worry, because Jin Yin has agreed to take care of it, and for now the competition continues. Soen realizes that the Blood Demon's sword will be redirected from the Murim Duality's secret vault. Its safety is guaranteed if it is in the possession of the Taizi Sword Emperor Jin Yin. The heir standing in this room did not understand what the general wanted from him. But a task had been prepared for him to identify suspicious people who would participate in the tournament. They expected these guys to perform well in the tournament. This was to prevent Blood Cult spies from infiltrating the alliance. For this guy, it was a very important mission. He promised not to disappoint his master, because he was from the Orthodox faction. Soven also promised to fulfill this mission, as he had no choice. If he refused, there would be consequences. Now the guy realizes that he is responsible on both sides, and this fascinates him. After a while, the general and his advisor were alone, and the elder asked why he had lied, or if it was true about the sword. After all, the general had said earlier that the Blood Demon's sword would be moved to Mount Udan, although this had not been said before. The strategist general laughed because it was a complete lie. Although his advisor had identified this young man and he naturally believed him, he was 90% sure that he was indeed the heir to the Southern Sky Swordsman. However, there is still 10% that is doubtful, because other children who disappeared a year ago and returned except for him came with him. Based on this thought, they should test them together. But this was the general's way of testing this guy. He has a plan. If the Blood Cult goes to Mount Wudang to get the Blood Demon's sword, then they will realize who the spy is. It was false information. Now he understands why he didn't pursue all these spies. And everyone was amazed by this. The heir, watching the general, realizes what a terrible person he is. He excelled not only in martial arts but also in strategy. The general pins all his hopes on him and believes that he will succeed. Soon, the heir turns around and looks at the place where our hero was sitting and notices an object. He sees that the dagger belongs to Song Hui, and as soon as the dagger is returned to him, the lady who was actively listening to their conversation pays attention to it. She reports it to our hero. He had left the sword behind just in case, and in the end, this strategy saved his life. A few more minutes and he would have been trapped. Jigan Wan, as expected, turned out to be very smart and was a real strategist for the Murim Alliance. And even if he is a genius, he did not expect that the sword could listen to his conversation. It was a trick up the guy's sleeve. It was all good, but it would have been faster if he had used fakes. The southern sky is dawning, and that's what the guy will be doing from now on. The Gardens did not like this phrase. She believes that he is spoiling her image and is going to repay him for his services. Soon, an interesting dialogue took place in the guest house where our heroes were staying. Given the whole situation, his friend recommended reporting everything to the Fourth Supreme and changing the plan, as it was a trap. And it all seems quite strange that they would tell him such an important thing and such information when we are not even part of the Murim Alliance. Judging by this, Moyun thinks the guy is directly correct. There was no need to reveal the location of the sword if they just wanted us to find the spies. And judging by this, they think so. They realize that perhaps the Alliance has accidentally leaked information that they are hiding. Given the information network of the first strategist general, he noticed that there were a lot of suspicious people, and this also applies to Baek Hee-hyang and her group. Perhaps this was one of the ways to throw out the bait. But in Saddam's mind, it was a great way to defeat her, because he could unite the Blood Cult even without the Blood Demon Sword if that thing was defeated. South Sky, although opposed by Suda, noticed that she had become smarter. She was right, but there was more to consider. If Baek Hee-hyang falls into this trap, the Murim Alliance can use it to further unite the Orthodox faction, and the Blood Demon Sword, which is just a trophy, will no longer be a trophy. It can be easily destroyed. In the worst-case scenario, if many supporters try to save it, the Blood Cult will be dealt a blow before they regain their influence in Zhong. On the other hand, Baek Hee-hyang and Baek Renha are essentially the same thing. They simply have an internal conflict going on, and it must be resolved without too many losses for both sides, so that the Blood Cult can be revived. So they risk it all to get back the sword of the Blood Demon. From the looks of it, the Vice Commander wants to contact this girl, Baek Hee-hyang. But his team was shocked by this because it was crazy. How are they even going to find her in such a huge place? It's very difficult. Looking at him, he smiles, because why should he have to search himself when he has such a great friend? He gives him just 5 days to find her. The task was to carry the medicine he could find. And Moyun was walking around all this time and couldn't find a place. And after a few hours, she turned to Owl because she thought this guy was late. She still had to go to the blacksmith. But she had one more question she wanted to ask our hero personally. She wanted to know what kind of women he likes the most. Perhaps he likes passionate girls. But Sovan was not embarrassed and did not understand why she was asking this. The girl, who had taken off her headscarf, was interested in this because she needed to know. His swordsman smiled at the situation. They understood. But the boy excused himself by saying that he had never thought about it and did not know what to say. He thinks he prefers calm and noble women. So please stay away from me. But Moyun smiles at his answer because she is very happy. Her behavior is quite strange. And what will she say now after this question? Fixing her hair, she turns her gaze away and hints to the boy. You wouldn't like it if your father-in-law was someone scary. But when he thinks of her father, he realizes that there is no one more terrible. Saddam advises him not to push himself into a dead end, but the boy tells her to shut up because she doesn't understand anything. He knew from the beginning that she liked him, because it was hard not to notice by her reactions. And she's been doing it for a long time. South Sky advises the boy that if he's afraid of her father, he shouldn't do it. His former owner told a student who had to enter into a difficult marriage that even if his father-in-law really hated his son-in-law, he would not kill him out of respect for his daughter. After listening to these words, the guy realizes that they did not make him feel better. Moyun, in turn, wonders why the boy has turned so pale and if he is all right. She wants to express her concern. At this moment, the evil spy they were waiting for is watching them. But Sovan never answered, feeling that whatever he said would be bad for him. Soon their colleague returns, and our hero suggests that on the way out of the smithy they should stop by to order some meat dishes. And it was just a great idea. As soon as he approaches the guys, Moyun brutally steps on his foot so that his fingers almost break. The boy falls down, and Moyun says that he's going to get him, and they can go to the smithy now. As the two of them walk through the night streets, our hero's friend asks why Moyun has been mocking him like this all this time, but Sovan wasn't going to answer him, because the big problem was that all the fires were out, even though they worked during the day, not at night. The guy felt uncomfortable. He did not feel any energy inside, and they could only examine the place. Once inside, they saw a terrible picture. All the equipment and weapons hanging on the walls were stolen, as if someone had suddenly closed and hid. The only things left were copies of the swords, which had also disappeared without a trace. But where could they have gone? Strangely, the clothes had also disappeared, as if the blacksmith had left in a hurry. When the guy was looking around the corner, someone suddenly pointed 2 fingers directly at his forehead, and activating the energy, affected him in such a way that our hero's partner fell down and lost consciousness. This hidden ninja in a beret approached Sovan from behind, who was not even aware of the danger. Owl looked into the jug, realizing that all the inscriptions on the sword remained, and only 5 copies were taken. He had a hunch that the head of the Murima Alliance had taken them. But why would he do that? If he wanted to keep everything a secret, he would not have hired a blacksmith here. The boy feels the presence of someone behind him. He turns around and sees his partner lying on the ground. But when this happened, he didn't hear or feel anything. A voice behind him tells him not to turn around. Given the fact that the person is standing behind him, but he doesn't even feel him, what is such a talented master doing here? This man with his face covered was looking around. The guy realizes that he will die instantly if the man wants to kill him. But he told him not to turn around, and this makes him stand. The owl could escape by opening his central core, but he doesn't know what will happen to his partner if he runs away. So the guy decides it's all or nothing and swings his sword. But his enemy moves to the other side the moment he turns. The enemy says that he has noticed that Sovan does not value his life at all. Sovan in turn decides to strike again, but the enemy is so fast that Sovan can't even see him. He spins the guy around like a spinning top, and this enemy kept saying that, given his level, he couldn't even see his face. But using a clever trick, Sovan saw the silhouette of this warrior in the reflection of his sword. His opponent, when he looked at the sword, was amazed. Where did he get it? But soon everything is disrupted by an incredibly strong energy, and the guy thinks that he has succeeded. If he continues at the same pace, he will be able to get to the roof and call for help. He realizes that the teacher must be nearby, but after a powerful blow from our hero to the enemy, he stops him with 2 light fingers. How could he stop such a strong blow with 2 fingers? It remains a mystery to the boy what kind of incredibly strong figure appeared in the darkness. His energy is much deeper than he could have imagined. The fight looks like a game, not a real battle. With his 2 fingers, he took the guy's sword right in the middle of the fight, and it was the most humiliating thing for him. The guy just fell to his knees and breathed heavily after the blow. The man looked at his sword and saw that he was a disciple of the Southern Heaven. When asked how he knew him, the boy was surprised. But this man wanted to see him in person and threw his sword back to him. Despite the way the sword shook, the ground did not crack, and it was clear that this man was extremely strong. Just by how easily he controls the situation, you can tell that this man is a level above his mentor. The man orders the boy to take a sword and attack to try his hand. But in our hero's mind, thoughts of 12 other people who are so strong pop up. Looking at him, he does not understand his intentions. Does he just want to test him? Compared to him, he is just a child with an open central core. He has no chance to attack. Will it be possible to use the golden body and silver thread together? But there shouldn't be such a scenario. He had no idea how far things could go. This man uses his technique to pick up a board from the ground and cut it into a rhombic stick. He makes a sword out of it and takes it in his hands, making it look like a confrontation. He's actually going to fight Owl with this wood chip, and the guy better give it his all. This man may be an expert, but the South Sky Iron Sword is made of cold steel. The owner of Southern Heaven said that weapons are meaningless to masters of this level. He shouldn't relax. He needs to get into his form because he has no choice. The only way out is to pass his test by fighting him. This man looks at him and is amazed that he is able to release such powerful energy through his body. Pushing off the ground with incredible strength and amount of energy, the guy attacks him and realizes that he cannot match him in strength, energy, or technique. And this is just a demonstration. He is going to use his strongest technique. With incredible strength, Sovun rushes at his opponent, an attack capable of demolishing anyone, except for this man who is just going to confront him with a wooden stick. His energy envelops everything around him, including our hero's sword. He stops, frozen in front of the wooden stick, and realizes that the opponent has changed the direction of the tornado's energy with just one sliver. If this continues, his arm will turn the wrong way and fall off. But he will lose if it continues. Suddenly, a second direction of attack appears. The enemy turns his attack around. Sovun could do the same, but he can't. This man looks at him as if he were a bug that he is going to destroy. Sovun with his legendary sword rushes towards this master, but again he encounters a wooden sliver. The guy's incredibly strong stroke fails, and he flies away as if from an explosive. He feels that there is something wrong with the tip of his sword and thinks about his failure. In this master's opinion, it was not bad. The guy gets up and realizes that he is using his power for good, albeit in his own technique. And even now, he hasn't managed to break even a sliver. Holding this piece of wood, the mysterious ninja declares that his offense is good. But how good is his defense? Owl realizes this and prepares to defend himself. He needs to take his opponent by surprise. Having many thoughts can be a plus, but it can also be a minus. I'm sure his teacher taught him this master says. Soon the wood chip moves incredibly fast towards the guy's head. He does not have time to dodge it, although he did not expect it to reach him at such a distance. The opponent attacks him with a wood chip, and Owl needs to do something to block this blow. He gathers all his strength and energy to repel the attack, but realizes that it will be extremely difficult to stop such a master. But soon the guy felt the incredible blows. He had seen them somewhere before. It was the Shining Star technique, but an improved version of his technique. He found the weak point, and instantly stopped him with just 3 blows, now holding the wooden stick near his neck. From the very beginning, this master did not intend to kill him. All he wanted from the boy was for him to show his abilities. This is actually a test, but who is he and why is he doing this? At the moment when this master attacked him with the wooden stick, the boy saw a shining eye. He had seen such a shining eye before and knew that it could only show one master. He had felt this energy hundreds of times. This is the great Way of the Sword of Silence, his technique was called. And only one person can master this technique, which incredibly destroys everything in its path. This is the great legendary warrior, the Eternal Supreme Sword Baek Hyang-mook. But why did he come here? A skilled enough master is able to use any sword technique without even using his feet, leaving 2 blade paths in place. This is called a natural sword, and at the moment the guy is confronting it, he has deliberately omitted the most memorable parts of the technique so that this child does not realize who he is. This is how this master confidently thinks about himself. The boy thinks that the fact that he has seen the technique many times is enough to understand it. Sovun understands exactly where the sword is going and where he needs to strike at that moment. But you can't make it seem like he knows its movements. This is his only advantage. But what is the best way to use it? This master says that working with your head is very useful, no doubt. But as far as he can think in a fight, it is very harmful. The guy takes on the responsibility of no longer guessing and no longer going through options, but simply trusting his body. This skill should lead the guy to a result, because this man is seriously attacking him and attacking, but let him not regret it. Having dodged his blow, the guy runs forward, heading for the target. His actions and movements were precise and completely unwavering, and the old man did not even have to take off his beret. He stared at the boy in amazement, analyzing that he had taken his advice into consideration. His movements and resolute gaze spoke for themselves. This boy had put aside all unnecessary thoughts at the moment, and with another swing, he hit the old man hard, but he didn't care. He caught the blow again with 2 fingers. As an additional move and cherry on top, the guy kicks him from the side. The old man had to strain and let go of his hand with the stick to deflect the kick. Like a spinning top, the boy dodges him, spinning in the air. His skill is off the charts, but the old man didn't care. The next punch was planned to be much stronger, because it was going to hit the cap. Sowen uses the true Shining Star sword technique, and delivers an incredible blow to the old man. The 5th formation of this sword, the Falling Meteor Sword, is capable of splitting even incredibly strong stone. But when he opened his eyes, the boy did not believe them. The old man was holding the sword again with his 2 fingers. It seemed absurd, because this was the best formation he could show. But with simple movements of his 2 fingers, the old man managed to stop his stroke. After that, the old man made the guy lose consciousness. He was happy that South Sky had trained such a good student. After the fight, he goes outside, where the moon illuminates everything around him. His men approach him and tell him that the blacksmith Shim has disappeared. The man orders his soldiers to find out who did this, but one of his warriors turns to him because he noticed something strange on the head of the alliance. He had a sword wound on his arm that was bleeding. His warriors were amazed at what their master had faced. They were ready to kill him instantly, if only he would order it. But as he looked at his wound, the old man realized that he didn't have to do that, as he had simply shown the boy his place, but had actually taught him a valuable lesson by turning this experience into an advantage. Telling the warriors not to worry, he remarked that, at this rate, the winner of the tournament was not obvious. The warriors had already guessed this, but now the elder said that seeing the strength of this warrior made it even less obvious, and I'm afraid they would have to try their best. Soon after, Chuwen approaches the vice commander and asks what happened here. Looking around and holding his head, the guy has just regained consciousness and rushes to clean up. Sodom informs him that he was unconscious for about half an hour. Given the fact that his colleague had also regained consciousness safely, Baek Hyun-muk did not intend to harm them. But when asked by his friend, Sowen warned that he would tell him later, as he might faint again. The head of the Murim Alliance, the Supreme Sword, Baek Hyun-muk, tested them. Come to think of it, he was also looking around the forge, so he doesn't know what happened here either, because the blacksmith could not have disappeared by himself, and the head of Murim had nothing to do with it. It turns out that these are the tricks of some third party, and this someone clearly knew about the replicas of the Sword of Silence. Apart from the blacksmith himself, him and the Murim head, the only other outsider to have seen the sword replicas was the second disciple of the 5th Blood Star. Another pointed out that a red-haired girl was behind it all. Soon after, when Mo-young arrived, she brought the red-haired Baek Hee-hyang with her. Mo-young noticed that something interesting was happening with the boys, but she didn't answer why this woman came with her. Why did these two come together? Baek Hee-hyang was only of interest to our hero here, because obviously, Mo-young brought this scoundrel with her without a mask. We go back in time to Feng Dung's restaurant, where people were actively gathering and ordering food. After she ordered 3 meat dishes, Mo-young was asked to wait a few hours for her order to be ready. Standing in the lobby, she noticed that the guys were staring at her. Why are they doing this? She thought, because she didn't stand out in the crowd. She even suspected that something was wrong with her mask and began to worry. This made her very worried, and she decided to go up to the 2nd floor to wait there. But as she walked forward, she noticed that there were some men standing there as well. Unlike the 1st floor, it was very quiet and spacious, and the people were sitting as if they were from the same clan. She walked forward and sat down at a single table, because the atmosphere on the 2nd floor was completely different. Looking around, the woman ate a delicious dinner. But where did our heroine see her? She raised her hand, and the woman stopped eating, a sign for her warriors. Mo-young immediately realized that it was an ambush. She was surrounded by men from all sides, holding their swords to her throat. They recognized her as one of Eunhui's subordinates. Mo-young remembered something. The girl sitting across from her was Baek Hee-hyang. One of the soldiers, hearing her dare to say this, waved his sword over Mo-young's head to bring justice for his mistress. But as soon as he got close to her, she ordered him to lower his sword, even though he did not want to do it right away, because the girl had expressed her disrespect for her mistress. The mistress ordered him to put down the sword. As soon as the soldiers saw the expression on their queen's face, they immediately bowed before her. Moyun noticed that the fragrance emanating from her was not at all like a man's, but He Hyang, looking at her, suspected that she recognized smells and had a very sensitive nose. Looking at her, Moyun realized that she could not be a man, and through the thin trail, a smell that she would not confuse with anything else was coming through, the smell of blood. At this point, He Hyang agrees with her, because it's only right. It is very difficult for her to block out this smell, and she takes off her mask. She realizes that there is no point in it, since Moyun has realized what is happening here. She has everything under control anyway. He Hyang smiled, even though she doesn't dislike this type of man. He Hyang swung violently at the girl and gave her a bloody blow. Her gaze just didn't like He Hyang, and she wanted to kill her, but her punch was blocked by a simple movement of her hand, and it shocked everyone in the room. Moyun emphasizes, "Why, couldn't she have blocked the punch or something?" And this, of course, made everyone angry. He Hyang was furious that she couldn't kill this guy on the first punch and continued her claw attack. But Moyun did a great job of counterattacking, for example, kicking the rascal's arm. Moyung's kick was very strong, and He Hyang even had to dodge it because it was no joke. The Witch of the Blood Cult did not expect such a confrontation. But even if she didn't play with her, Moyun would still die at her hands. A huge number of blows fall on Moyun, who bravely holds on in this battle. He Hyang's warriors stand by and don't understand how this miserable monster Moyun can stand up to their mistress. The red-haired woman finally got to Moyun and took off her mask, curious to know who the bastard was under the mask. When she saw this beautiful girl, the red-haired woman was amazed that someone had been dragging around such a beautiful girl all this time. Her soldiers were mesmerized by Moyun's beauty, looking at her. They could not understand how such a girl could be in this place. How could this beauty hide her face behind a mask? But Moyun smiled and, addressing the witch, said that if she didn't want to lose what she had, she shouldn't come near her, because she didn't like it when someone tried to take away what she considered to be hers. Hearing these words, Baek He Hyang understood this girl perfectly, because she thinks the same way and takes everything she considers her own. She decided that Moyun must have 2 lives if she was acting like this. Not many people could talk to her and stay alive. Moyun would be one of those who managed it. Their laughter echoed in the air, and the witch liked that the girl was confident enough in her skills. It's enough to make a splash around here, and if she wants to test it, let her try. It would certainly be fun, but if the witch hasn't attacked her yet, it means she doesn't want to fight seriously. He Hyang licked her lips when she heard these words, because she liked the little bitch. Moyun joked that the witch was even interested in girls, but she definitely wasn't and wasn't going to play her games with her. Still, Baek He Hyang had to say something to this girl. She must have a reason for coming to her like this, despite all the risks. And the witch picked up a jug of alcohol and started drinking it, looking at her. Moyun thought that she was the kind of person who thoughtlessly does whatever comes to mind, but she still has a little prudence. The vice commander wanted to talk to the witch about something, and this, of course, interested this woman. So she came to him at the moment because he wanted to talk to her about something. She wondered if he had decided to refuse her offer. By waving his hands away, Seung-hui wanted to tell her that it wasn't about that. But then what was it about? He hadn't called her for nothing. He cut to the chase, saying that she might know that the sword from the Alliance had been moved to the mountains. Although the witch was silent, her reaction showed that she knew something. And most likely it was just that, although she looked away. Worthy of the title of the first general strategist of the Murim Alliance, the boy had no doubt that he would use this opportunity to check out anyone he deemed suspicious. He asked her if she thought the information was reliable. In her opinion, it was 50-50. And now that she heard it from Seung-hui, her belief dropped to 10%. Looking at her, as expected, the Blood Demon's granddaughter had never once said it was a trap. But as soon as she heard that the boyfriend also knew, she immediately concluded that it was disinformation. Is this the end of their dialogue? Judging by the situation, even though they belong to enemy factions, they are still in the same boat. That's why the witch likes this young man whom she wants to tame. Looking at the situation, it was clear that a fierce battle had taken place at this place, and who he fought with here was of interest to everyone who came at that moment. His friends almost fainted when they heard this. After all, it was the head of Murim himself. Even the witch was amazed that the boy managed to fight him, and he wondered if it was because of this witch's tricks that he had to fight him. Looking at him, she did not answer but envied his luck. What did you mean? This confused the boy, because it gave an unclear answer to his question. His opponent was one of the 8 great masters, who was revered in Murima. Judging by the damage, they had been fighting for a long time. The witch wonders what this battle would have looked like if she had been in his place. Moreover, As she watched it all, she wants to fight him. But why did the guy think it was her fault? A local blacksmith had been brutally robbed, and he disappeared with his items. The witch wondered why he thought so. What did it have to do with her? Did his intuition tell him this? Exhaling, the boy told everyone what he thought. Not intuition, but circumstances. The person who saw the sword replicas here was your subordinate disciple of the 5th Blood Star. So-woon is sure that no one knows that the local blacksmith is working on the order of the head of the Alliance, except him and this blacksmith. Bak Hee-hyang did admit that the guy was onto her, but she didn't even try to hide it. The head of the Alliance has already started looking for the blacksmith. He won't be able to look for him openly, and she doesn't need to know anymore. The boy hoped to hear some details from her, however, even though he had a hunch. He peered at the sword memories and saw the ominous aura that had destroyed those swords. And perhaps it was connected to this. After a few minutes of silence, the witch decided to say a few words to the boy. Pointing her finger at Moyun, the witch said that she liked her very much and would be glad to see her. But this was not particularly interesting information to come out of her mouth. Moyun started to get angry. What did this mean, and how could she say such a thing? It meant only one thing. The witch liked the girl. They would have a good relationship and enjoy a night of 3. At this sentence, Moyun froze in her tracks, and So-won appreciated the witch's jokes, which were already going far. But Moyun didn't think it was a joke, and who was to say that she would agree to such a thing? According to the witch, Moyun is just pretending to be innocent, but she is not. Moyun claims that she is innocent, but witches are always bored with innocence. She doesn't like that. So-won observes how the witch mocks Moyun only because she reacts strongly to these topics. Nevertheless, they need to be stopped somehow, as they cannot stay here. After apologizing for interrupting them, he says that it is dangerous to stay in this place, and they need to move on. The witch forgot to ask the boy what he thought of the idea of a threesome. He looked carefully at these beautiful ladies and, after thinking about it, said, "I think that before the 3 of us die here, we should hurry up and get out of here." Although he was actually hiding his eyes as he imagined this, Bak Hee-hyang noticed that the boy was always worried and constantly thinking about how to get out of a difficult situation. But what can he do if he just wants to live? She appreciated such an honest answer and handed him a scroll with wrapped objects, which was the thing the boy had asked the blacksmith for. This made it clear that she had indeed kidnapped him, but she would take care of the people following the blacksmith. He doesn't have to worry about that, but he should be careful about the person who gave him the information about the sword. She would have been suspicious of everyone in his position if no one had fallen for her trap. Having given him the item, she believes that now she owes him nothing, and if they meet again, she won't let him go so easily. And at that moment, Bak Hee-hyang leaves the place. Given the circumstances, our hero's mission has become as complicated as possible. Muram's chairman, the first strategist, have all joined this circus. Although at first, Bak Hee-hyang alone was enough for him. The only question that remains is whether he will be able to go through all these difficulties and get this sword in the midst of the chaos that is unfolding and continues to grow at a tremendous pace. They were running along the roofs of buildings, and the rustling of slate could be heard around them. After a while, they were able to break away from the pursuers who were chasing them. However, when they jumped off the roof, they stepped on the ground, where they were surrounded and warned that they should forget about winning. Then they were asked if Shim was a blacksmith. Without waiting for an answer he didn't even expect, he ordered them to be neutralized. The last thing they said was that the unsurpassed faction would never forget this insult. That was their last word because the following happened. They slit each other's throats, not giving their opponents the opportunity to neutralize them. They remembered the unbeatable faction and killed each other. Should I believe their words? He wondered. Then he turned his head to the right and saw that people were watching them. They did not understand what was happening here. They were saying something about resentment and did not understand anything else. The whole town was already talking about what happened last night. He told all this to the boys, who asked him if they were happy to hear the gossip. Suddenly he took them to eat in a crowded restaurant, even though they usually eat here. He explained that where there are people, there is fresh information. In his hands he held a sword that Kuznets had forged from the blade of a short sword. She was finally, after 77 chapters, ready to cry with happiness because she was finally fixed. Even without an order, he had thought of gathering information first thing in the morning, which showed his intelligence. But her methods, just think about it. He'd been wondering how she was going to get rid of the Alliance's unnecessary attention, but he hadn't expected it to be this way. Although it was exactly Beck's style, her goal wasn't for the Alliance to believe it. She wanted to make them doubt it, to divert attention from the people sent after Kuznets to a third party to the conflict. Even if the Alliance doesn't believe it, the small chance that it's true will lead to confusion and need to be scrutinized. He knows this technique well. This is a tactic often used by spies when they are threatened with exposure, and it works well as long as there is no evidence. The Alliance can't know for sure who is behind Kuznets's kidnapping, and because of this, they are forced to check all options. But to throw this bait, she sacrificed the lives of her subordinates, using her people as toys and not hesitating to break them. What a terrible woman. During her escape from the Valley of the Six Bloods, she just as easily sacrificed the lives of people to lead their pursuers away from them. This is exactly what was expected of a blood cult or any unorthodox faction. No matter how he feels in her shoes, he realizes that he may not have a choice. He would definitely have to sacrifice someone. So, he decides to go to the general strategist. Just as Beck said, he needs to remove suspicion from himself. That's why he's already on the steps of the residence of the Alliance's top strategist general, Murim. The general immediately said that the tournament was very short, and that there was a lot to do before it started. He was very busy. So he suggested that we get right down to business. Then he remembered what he had told them the other day and thought about it. He had asked them to help him find out if any blood cult members would be participating in the tournament. After that, the strategist looked up at him. He said that he was worried whether he was even allowed to say such a thing, because he was not a member of the Murim Alliance. He said this because he realized that he must sound insecure right now. "It's okay, go ahead, don't be afraid," the strategist said. The general explained that he was attentive to the opinion of the person who would become part of the future Orthodox faction. Seo asked if he had already mentioned that they had come for the sword. The strategist replied that yes, he had mentioned it, but he was wary and looked at Seo as if he could see right through him. What a dangerous situation. He is filled with wisdom, vigilant and perceptive. The slightest mistake in words and he will understand everything. After that, the guy said that he had an idea how to expose the spies. He voiced his idea. Find someone suspicious and give him information about the sword. For example, to make it clear where and when the sword will be transported. But the time and place will be fake, which will lead them into a trap. There is no need to risk the sword. If the cult's spies are told that the sword is being transported somewhere, they will not be able to ignore it and will send someone to check. They can be caught, and if they are lucky, they can catch them all together. Everything Seo said was a strategist's plan. Laughter came from the gate after hearing this. He laughed even harder and said it was a great idea, adding that he was always jealous of Master Hojong Dae. Then he mentioned that he had the same idea. Seo bowed his head and apologized, saying that he was ashamed that he hadn't realized that the strategist had thought of the same thing. But the general said that it was okay, and that the future of the Orthodox faction would be better with people like Seo. Leaving the strategist, Seo realized that he could not confidently call him a spy now, even if no one had fallen into the trap. And he could not even imagine that the sword could have overheard the conversation. The strategist then noted that he needed to rebuild the entire security system at his residence. He realized that Seo's plan was exactly the same as his own, but he couldn't believe in such coincidences. He had a suspicion that perhaps it was all about information leakage. He also could not rule out the possibility that it was one of their own people, so he ordered the entire staff to be replaced, except for the security and management. He also ordered someone to watch the unyielding North Star Blade and his disciple, keeping an eye on them for a moment. He realized that only a few knew of his plan, including these two. There was a possibility that one of them might have told Seo Unhwa. He then ordered someone to be assigned to Seo Unhui. When asked if he doubted him, the strategist replied that he was worried about his naivete, although it was unlikely if he had thought of it himself and it was all a coincidence. The strategist then said that if Seo Unhui was really on their side, they would have to consider him as a candidate to succeed the head of the Alliance, as such a talent should not be missed. Later at Unhui's guest house, he arrived and Yoon Young was already waiting for her brother there. "Why are you here?" he asked her, but she was outraged by this question because she barely managed to get here, and he had such a reaction. She said that she still had somewhere to go and suggested that he take her for a walk if he wasn't busy. She added that he was one of her 3 favorites. This word favorite was unexpected for him, and he asked what she meant. She explained that he was one of the 3 most talked about contenders to win the tournament. The other 2 are the grandson of the King of the Supreme Blade, Jin Yon, and the disciple of the North Star's unyielding blade, Jang Myung-yoon. And Seo Unhui is the apprentice of the Southern Sky Swordsman. But she came to tell him something else important. The rules of the second qualifying round have changed. This had never happened in Seo's previous life. He asked what had changed and was told that it was a bit absurd. The next morning at the main arena of the Alliance, Murim, he had a bad headache because of all the voices of swords. Although he expected this, because 70 masters used the sword, he is still recognized as the king of battles. But it was So's first time in such a crowd, and he didn't expect it to be so bad. And then someone approached So, asking if he was here to settle down. The guy asked him not to be embarrassed by losing in the first round. The second elder of the Murim Alliance, the white sword of the blossoming plum from Mount Hua Ho Yan, the first qualifying round of the Rising Star tournament was announced. The audience went wild, raising their hands and shouting loudly, "Let the Rising Star tournament begin!" The tournament, which can be considered the most famous in the world 100 years ago, when the line between orthodox and unorthodox factions was not so sharp, is called the Clash of Swords of Mount Hua. To determine which of them was the strongest, martial artists would gather on Mount Hua for the Clash of Swords. These were the days when the sword was considered the true symbol and personification of martial arts. Because of this, the competition of our ancestors was called the Clash of Swords, and martial arts was understood to mean the skill of swordplay. But nowadays, this is no longer the case. We do not elevate any weapon above others. Because of this, it is now just a martial arts tournament. And how much they care about the details, Sodam explained to him. Well, they are such orthodox factions, and the tournament itself is not the same anymore. Now they use it as a means of uniting the orthodox forces. It can no longer be called a tournament. What kind of competition is it if the winner is determined in advance? The announcement of the first qualifying round began. It was explained that the participants had to climb into the arena and strike a stone, leaving a visible mark on it. They will be judged based on the depth and nature of the marks left. This year there are more than 4,000 participants, but only 500 will be able to move on. One participant swung his sword so fast that no one even noticed. Everyone thought he was just getting ready, but he turned around and started walking in the other direction. They shouted at him that he still had time and could try again. But when they turned their heads back to the stone, they saw that the stone had been cut into 2 pieces. This guy's name is Li Zhonggam. He is a candidate to succeed 2 of the 8 great masters, the Tai Chi Sword Emperor, head of the Wudang sect, and the Eternal Supreme Sword, head of the Murim Alliance. It is expected that this tournament will be his grand debut and will glorify his name throughout the world. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is at the level of a Grand Master. If Seo wants to win the tournament, he will definitely have to fight him. But the boy's thoughts were interrupted by a muscular man who came up behind him, called him a donkey from Luoyang, and said that he had heard how lucky he was to be the apprentice of a Southern Heaven swordsman. This big man didn't even try to be polite, and asked him if he wasn't ashamed to take advantage of his teacher's merits. Then he asked him why he was silent, when his friends from the Hanan Association insulted him. But in front of him, Huangbo Hyun from the great Huangbo clan, he immediately tucked his tail. There they go again, Seo thought. But he couldn't even imagine how rotten these people were to still be trying to hurt him. But he could not shut him up by force in front of everyone. The big man got angry and tried to hit the guy, waving his hand at him. Being smarter, Seo ducked under his sword and got behind him. Thanks to this, he avoided a conflict. Because of this incident, Dong was disqualified, and Seo was announced and told to go up to the arena. Yoon believed in her brother with all her heart. They sat next to each other and were ready to support Seo together. And Yoon also wanted to ask him something. At that time, Seo was coming out and was thinking about something. He turned his head and noticed the boy. As expected from the ever-flowing sword of the Moyeon clan, the Moyeon clan representative at the tournament, Mo Yeonsu, had cut the stone into 2 pieces. Mo Yeonsu pointed at Seo and challenged him. This competition between 2 promising contenders was announced over the loudspeaker, one of the 2 faces Seo saw before he died in his past life, when he, laughing, destroyed his hopes and broke him in 2. The man who once killed him now wants to use his name to show off in front of the public. Seo was ready to give him a show and accepted the challenge. Yoon Young yelled at him to tear this son apart, but the kid asked, "Son, do you know him?" She explained that she had often seen him at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, where he was constantly insulting and hurting her brother. "He should be gutted and quartered," came from the kid after these words. He jumped up and started shouting that he needed to show this piece of shit his place. Given the peculiarities of the second stage, which Yoon Yoon had described, it was not profitable to do his best in the first qualifying round. Besides, as an apprentice of a Southern Heaven swordsman, Seo didn't need to show off. People already had an idea of his level of strength. In order to gain more trust from the Murim Alliance and the Orthodox forces, he could not cheat and show only the passing minimum. Besides, there was no way he was going to lose to that bastard Mo Yan. Approaching the giant stone, Seo touched it with the tip of his sword. Sticking a sword into a stone is not that difficult. Even a low-ranked master could do it, his opponent thought, as he watched Seo's movement. But at that moment, Seo began to radiate incredible energy, and his body began to glow blue. There was a powerful explosion, and the energy cut through the stone. This attack pierced through the stone and left a clear hole in it. It's incredibly difficult to create a huge hole in a stone, the commentators added. Supporting So, the boys just shouted. The South Sky Sword Spirit asked him if it was a sword dance, but he explained that it was the so-called sword essence. He was able to use the rotating Chu-Ga sword without making any movements. Seo recalled the many training sessions during which he saw Bak Hyang-mook use his technique. After experiencing it in a real fight, he was finally able to learn it. Although he can't currently use it in real combat against a stationary target, this technique is perfect for demonstrating his superiority. However, Seo realized that he and his opponent were on completely different levels, both in sword skills and chi control, not to mention martial arts. He would like to take revenge, but now he had to think about the task at hand, he realized. The next opponent came out and also cut the stone. He would be a strong opponent, though not as strong as Li Jian, but not far behind him. People in the stands were discussing the guy, saying that they knew there were still such talents in the Wind Sect. Where have they been hiding him until now? They wondered, noting that this guy is a candidate for victory, just like Li Jian. The Wind Sect. Seo had never heard of it. There was no such thing in his past life at the tournament. That means he's a spy from Baek Hee-hyang, most likely the most skilled of her subordinates. Behind Seo, the guy took a few steps and asked him not to turn around because the two pillars were watching them. Then he said that he had heard about him. And now he was personally convinced that Seo was completely suitable for the role of the lady's husband. However, Seo was wondering why no one was asking his opinion and why the guy had even brought it up. Kwon Yun-ha, Baek's follower, recalled a conversation with Baek herself, where he asked if it was true that he had once been able to block her own attack. She told him that Seo was probably hiding his true abilities, and that his true strength could match her own. He had already heard of Seo and knew that he was the fourth elder's disciple who had defeated both of the second elder's disciples. Kwon asked Baek what would happen when they got the sword back and united the cult. She replied that she would make him her husband and accept his seed. Kwon even spat out his drink when he heard this, but Baek didn't understand what was wrong and asked what he didn't like. Kwon replied that everything was fine, he was just surprised. Kwon watched Seo closely to find out what made him special and why Baek chose him. If Seo is able to demonstrate the essence of the sword at this age, then it is quite expected that he will have a bright future. If they face off in the tournament, he will be a very annoying opponent. At this point, he introduced himself to Seo, calling himself a disciple of the First Elder, Clone Yan-ha. Seo already knew that he was Baek's subordinate, but a student of the First Elder didn't know. The First Elder is Tan, the Emperor of the Blood-Destroying Sword, a man who is considered the strongest in the cult. The participation of his disciple in this tournament once again emphasizes the importance of the return of the sword. Kwon decides to be straightforward and tells Seo directly that he should join them. After that, the conflict in the cult will be unnecessary and will lead to nothing. He also said that it would be better if Seo came with his master, because their faction would not be able to win. Hearing this, Seo noticed that they were very confident. Kwon confirmed this once again, saying that they would definitely have the sword. However, Seo realized that it would not be easy to offend Manhwa with just a few words. He turned around, wished him luck, and walked in the other direction. The audience continued to watch the next contestant's performance. It was a representative of the inferior sect, Hongol Gye, who used the 18 hands subduing the dragon technique. Seo was waiting for him. When he approached, Seo asked him if he had found anyone like him. He replied that there was one here and was ready to show him. But suddenly his foot caught on a bump in the asphalt and he stumbled. He fell right on top of Seo, who asked him to be more careful, noting that he wasn't looking at the asphalt at all. After that, he heard a question. Is it because of Hongol Guy? Seo immediately understood and asked him to focus on the task at hand and to wait for revenge, as he had already made a promise to him. The kid looked at him and thought that he was a trickster. He said he could do the same trick and thought it was a great idea. Pretending to trip over a rock, he started to fall on Seo. But as soon as the boy asked her if she was okay, the unexpected happened. She hit him right in the face with her hand, so that he flew far beyond the horizon. After that, Seo watched who he was expecting to see. The tournament was held a little earlier than in his past life, so he was not sure of himself, and decided to make sure his actions were correct. It was the right thing to do. Myung-gyung-in said everything, and Sodam asked who he was. He explained to her, during the Great War between the Orthodox and unorthodox factions, many clans and sects met their end. The Kunlun sect was one of them. Myung-gyung-in is the last living heir of the fallen Kunlun sect. She thought he was a poor man, but she did not understand why they needed him and asked him about it. He replied that she would have found out if she hadn't interrupted. He continued his story, explaining that, according to his memories, Myung-in was trying to make a name for himself in the tournament and attract the alliance forces to restore the Kunlun sect. From the very beginning, he wanted to win, so he did not reveal his identity until the very end. However, in the quarterfinals, he faced Lee John and lost. But that's not all. His mask came off during the match, and people realized that he was hiding his identity. Even more suspicious was the fact that he demonstrated the martial arts of the defunct Kunlun sect. As a result, they did not even listen to him, taking him for a spy of an unorthodox faction who had somehow mastered the art of the vanished sect. Because of this incident, the tournament was suspended for 3 days. Seo didn't need such delays, and they would have ruined his plans. He met Myung-in and greeted him, saying, "It's been a long time," but he didn't even know who he was facing. Seo made a clever move by telling him that he didn't expect to see him at the tournament, given that he was in his 30s. That was pretty impressive. Myung-in. After that, Myung-in hugged Seo and exclaimed, "Long time no see!" But this was done for the audience. As he approached Seo's ear, he asked, "Who are you, and what do you know?" Seo replied that he knew there was one on the wall. "Two are on the wall. 2 are among the participants," Seo said. "And another one is standing behind them right now. The 4 of them are keeping their eyes on us." Myung-in began to realize something, and Seo asked him to act naturally. He explained that he was being watched, although it wasn't really him who was being watched, but Seo. Myung asked why he was telling him this, emphasizing that he had no reason to help a stranger. Seo apologized for his late introduction and identified himself as a student of the Southern Sky Swordsman, Seo Eun-hui. He added that the situation was not the best, so he would be brief. Seo explained that if Myung hoped to restore Kunlun through the tournament, he should reconsider his intentions. Myung didn't understand what Seo meant, but he continued to explain, and told him not to be so short-sighted. Even he knows that he is the last survivor of the Kunlun sect. Seo asked if Myung really thought the alliance leaders didn't know that. "Everyone knows that the unorthodox bastards ruthlessly slaughtered your entire family that night, and the Murim alliance is silent. Do they know about me?" He wondered. Seo closed his eyes and said that he was ashamed to admit it, but it was true. This conversation made Myung angry, and he slammed his hand against the wall. "The Kunlun have repeatedly helped the orthodox factions and have always supported righteousness in Murim. I don't understand what they did to make the Murim alliance decide to abandon them." Although Seo knew that perhaps because of their politics they had decided to remain neutral, in times of war you have to be either an ally or an enemy. There is no other way. He said that this was just his personal assumption, and he did not know what the leadership of the alliance was actually guided by. "And now there's something else that's important," So said and reached for his sword. He then threw the sword into the asphalt in front of the man. He ran up to him and asked if he was following them. But the man didn't even understand what Seo was talking about and asked him, to which he was told not to fool around. Then Seo leaned over to him and, referring to Myung, said that he had claimed that he and 3 others like him were following him. Seo emphasized that he seemed to be right. Seo then asked him, "Are you a blood cult spy?" The man recoiled and asked him not to accuse random people like that, explaining that he was a master from the alliance. Seo put his hand over his mouth and said, "Blood cult? How did you even bring them here?" So Seo asked why he was following him and how he would prove that he was indeed from the alliance. The man just kept walking and asked him not to attack innocent people out of the blue anymore. When Seo returned to Myung, he said that the matter had been dealt with. He added that he now owed him a favor. After Seo solemnly swore by the name of the swordsman of the southern heavens and assured him of his intentions, the protagonist decided to leave the tournament, showing great nobility. Even the Gardens realized that Seo had managed to rid the cult of serious problems, do a good deed, and at the same time gain a new trump card up his sleeve, as if he had hit 3 birds with 1 stone. Although Seo didn't need the kindness, in his past life, the Murim Alliance learned of his true origins, promising to restore the Kunlun sect. As a result, Seo joined them and, while on the front lines, fought fiercely against unorthodox factions and a blood cult, eventually earning the title, the Poisonous Eye of Kunlun. He was ahead of the Murim Alliance by being the first to offer his help, which allowed him to retain his honor and dignity. Sword asked him not to be so modest because, without Seo's intervention, the Kunlun sect might have retreated from its ideology of non-interference. She also noted that Seo always acts for profit, although it is clear that he respects other people and values their feelings. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Alliance's first strategist General Murim, he laughed out loud and admitted that he did not even expect to be so easily outplayed. However, he claimed that everything was fine, and did not consider it necessary to follow Seo any further, as he realized that they had been played for a fool. The blood cult spies were watching, and if Seo had seen anyone spying, he would have reported it to the strategist immediately. The strategist realized that Seo would have come immediately to report, or he would have caught the spies himself. So the young man asked the strategist if he believed that Seo had figured out who had been watching him. Yes, but he did not expect it at all. That's why the strategist realized that this guy was smart and brave. The strategist was then asked if he still suspected Seo. He replied that it was too early to draw conclusions. However, he noted that it would be possible to determine during the second stage of the selection process. The next morning came, and the second stage of the selection began. As many as 16 platforms were now set up in the arena. The rules changed slightly. The participants were divided into 16 groups, each of which would fight each other. The last person to remain standing on each platform moves on. Those who showed the best results in the previous stage will be the first to take the platforms. This means that the strongest will not escape the battle and will again defend their positions by fighting with everyone else. The explanation of the rules that the boy heard sounded tedious. He asked what would happen if someone united. He was told that the rules forbid forming teams of more than 2 people. So it became clear that it was allowed to pair up and attack each other. These rules limit the strength of the stronger and give the weaker participants a chance. Those who intend to advance in the tournament must prove that they are able to remain the best even in such unfavorable conditions. At the same time, newcomers will be able to use this chance to prove themselves in battles and possibly gain fame. That's what the tournament is all about. However, the boy realized that the words he had just heard over the loudspeaker were just beautiful phrases. In fact, it was an attempt to create obstacles for the stronger participants. After that, the loudspeaker announced, "Those who have received plaques, please stand by your platform." Seo's card had the symbol of fire on it, so the platforms were divided into 4 groups according to the heavenly elements. To his right, Seo noticed a trio that had passed him. The first place in the first stage was taken by Li John, a student and heir to 2 of the 8 great masters. The second place went to Quan, a representative of the Wind Sect. The third place went to the grandson of the Burning King of the Supreme Blade, Jin Yong. The fourth place in the first stage went to the apprentice of the Southern Sky Swordsman, Seo Unhui, who realized that no matter how hard he tried to avoid fatigue, he would not be able to defeat 30 soldiers in a row without a break. Recalling the rules, the organizers noted that, as previously announced, when the round begins, the remaining participants will enter the platform in order of strength. The second qualifying round begins, and all participants are asked to go up to their platforms. The host announced that it was the MANHUA sect, the White Sword of the Blossoming Plum, and the second elder of the Murim Alliance. They addressed So. "Here you are, the disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman, or perhaps I should call you the disciple of the fourth elder, Seo Unhui." It was another member of the fire platform, Dobiul. He immediately asked Seo if he was on Beck's side. Seo thought that this was for the best, because he could immediately throw all of her followers out of the tournament. The third participant of the fire platform, Song Jabek of the Johan Song clan, a disciple of the fourth elder of the blood cult, did not expect to see Seo here, because he had ruined all their plans. It seemed that most of the people on this platform were their spies, and those whom he and Cho Seong-won thought were Beck's spies. Could this be a coincidence? Seo wondered, but then he heard the following from one of the participants. The participant told Seo that there were many of their spies in his group. This made it clear that most of the spies were focused on the fire and wood platforms. This is not a coincidence. Someone deliberately worked on the lists, and only one person could have done it. It was the first strategist general, Siegel Unman. If Seo is lenient with someone in his group, he risks more than he seems. In such a situation, nothing can be done at all, even if he knew in advance the lists of participants on the platform. In any case, he will have to eliminate all the spies and other suspicious people himself, leaving only 2 participants in the tournament. Seo had to admit that this plan was brilliant. He was sure that the strategist general would have loved to have pitted, but the rules limit the number of participants in groups. Then an announcement was made that all participants should take their seats. This could be a blow to the hostess, but the young man considered it not his problem. His main goal now was to eliminate this impudent guy in front of him to take the place of the young hostess's husband, and that was it. He also realized that he couldn't openly try to kill him, as the other participants would be on guard. He decided to kill him using only 10 blows, just 10 blows. And so it began. He rushed at Seo with a contorted face, pushing off the ground as much as possible. But he had another very interesting plan. He wanted to attack Seo first, and then strike him 10 times. But Seo was standing so confidently that it was hard to move him. The enemy immediately noticed this. And when he saw Seo's true strength, he didn't know what to do with his 10 punches. At that moment, he realized that his opponent was not at the beginning stage of his skill. The other participants also watched this scene, which seemed to be painted in blue hues before their eyes, and then they realized that Seo was hiding his true skills. Without even attempting to complete his 10 punches, the opponent heard the next contestant enter the ring. He began to boil with anger and warned Seo not to get his hopes up after one successful punch. He promised that they would meet again, but Seo simply asked him to look down. The opponent did not expect that there was no longer a platform under his feet, and thus he was eliminated from the tournament. Without using all his strength and with only one punch, Seo won the first of 30 to be overcome. He knew he had to act quickly because he couldn't let another opponent get on the platform, as they could cause problems when paired together. The next competitor was already on the platform. His muscular arms, covered with scars, were preparing for the fight. His thoughts were, I, Sung Ja-baek, must at least hold out against him for a little while before I'm eliminated. These thoughts arose when he looked at the previous contestant, who had lost in a landslide. He clearly understood that this guy was not going to be soft on him. The tournament organizers were sitting on the balcony. They expected Seo to conserve his energy since he had to defeat 30 people. But it seemed to them that he had decided to fight at full strength from the very beginning. His platform included those suspected of spying for the blood cult. The organizers hoped to see if he would be lenient with them. However, looking at how brutally he treats his opponents, it is hard to imagine that they are on the same side. Perhaps Seo is just not showing it, or maybe he's not really a spy. However, they realized that it was too early to draw conclusions. It was only the first match out of 30, so they decided to watch the next one. His second opponent, Song Ja-baek of the Johan Song clan, like the Yian Seo clan, belongs to the Henan province division of the Alliance. Despite their similar backgrounds, they appeared at the same time, so there is a possibility that they are both either clean or both spies. At the same time, the organizers understood that Jia was a simple man and a mountain of muscle, so it would be easy to draw conclusions about him if you just watched the fight closely. One of the organizers noted that no one expected this. He explained that all 4 of the tournament's favorites were giving it their all from the very first fight, not sparing their strength. After that, it was announced that it was time for the next guy to come out. Seo knew he had to act quickly to give them no time to verify their suspicions if he was going to take them all out in one fell swoop. Another contestant, who had a giant sword on his shoulders, finished off one opponent after another and waited for the next. The other participants were angry that he allowed himself to look better than them. The competition between them was immediately noticeable. They also noticed that neither Seo Eun-hui nor anyone else was in a hurry to fall into the trap. It seemed to the strategists that Seo was not the only one who deserved to carry the future of the Murim alliance on his shoulders. Using only one punch, Seo quickly finished off the enemy. The blow was so powerful that the opponent flew straight into the wall. No one could understand whether he was doing it on purpose, but his behavior set the tone for the entire tournament and influenced everyone watching. Sodam asked him, "Why are you adding fuel to the fire?" He replied that he was following the only correct strategy in this situation, even though it was not profitable for him. Even the enemy, lying on the ground, hoped that he would be treated more gently. One addressed him as his vice commander, but he asked him not to call him that so as not to arouse suspicion. He then told Park that there were explosives. All the stands were covered with gunpowder. Seo watched the fight and looked around from time to time. At one point, he smelled something strange, a smell that shouldn't have been there. Looking for the source of the smell, he discovered that it was indeed gunpowder. An inconspicuous man was quietly moving between the spectators, scattering gunpowder everywhere while all eyes were on the arena. Seo followed him and neutralized him. As expected, the man was Beck's henchman, but there was no time left. It was clear that the gunpowder could be detonated at any moment, and then everyone would die. The next participant had already come on the platform, and Seo couldn't understand what Baek Hee-hyung was planning with this explosive. Then he solved the mystery. Maybe she was going to fake an attack. Seo looked at his opponent and said, "I'm sorry." The opponent did not understand what he was apologizing for. The South Heaven Sword Spirit thought that Seo had lost his mind when he put his sword back into its sheath. After that, he apologized to his opponent again and said that he surrendered. He turned around and jumped to the edge of the arena. One was standing there, and Seo asked him to give him the scabbard, which turned out to be filled with gunpowder. He asked her where she was now, and one replied that she had gone to find others who were also scattering gunpowder. Seo asked one to find her as soon as possible and come to him together. He left the tournament without even thinking about the sword, because now was not the time for such thoughts. If he didn't do something before the explosion happened, it would look like he was in cahoots with Beck. The strategists also already knew that the man had scattered gunpowder on the stands. However, one of them put a sample of the gunpowder to his nose, smelled it, and couldn't tell if it was really gunpowder. At that moment, Seo was already breaking through the guards and declared that he urgently needed to see the first general strategist. The general wondered why Seo was here and not on the platform, and then he saw that Seo had already found a scabbard filled with gunpowder. The general ordered the guards to let Seo through. He explained that the men in his escort had found the gunpowder and that the suspicious man who had scattered it here was not alone. It seems that someone had brought the gunpowder to the stands, hiding it in their scabbards. The general patted the boy on the shoulder and said he was glad he had not disappointed him. He added that it was more important now that Seo remembered how much he wanted to see his student perform. However, the general advised him to go back there, because no matter how strong their security was, the absence of the head of the alliance would significantly weaken their defense. Seo barely had time to notice when the man appeared in front of him. He couldn't figure out if it was the head of the alliance or the Grand High Sword Pek Hyang Muk, who had probably secretly come to see his disciple.
Wait, this means that the strongest master of the Murim Alliance is not at the sword right now.
Now it became clear what Beck was counting on. The general then asked the boy if he could help. It seems that the general finally trusted Seo. If Seo had done nothing, the outcome would have been completely different. Seo asked what kind of help was expected from him, because chaos would ensue if the gunpowder was announced and the tournament was stopped. But chaos will also ensue if nothing is done, and the gunpowder explodes. People involved in this case can take advantage of the chaos and simply run away. The general was going to gather all the masters to block the exits from the arena. The boy was asked to help the elders of Hoyang and the hall masters in arresting the people they considered to be spies. Who would have thought that Seo would be asked to oppose Beck's men right now? Perhaps he would even get to her. But if they clashed, the general would order her arrest. Now Beck's plan was clear as day to Seo. She had no intention of winning the tournament from the start. Her goal was to create chaos and use it to get to the secret hiding place with the sword. She wanted to confuse not only the alliance, but also her allies, and she succeeded, even using the First Elder's apprentice. There were shouts in the crowd. "He has something strange on his belt! What's going on?" Seo watched and saw a terrifying scene. Spy Beck was wearing a belt filled with gunpowder. People tried to stop him, but with shouts. "The unrivaled faction will never forget its insult." He pushed the button. A red glow appeared on people's faces. It was the reflection of the fire mushroom that had appeared after the explosion. People with explosives were also standing in the stands. It seemed like real madness. "The unrivaled faction will never forget the insult, and you will pay with your blood," they shouted. Explosion after explosion, everything was enveloped in the colors of fire. The stage was set. The moment had arrived. In the secret vault of the Murim Alliance, she stood in front of a giant door. She didn't care about the tournament at all, because she hated playing by anyone else's rules. Touching the door, she used her power, and it shattered into pieces. After all, it's better to take the prize right away than to fight for the opportunity to get it as a reward. She went inside and there were bloodied people lying there. It was a very interesting sight for her. All these people had died because of the traps that had been set on the way. To avoid the traps, they had prepared many fake swords. There was a man standing behind her who suggested that the seals on the scabbard were designed to suppress the ominous aura of the real sword so that it would not stand out among the fakes. He noted that there was not enough time to check each sword, but he did not believe that their little trick would prevent him from recognizing the real one. A much stronger aura appeared around her, saturated in red. She used the art of the blood demon and spread the crimson light throughout the hall, causing the sword to resonate. Jumping up to the wall, she grabbed hold of one of the swords. Dropping to the ground, she proclaimed that she had finally found it. She realized that they were still too late to escape. They could feel someone rushing toward them from the arena. It was the head of the Murim Alliance, Baek Hyangmook. One of the wounded could barely stand up, feeling his body, and said that he shouldn't worry because he had an idea to avoid meeting the head of the alliance. The girl's foot stepped right on his neck, forcing him to lie down again. At that moment, she realized that all these fakes and wounded people could be used. The ability to use what is lying on the floor to her advantage is her strong suit. Before entering the secret hideout, everyone who could was fleeing from the poison. The poison was everywhere, and they could not enter. Behind the second strategist general, the head of the alliance appeared and asked about the situation. He then heard that the enemies were using poison. Elder Tang Wujun went inside and is now neutralizing the poison. The Tang clan is the best in poison matters, so we immediately turned to them, the general explained to the head. When asked if the perpetrators had been apprehended, the general replied that the elders and hall masters had gone in pursuit and were doing their best. However, the enemies were prepared, as they came with a well-thought-out plan. They were informed that dozens of people had run away from the area in different directions, each carrying a sword covered with yellow seals. They were rushing at full speed, who knows where. Moreover, among them were not only the kidnappers, but also the defenders of the storage facility. This complicated the situation, but the strategists did not think they were in cahoots. Probably they were forced to take swords and ordered to flee the vault without looking back. One of the assumptions was that the kidnappers told them that this was their only chance to save their lives, and those who refused would be killed. When asked how many there were, the answer was, at least 40. The head realized that the situation was critical, and the real offender was probably among them. And all this happened during the tournament. If it was announced in front of all the important guests of the Orthodox factions that the vault had been hacked, and that the symbol of victory was stolen from under our noses, the Alliance's reputation will be trampled. We need to get the sword back at all costs. From the marks on the door, it was clear that it was an explosion. The head ordered an emergency order to be issued immediately, although the strategist warned that this could negatively affect the image. The theft of the greatest symbol of the Orthodox faction's great victory would certainly undermine the Alliance's reputation. However, there was no choice, so he ordered orders to be issued, and all people to be sent to the arena. The strategist did not ask any questions and immediately went to execute the order. The head of the Alliance said to himself that this was not the time to pursue military prowess. Meanwhile, in the northwest of the Alliance Muram, it was ordered to take the bodies of all those killed by poison out of the vault, and also to burn all the things touched by the poison. The successor to the head of the Tang clan realized that they still had a lot of work to do. It was not an easy task to burn people in a furnace. At one point, they thought that one of the people lying down coughed. At the same moment, long blue braids sprinkled with blood flew in the air as their owner suddenly jumped up. People immediately ran up to him, asking, "How do you feel?" But before he could say, "Are you alive?" his life was cut short. He was able to kill a man with just one hand. The thought flashed through his mind that he never wanted to use the turtle breathing technique again. This technique allows you to temporarily pretend to be dead by stopping breathing and body movements. He got up, and there were people standing in front of him with swords in their hands. He pretended to be dead, but no one understood how he did it, because all the bodies had been checked before. Judging by her voice, it was a girl wearing a mask. She took off the mask herself. After that, she was holding that particular sword in her hands. The girl was not alone. Another man was resurrected before their eyes. She was ready to expose the blade, but he shouted at her that it was a fake. However, he noticed that the talismans on the scabbard were still intact. Could it be that someone who had cleaned the place was also a spy and had switched the sword? He ordered everyone to grab it as quickly as possible, because he could not let her expose that blade. But they didn't have time. In a moment, her blade was exposed, and they didn't even get halfway to her. The experience of using this sword was amazing. She held the sword and looked like she was one with it. This man had seen the blood demon blade with his own eyes during the Great War, and remembered what it looked like. It could not be confused with any other sword because that blade was flaming bright red. However, he said that she was holding an ordinary sword. From the scabbard lying on the ground, he was told the following. He does not know something. In fact, the demon's sword is not red. He could not believe it when he saw the aura that surrounded it. From this radiance, pieces of people who tried to object to it flew apart. They were blown to pieces. The beam of this energy reached straight into the sky. It was easy to see it from a mansion nearby. In this mansion was Seo, who could feel this energy behind him.
Kill! Kill everyone! Kill! I will kill everyone and everything here! This voice was echoing in the boy's head.
It was the voice of the sword, which made him break into a cold sweat. Seo immediately realized when he heard this voice that it was the sword. It could only be the blood demon's sword. He needed to go there immediately because his mission now was to retrieve it. The atmosphere in the evening pavilion of the Alliance by the sea was tense. The hero didn't expect anyone to know about this place, but the news that a sword with a seal had escaped from here came as a surprise. The strategist ordered everyone to listen carefully and said he would go downstairs. He emphasized that no one but him should go inside until he returned. Everyone was ordered to stay put and be on guard. The strategist personally hid the real blade in a place where no one would guess to look for it. He was the only one who knew about this room. While going down there, he hoped that it was just a misunderstanding, and that all the escaped spies had fakes from the vault. If they had really stolen the real sword, it would be a huge loss. A symbol of a great victory that would be a shame for the head of the Alliance and himself, the first general strategist. The real sword of the blood demon was supposed to be in the box in front of him. Opening it, he hoped that nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Sticking the sword into the ground next to him, she ordered him to take it. Just take it. Take the sword filled with blood, the man asked himself, because he doubted that the sword would recognize him. This sword was one of the unique ones that had a will of its own. If it was picked up by someone who did not recognize it, the sword would bring down its curse on him, and the person would go mad and his body would be destroyed. Nevertheless, he made up his mind and took hold of the sword. Suddenly he heard a sound that reached his ears. It was Peck saying that the sword was a fake, albeit a very good one. She realized that it was the work of the same blacksmith and the idea of the strategist general, although she could not determine for sure. She had neither the time nor the idea where to look for the real sword. Anyone she thought was a decoy should have been caught by now, she assumed. The chaos in the arena had probably already been suppressed and brought under control. Mori's alliance was too big to be shaken by a few little tricks, but her thoughts were interrupted by Han. If this sword is able to withstand great heavenly blood art, doesn't that mean it's good enough to replace the original? He said. The red aura of the unique blood demon technique that is only taught to its descendants shone. Looking seriously directly into the girl's eyes, he added that even a fake could take the place of a real sword. Meanwhile, the strategist general opened the box and found that the original was still there. He wondered which sword they had taken out of the pavilion. But he did not have to think long as blood splashes covered the sword. He had been stabbed by the one person from whom he did not expect betrayal. He could not have foreseen that the traitor had been there all along. After the traitor stabbed him in the stomach, the strategist general was hit and flew back against the wall. Picking up his sword, he carefully examined the seals on the scabbard and blade, assuming that they were the difference between a fake and an original. He had heard that an ordinary person could not even pick up a sword. Now he realized that it was not just a rumor, because he felt the energy radiating from the sword. The man's betrayal made the strategist general wonder if he was connected to the Peerless faction. In response, the traitor asked why he thought so. The general explained that if the blood cult knew the sword was here, they wouldn't have needed a plan with gunpowder and all. The traitor praised him for his insight and kicked the general in the head. He said that he should have taken better care of his subjects if he was so smart. The traitor said that he had been with the general for 20 years and received nothing in return. And then some stranger appears, whom the general has known for 5 minutes, and already says that he can become the heir apparent. He added a few words about the Mori alliance, saying that as long as it is led by people like the strategist general, its fame will inevitably suffer, and the alliance will have to restore its reputation. The general replied that it would be interesting to see how the traitor planned to succeed in gaining a warm place among their ranks. He raised his sword and asked if he had learned anything in the 20 years they had been together. He also asked whether the traitor thought that any faction would accept him after such a betrayal, and whether he believed that people would not unite in the face of a blood cult. The general explained that he did not see him as anything more than an escort, because he was demonstrating the limits of his abilities. The traitor said again that the general would soon die and kicked him in the head again. A light he had not expected began to shine directly into his eyes, blinding him. He could not understand what kind of light it was, and began to tremble with surprise. It was a small trump card given to the strategist general by the Tang clan, who had harnessed the power of gunpowder by shooting poisoned needles. He wondered how many needles the traitor could withstand without an antidote. He began to run away as fast as he could. The general thought that the traitor was a complete idiot, because if the weapon could shoot several times, it would have been used in strategies long ago. However, it was real bad luck. The sword hit the strategist general's spine. He needs to report the blood demon sword, but he can't feel his legs. Suddenly he saw something very interesting on the stairs. The body of a traitor was rolling down the stairs, lifeless. For the strategist general, it was a sign that the heavens were really helping him. The one who appeared never disappointed the general. However, the general wondered how he knew he was here. And then he realized something important. The only reason why a man who was supposed to be catching spies could be here was because he was also a spy. The heavens did not help him. The sword was right in the throat of the general strategist. The traitor politely apologized to the general. He explained that the general was standing in the way of their plans. Then the traitor calmly walked down the stairs toward the exit. The life story of the general strategist who had devoted his entire life to his work ended at this point. In his last moments, the general was thinking about the guy who killed him. Whoever his opponent was, he would have fooled anyone. Not just me, the general thought. To everyone else, it looked as if the first strategist general and the soldiers from his escort had killed each other as a result of an internal conflict. This was the result of the general's belief that Seo Eunhui was not a spy. The 10% chance turned out to be a very big bet. In the vicinity of the Morim Alliance, the young man could not believe that he was holding a real blood demon sword. The fact that the strategist general was trying to protect this sword even at the cost of his life was proof of its authenticity. In addition, the sword kept repeating, "I will kill everyone! I want blood, blood, blood!" The spirit of the South Heaven sword was not happy, because it was uncomfortable sharing a scabbard with this terrifying companion. As compensation, So promised the spirit that he would polish it well later. He explained to everyone that they were heading to the rendezvous point. The situation is unpredictable, but the master is always there in case of emergencies, and when they meet, they will hand the sword over to him. But suddenly the ground next to them shook. Not him, Seo thought. Right in front of them appeared the former candidate for the 8 great masters of the Central Plains, known as the Invincible Blade of the North Star, Guak Hyun-jik. How strange, what are you doing here? His voice rang out. It was bad luck to run into the unstoppable Blade of the North Star unexpectedly, and the boy wondered how to settle things without engaging in combat. Because of the sword's cries of, I'll kill everyone! Seo could barely understand what the man was saying. Sodom immediately asked to isolate them from the voice of the sword, because while it was in its sheath and sealed, there was no point in listening to these shouts. Meanwhile, inside the scabbard, the spirit of the South Heaven sword observed the strange behavior of the sword. He could hear a voice full of dissatisfaction and bloodlust. Suddenly, the spirit noticed that the seals began to glow and realized that he had to inform So immediately.
"We have to do something!" he shouted, causing panic inside the sheath.
Meanwhile, Seo was talking to Guak. He explained that, at the request of the first strategic general, he had been following suspicious individuals to arrest them and had noticed a strange situation. Guak, in turn, said that he saw Seo and his men trying to blend in with the crowd and then rushing off somewhere. He wanted to know where they were going and why. Seo realized that the meeting with Guak was no accident. Even with maximum concentration, the boy did not feel his presence, because Guak was on par with a Southern Heaven swordsman and claimed to be one of the 8 great warriors. Pointing his finger at Seo, Guak expressed his suspicions, but said he still trusted him and asked how he could strengthen that trust. To test this, Guak asked to see the scabbard that was on the boy's back. Although it may have seemed strange, he noticed that Seo's scabbard was wider and longer than the sword of a Southern Heaven swordsman. Noticing the slight uncertainty in Guak's words, Seo wondered if he could convince him, and noted that the assumption was quite bold. He asked if Guak was implying that there were 2 swords in the scabbard. Guak replied that it was not just a guess, and demonstrated that his own scabbard was arranged in the same way. He then asked again if he could let Seo inspect the scabbard. After the inspection, Guak smiled slightly and said, "What a tragedy." Ho's successor Zhang Dai turned out to be a spy, he concluded when he saw Seo holding the sword. Guak said he really wanted to resolve things peacefully. "And it's still possible if you surrender right now," he continued. At that moment, other people appeared and came to support Guak. The young man did not hesitate to run at them. Even though they were outnumbered and physically stronger, he quickly showed them their place. Guak continued to talk to Seo, noting that he could not ignore those who went against the orthodox path. He took up his sword and, as the elder, allowed Seo to strike first. Seo decided not to refuse this offer. He realized that he would be able to leave only after defeating Guak. A fierce sword fight broke out between them. It was incredible. Seo couldn't help but notice how well his opponent kept his balance. It seemed that the absence of his arm did not hinder him at all, and perhaps even made him even stronger. The feeling that everything could end up worse than it did with the Pan clan did not leave Seo. At one point, he did not have time to dodge another blow that was aimed at him. Redness appeared on his face. It was a metal transformation technique. If not for it, his skull would have already split in 2. Now it became clear why the blade has such an unusual shape. It allows you to control it with your foot. It's difficult to control 2 swords at the same time, but doing it with your foot and hand expands the radius of attack. When Seo blocks the sword in his hand, the blade on his foot inevitably hits the target. Once again, Guak asked Seo why he shouldn't return to the Orthodox faction. Guak said he would not ask how Seo was connected to the Orthodox faction. He explained that he did not believe that a person like Seo would remain in their ranks without a good reason, and expressed his understanding that a serious motive was required. "But it's not too late," he added, emphasizing that there is still an opportunity to leave the unorthodox path. Guak was in no hurry to turn his back on Seo, even after he was exposed as a spy. He did not doubt that Seo was a disciple of the Southern Heaven swordsman, and he was willing to accept that there was an explanation for his actions. If Seo had opened up to Guak in his past life instead of others, he would have undoubtedly given him a helping hand. Guak was different from the likes of Mo or Elder Beck, truly following the precepts of the orthodox path. Because of this, Seo did not want to fight him or kill him. But if Guak survived, he would report him, and then Seo would be immediately branded a traitor to the orthodox faction, which would affect his sister as well. Guak swore on his honor to protect Seo and his other friends, offering to go with him. He asked if Seo trusted him, and Seo replied that he did. However, Seo added that he did not trust the others, those who hid behind the name of the orthodox faction and used the same criminal methods as the evil factions they condemned in the name of a friend. Seo explained his reasons, noting that there are many thieves in the orthodox factions, just as there are many good people in the unorthodox factions. He said there was no difference, and so he decided to stay where he was. Guak replied that he understood his motives for staying with the unorthodox faction. Guak acknowledged that Seo was right. The world is not black and white, it's shades of gray. However, in Morima, people are judged by their membership in the good or evil factions. "That's how our society works," he summarized. Guak asked us to understand that he was also limited by these conditions. That's why this battle could not just end, they had to continue. They again engaged in a fierce sword fight. Seo was able to repel Choiga's revolving sword. However, the fight was very difficult because the opponent was also spinning his sword on his leg. After all, this was the same Guak who had fought the swordsman of the Southern Sky on equal terms. It seemed that each attack only made Guak more energized, and he wanted more. As he flew closer, Guak said, "I see you had it after all," referring to the Blood Demon sword. He hit the guy so hard that the scabbard with the sword inside flew off his back. In flight, Seo managed to do a backflip and stay on his feet. Standing 10 meters away, Seo looked at what Guak was holding. Guak, holding the scabbard with the sword inside, said that Seo would not have a chance to get it back because he could not let the blood cult take possession of the blood demon sword. Seo also had a technique for his left hand. He used a thread to grab the sword and pull it toward him. Unbelievable, but not the time to get carried away, Guak said to himself and rushed toward the sword. As he flew, his foot hit the sword itself, which slipped out of its scabbard. "Oh shit," Seo whispered. He spun his body around and kicked the sword toward his men and shouted that it was a blood demon sword, calling for them to grab it. At this time, the boy was fighting with Guak's men, and the question arose as to who would grab the sword first, him or Guak's men. Seo also rushed to the sword, realizing that if he lost it, everything would be over. But Seo shouted at him, "One, don't touch the sword, don't touch it!" However, Guak's disciple was the first to grab the sword, stepping on Wan's face with his foot, ahead of him. The talismans, which were supposed to restrain the sword and were in the form of stickers, disappeared. The disciple took the sword in vain and immediately felt it. The energy inside the sword began to suppress him, leaving him no chance to escape. His hand felt as if it were tied to the hilt, and the veins on it began to protrude strongly. The sword was unsealed, and the madness it carried inside became uncontrollable. The stupid big guy standing behind Zhang asked a stupid question. "Is he okay?" The student's body was surrounded by red energy. As soon as the big man said, "Hey," the disciple's body began to split into two. Everyone who was standing next to him said goodbye to his life. One looked at him and could not understand what was happening and what kind of energy it was. Seo understood the rules associated with this sword. If an unprepared person picks up a blood demon sword, the spirit of the sword will suppress their mind, and they will lose control of their body. Guak realized that he was in no position to ask for help, but he decided to ask the boy for help anyway. Seo wanted to offer help himself because he understood the situation perfectly. Yoon was the first to be in danger because the student immediately attacked her. She wasn't going to run away, because her first thought was how to get the sword back. She considered various solutions to this problem, and the first option was to simply cut off the hand of the opponent holding the sword. However, the opponent was too strong and Yoon was forced to put up a block. Seo helped her by standing on her back because she was disguised as a boy. "He's a monster. How can I fight him?" thought Seo, as the opponent repelled every attack. He had just broken the blade filled with the inner energy of a candidate for the 8 great masters with his bare hands. It's all or nothing, Vaughn decided, deciding to hit his opponent's acupuncture points to make his fist unclench. Is he really made of iron? He thought after the attack. The sword ended up right next to his neck as it only enraged the opponent. Luckily, Guak appeared behind Wan and kicked his opponent's legs, forcing him to fall on his back. This gave Wan a chance to get behind his opponent. Guak felt guilty for putting Zhang Meng in this situation. However, he asked him to be patient for a while, swinging his sword at him. Guak believed that he had caused this madness himself and had to save Meng from it. Guak's strokes were of incredible power and aura, which for a moment brought him back to his memories. The moment when he asked me, "What is your dream?" This question confused me, but he told me about his dream of becoming one of the 8 great masters of the Central Plains. Although Guak constantly reminded him that power and fame should not be his goals, Meng only outwardly agreed. Meng said he was motivated by other thoughts, though he couldn't explain them exactly, adding, "You are the best martial artist in Marima. I think your sword techniques are the best in Marima." That's why he wanted everyone who came to Zhongheng to know about these techniques. These words flashed through Guak's mind during this battle. The sword fell from his hand because he could not resist his own student. Meng was ready to strike the last blow. All he had to do was complete the attack, and for a person subject to the sword of a blood demon, this was not a difficult task, because he loses control of himself. However, at the last moment, blue energy appeared and prevented Meng from killing his teacher. Unhui appeared at the right time and saved Guak. For a moment, Seo forgot that not only the teacher's life was at stake, but also the lives of these children. The teacher apologized, saying that he could only make a decision now, and threw his sword up in the air. As the sword fell, incredible energy began to appear around his body. Guak kicked at the sword, pointing it directly at Meng. The force with which he kicked was reflected in the flight of the sword. The sword slammed right into Meng's stomach, but failed to pierce the flesh. It seemed that Guak did not want it to. "It's expected from one of the strongest masters in Morim," Wan said, and he and the girl rejoiced. Guak used the penetrating palm technique, in which internal energy penetrates the opponent's body and interferes with the circulation of their internal energy, causing internal injuries. Now, Meng's internal energy circulation is disrupted, and the sword will not be able to control his body as well as before for some time. Guak asked to cut off Meng's arm until he regained consciousness, warning Seo that this would be the end of his life as a martial artist. But Seo replied that he himself had lost his arm, but was able to continue his sword training and reached a high level. He believed that his student would be able to do the same. Guak apologized to Seo again and asked him to help him again. He wanted at least his student to survive. Seo said that there was no need to cut off the arm because there was another way. He asked him to try his plan, and if it didn't work, then cut off the arm. Guak was very curious to know what Seo had come up with in such a short time. He immediately agreed to trust his plan. Seo had only one condition. If everything worked out, Guak would owe him a favor. After that, Seo explained that he would open up an opportunity, and all Guak had to do was take advantage of it and subdue Zhang Meng. Seo added that his two comrades would also be involved. The flow of chi energy in Meng's body has long since gone insane, but the blood demon sword keeps him moving. If this goes on, his meridians may burst from the strain, and he may not recover from it. However, at least he would stay alive, and so sprang into action. He ran up to Meng as close as he could and began to strike with his sword. However, there was only one question in Seo's mind. What is this? Seo could feel his arms going numb with each clash of swords. It was very difficult for him, and he could barely hold his sword. Guak noticed, which wasn't hard to see. Seo was barely hanging on as he reached his peak. What is he thinking about? Is he really going to make it? Wondered Guak. Seo was just substituting his sword and barely holding back the attacks. The ground beneath his feet began to crack from the strain. It was dangerous. Seo was late with his block, and Guak noticed. He was ready to accept the fact that Seo would lose and all his plans would be ruined. But he couldn't believe what he saw next. The Shining Star sword technique was able to hold back the opponent's sword. To do this, Seo had to exert all the strength he had in his arsenal. Next, Seo used the Reflecting Clam sword technique, as the attack was called. He tried to wrestle the sword from Meng's hands, but as expected, things didn't go according to plan. Only the fact that the enemy had lost his footing could play into their hands in the future. That future came at the same moment that Seo shouted, "Now!" Everyone grabbed Meng by what they could. Someone by the neck, someone by the arm, someone by the other arm. It was very difficult to hold him, as he had incredible strength. The enemy knocked one of them to the ground with his bare hands. At the same time, the baby also flew off his hand. Luckily, Seo appeared behind her and was able to hold her up at the right moment. Meanwhile, Guak was already behind Meng and holding him with all his might. All that was left was to grab the sword and snatch it out of Meng's hand. When the others saw Seo grabbing the sword, they couldn't believe he was in his right mind. However, he had planned it that way, because if he had said so beforehand, everyone would have been understandably opposed. Now it was important that the blood demon's sword let go of Meng's body. Thanks to Seo's ability to control the sword, this wasn't as crazy a plan as it seemed at first glance. First, he had to reach out to the sword, talk to it. But there was one problem. The South Heaven sword spirit warned that in the blood demon's sword, in addition to the sword spirit, there was something else living in it that was obsessed with killing. It can't even be called a sword spirit, and this entity can consume the soul of anyone who tries to interact with it. Suddenly everything became quiet. The question arose whether the influence of the blood demon's sword had been suppressed. For a moment it seemed that they had managed to avoid bloodshed. But when So turned his head, he noticed Zhang Meng's body lying unconscious. What's going on here? How did this happen? I must have lost consciousness at some point. So thought. What the hell? He couldn't understand, looking around and seeing that everyone was dead. A mountain of people were lying on the floor, and he couldn't understand how they all died. Next to his foot, the sword he was holding fell to the ground, but after what he saw, he could no longer hold it. Under the tree was the body of a bloody girl he thought was his sister. He could not imagine anything going wrong. Yes, the plan was dangerous, and he was willing to take the risks. But letting them die was unthinkable. He believed to the last that they were all alive, and he could not let them die. At this point, his cries were heard. How could I let this happen? How could I have made a mistake? He blamed himself for allowing them to accompany him and taking them with him on this mission. At that moment, he began to convince himself that it was not his fault, but the Marine Alliance was to blame. He was ready to make them pay for it with his blood and take revenge on the entire Marine, to kill everyone involved. That's exactly how he felt the moment he picked up the sword. He was shaking. Guak immediately ran to his student, checking on him. A girl ran up to them, asking if he was okay. Suddenly, everything around him began to light up with a red glow. The energy in his body increased so much that the girl was thrown far back. It was very strange, and his behavior was completely different from his usual one. Guak immediately noticed that his hair had turned red. Guak Hyun was shocked and asked Seo to lower his weapon if he could hear him. He had already seen this red hair and the sword with the blood color, and the way he spoke was familiar to him, a face that Guak could not confuse with anything else. It was a blood demon. Seo replied coldly, "Are you asking me to put down my sword?" He then challenged Guak to try to force him to do so. Its appearance was incredible and impressive. The girl was coughing, seemingly suffering from an internal injury. However, it seemed to one that she most likely hit her head, as her eyes had hearts shining in them, and she was mesmerized by the older man's appearance. Guak immediately rushed at Seo with his sword, trying to do something. In flight, he asked the boy not to be affected by the sword, as the consequences would be inevitable. But Seo's eyes were filled with red, and he was no longer in control. With a single swing of his sword, he was able to knock back such a strong opponent. Guak flew, trying to find support on the ground. He was barely able to deflect one attack of the blood demon, and his palm almost broke from the impact. At the same moment, a red-colored sword appeared in front of his nose. flying with the speed of lightning. Miraculously, Guak managed to dodge the attack, but he let go of his sword. When the sword flew to his leg, he was about to strike. He managed to deliver the blow, which slowed Seo down for a moment. However, in this state, it did not stop him completely. Guak was not the type to give up. He decided to attack the other way with his sword. He struck with such a powerful blow that the whole ground around him was covered with dust. Guak prayed to himself that Seo would suffer, for he was willing to sacrifice his life to get him out of the demon's grip. Out of the cloud of dust, Seo's foot appeared, and he kicked Guak right in the neck so hard that blood spurted from his mouth. The red-haired Seo was overwhelmed by the attack that Guak had made on him. Afterward, Seo asked Guak how he lost his arm, but found a way to continue his sword path. However, during this question, another person appeared behind him. It was her who could not stay away. Seo remarked that it was strange how the girl was carrying a sword for more than just beauty. The energy of a blood demon began to flow through her sword and then her hands. This energy instantly knocked the sword out of her hands. One decided to help and came up from the side to attack, but his powerful punch was easily caught by one hand. While one was distracted, the girl pounced on Seo's hand, which held the sword. Her efforts seemed only amusing to Seo. Seo threw the sword to the ground and told the girl that she could pick it up if she could. At that moment, one received a blow that turned out to be critical for him. The girl begged Seo not to do it. Guak couldn't figure out why Seo didn't regain consciousness, because the sword was no longer in his hands. Seo just told everyone that they were very stupid, and even if they used all their strength, they would not be able to stop him. At that moment, he held the girl by the throat and explained that the owner of this body could not be brought back, regardless of whether he had the sword in his hands. "Who are you?" the girl asked in fear, looking at him. "I was once called a ghost," So answered. The sword-obsessed Zhang Meng was just a puppet who manifested the sword-inspired lust for killing. But the situation with Seo Eunhui was different. The sword didn't just take control of him, as it had before, but completely embodied an alien personality in him. This is not Seo possessed by a monster, but a monster that has taken on Seo's face. "Do you feel pain?" he asked the girl, and asked her to take her time, enjoying the moment because she would soon die. The girl begged him to stop his delusions, trying to kick him in the head. Seo did not like her behavior, so he reached for his sword.
Watching this, Guak shouted, "Don't do that!"
However, the sword was getting closer and closer to her body.
Suddenly, a large hand grabbed the girl's leg.
Action appeared in front of the boy, standing between him and the girl. Guak asked him where he was from, and in his mind he wondered if Seo could be related to the fourth elder of the blood cult. The children who were with Akcheon came up to him and started helping him up. They were twins. Seo, now as the blood demon, told Akcheon that he seemed very helpful. He noticed that Akcheon's face looked familiar and asked him to identify himself, asking who he was. Akcheon got down on one knee and introduced himself as Hai Akcheon, the fourth elder of the blood cult, adding that the girl Seo was strangling was also a member of the cult. Hearing these words, Seo threw the girl into the hands of one of the twins. When asked if he had anything else to say, Akjong replied that the young man whose body was now being controlled by Seo was his disciple. He said that it was a great honor for him to have such a beautiful body. He also addressed the fourth elder, saying that he could be proud of his disciple. But Akchong asked him to let the young man go, because they might soon be in danger. Now they are in the heart of the Marim Alliance, and the enemies are already on their way here, tens of thousands of them. Seo said with disdain that tens of thousands was nothing to him. On the contrary, he considered it a good opportunity to make those who had condemned him to 20 years in prison pay for it with their blood. When Akjong called him the ghost, Seo became enraged and said that he would no longer tolerate such insolence. However, Akjong replied that he obeys only the blood demon of his era and is not going to obey the ghost. He added that he may have once been a blood demon, but now he doesn't even care about the welfare of his own people. Akjong repeated his request to the ghost to let his student go, but the ghost accepted this challenge and immediately jumped up. He shouted loudly, "Try to make me do it," and swung his sword directly at Akcheon's head. Luckily, he put up a block in time to prevent the sword from reaching its target. The ghost realized that he couldn't pierce the block with his sword, so he spun in the air to kick. The brothers wanted to help and told their master, but he held out his hand, asking them to stand still, and explained that they should not interfere. He asked them to stay put and watch carefully. He was ready to show them the pinnacle to which they should aspire, the highest form of the accelerated circulation technique. It was a complete metallic body transformation called the Blood Diamond Body. The long story of when Baekmuang and Hekacheon met at the same table begins. It was so long ago that their meeting is already surrounded by legends. Baekmuang poured a glass of alcohol for the young Hakakcheon and asked him to drink, as they often did at such meetings. Jong joked, asking if he was really afraid of offending him with his eccentricity. In front of him sat the 15th head of the blood cult, Baekmuang. Jong wondered why Baek was interested in such exciting things. Today, they were sitting at the table just like old friends, even though circumstances had changed. After drinking another glass, Akjong couldn't help but agree with his companion's words. One day in the mountains, they were discussing a battle in which the head of the cult was to participate. Chan wondered if he was really going to fight that guy. Hadn't he always been the loudest against retreat? But this situation was completely different. Now it was not just a factional war at stake. Given the circumstances, the faction could have become dangerous, and Heck had to realize that he would one day defeat the Flying Moon Shadow Sect. Looking at Baekmuing, Heck pleaded with him to step aside while he was still alive, with the hope that they would eventually unite the Blood Cult again. He considered himself the face and backbone of the Blood Cult, and he was convinced that those who held the power should take responsibility. Despite the hopelessness of the battle, he decided to put his safety first as a member of the cult. He must believe even when hope fades. Young Heck tried to convince him, but the leader would not listen and went to get a sword to borrow his power, knowing that this could have great consequences. The head of the Blood Cult realized that he would have to pay a high price for this power, but he knew he had to use everything at his disposal. Akchong warned him that he would still be a vengeful ghost, and no matter how much blood he shed, he did not need such glory. However, the spirit of the clan leader and his teacher is hidden in this sword, and he is ready to pay even with his life for the sake of the cult. Raising his finger to the sky, he believed that his sacrificial death would take his soul to heaven. But how can the soul of the first blood demon be called pure when this creature is woven from hatred? He does not care about the fate of the cult because a true ancestor would never kill his descendants. The head of the blood cult disobeyed, grabbed a sword and shouted that the one living in the sword was not a blood demon, but only a ghost. His laughter sounded ominous. We return to the battlefield where Seo and Hui, obsessed with the sword, fights with his mentor after exchanging blows. They moved away to a sufficient distance and stood looking into each other's eyes. It seemed to the students that the strengths of both were equal, but something was wrong. Even if at first glance everything looked even, the demon-possessed man stepped aside, looked at his opponent, and spoke. He noted that Master Akjong had easily hit him and his mouth was bleeding. But that was not the only problem. A look of alarm appeared on the demon's face when he noticed that his arm was injured, and it would now be difficult to fight with such an injured right arm. Akchong raised his right hand, filled it with chi energy, and prepared to destroy the demon by pulling it out of his disciple's body. An incredibly powerful explosion of energy waves spread across the battlefield. The place where the wave struck was engulfed in chaos, but the blood demon managed to move aside. He easily dodged the blow and praised the master for his worthy technique. However, everything the master had done before was not up to the blood demon's level, and the blood demon began to prepare his own attack. The demon had analyzed the master's weakness and now struck right at it. The master watched in amazement as the sword flew straight at him, not believing that this rascal had dodged all his attacks. And it was a miracle that saved the master. His assistant knocked the sword literally out from under the master's body, preventing him from dying. The blood demon looked angrily at the one who had spoiled his attack. And meanwhile, Master Akchong struck a lightning strike with his left hand. However, when he opened up, he received a strong counter-strike that could bring him to his senses and make him act more cautiously. Seo Unhui's body flew in a chaotic vortex, destroying everything in its path after a powerful explosion. Akjong asked the Northern Sword not to interfere in the battle. But how could the master stop him on his own? Everything Northern Sword said seemed like nonsense, because he was in the grip of delusion, thinking that Master Akcheon was not helping him, when in fact the situation was different. The fact is that the master had long ago made an obligation to his student and was planning to repay his debt right now. The whole situation looked quite funny from the outside. And even if the disciple lets go of the sword, the Northern Sword will still join this plan, freeing itself from his control. If there is any way to bring it back to its previous state, one must act immediately. Seo Unhui, with a crazed look possessed by the blood demon, watched the battlefield. Pointing his incredibly powerful sword, he raised a whirlwind and chaos, preparing to deliver a powerful blow towards his enemies. Akchong saw the red demon sword on the horizon, but he had a trick up his sleeve. The moment the master caught the sword with his hand, the demon pierced through it, and it was unclear why he decided to do so. All that could be seen was that he was using his injured hand to absorb the blows, while the rascal used the great blood demon technique, the Heavenly Blood Network. He put himself in a position as if begging to be killed. The rascal's blows fell upon the master, but they did not cause him any harm, although they struck him directly in the muscles. At this point, the demonic sword realizes that his muscles are strong enough to withstand such blows. He keeps the sword under his control even though it is in his hand, looking at the master, and declaring that he is just an ordinary ghost without a sword. These words made the sword-obsessed student extremely angry, and he promised that he would definitely destroy his offender. But suddenly, the North Star Sword appears on the horizon and immediately attacks the villain. Akjong reminds his ally that they must strike at the same time, aiming for 2 important points on the head. The master's hand goes to the point of the heavenly blood and touches it. At the same time, the North Star Sword strikes the other point, known as the brain blood point. They acted incredibly fast, and these powerful strikes had to work. Given his strength, he wouldn't allow himself to be hit a second time, but they struck from both sides, targeting the 2 points simultaneously. They couldn't make a mistake. If they miscalculated the strength of the point, Seo Unhui's student could die. Between the impact and their strength, both parties froze, as well as the student, who was anxious. His face changed dramatically, his tongue sticking out in an uncontrollable movement. When he stopped, the masters stood around him, waiting for the result. They didn't know for sure if the method had worked, because the Blood Demon cult had created this method to defeat those possessed by the power of the Blood Demon sword, but they weren't sure if it would succeed. After that, a demonic sound was heard coming from the disciple. The possessed man shouted furiously that they dared to oppose him and promised to kill them all. The master realized that nothing had worked, and it was time for everyone to leave the place immediately. Incredible power began to flow from this young man, blinding everything around him. The Blood Demon in all its majesty manifested, and everything around him was filled with red and black lightning energy. The Blood Demon had tried to hold back its power until the body got used to it, but their actions forced it to unleash its full power. After this explosion, Akchong's disciples lay helplessly on the ground, stunned by the impact. The villain was destroying everything around him with his powerful punch, and as he passed Samuyun, he looked back at her. He called her a beautiful girl who would be the first on his list to be destroyed. The demonic sword swung over her and flew straight toward her, and she couldn't do anything. She just closed her eyes, not knowing how she could stop it. When she opened her eyes, she was sure it was over. But she saw the vice commander standing over her, holding a sword in his hands. Something incredible had happened, something she could not see, but felt acutely. Inside, Akjong was fighting this demonic creature. The sword could not understand how this happened, because its body and soul should have been absorbed. But young Master Akjong fought for his body, which belonged to him, and demanded that the cursed ghost leave him forever. For a long time, Seo Unhui saw nothing but a huge amount of blood, like a sea, and did not understand where he was. He was floating in this bloody sea, not remembering anything from his past, but suddenly a bright light began to break through the bloody haze. Looking at the light, he did not understand what was happening, but he directed his gaze there, looking for answers. He saw someone approaching him. He didn't know who it was, but those silhouettes seemed familiar. Suddenly, Saddam appeared from the void, and with a fist, shouted at him to wake up, calling him an idiot. South Sky just watched this tense situation while Saddam shouted that the guy who once defeated death was now losing to some ghost. Seo Unhui looked at Saddam, who was ordering him to come to his senses and quickly regain control of himself. He realized that a rogue ghost was controlling his body and harming others, but he didn't know how to stop it. Suddenly, a piece of glass flashed past his eye, and he began to see what was really happening. He felt a tremendous amount of anger controlling his body, allowing it to act at will. He could feel the power of his will moving his body, and this power was something other than internal or innate energy. The only question that remained was whether everything really depended on his will. He decided to throw up his hands and try to regain control. Couldn't he undo what this cursed ghost had done and get his body back? This will was different from the inner energy of the lower energy core, and was not like the innate or inner energy of the central core. Rather, it was the power of thought or mind, which belongs to the energy of the upper part of the body, the so-called area of the awakening consciousness. Thanks to the strikes on the heavenly blood and brain blood points, now he often and clearly felt their flows enveloping him with the will of others, filling his body. This meant that he could disrupt them and interfere with the ghost's desire flows. When this happened, the ghost ordered him to retreat, claiming that his body now belonged to him. At this point, Seo Unhui began to feel fear, as if sinister demonic hands were wrapping around his body from all sides. But he began to resist their desires. When the demonic arms began to envelop him from all sides, Seo Unhui felt that it was useless, because their power no longer worked on him. Even the strongest oppressive will can be overcome if one's mind is full of determination and heavenly power is open to him. His soul was filled with incredible power pouring from the top, and with his light he broke the shackles, forcing the rascal out of his body. It was a mighty force that fell upon the demon, who asked him in vain to stop. The demon's spell merged with the energy of the young master, who began to control the demonic power. The red sun that blazed above them seemed to belong to the demon contemplating it. It was a blood demon from the past that had re-emerged. No one understood what was happening inside him, but from the outside, everyone could see that the blood demon had stopped. The masters noticed that it had stopped moving and thought they could attack it, but Master Akchong stopped them. From his gaze, it was unclear whether it was still the ghost controlling him, or whether the disciple had returned. One could assume that he was struggling with himself, and was ready to sacrifice himself for his salvation, which was confirmed by the condition of his hand. Soon the young master's face began to return to normal, and he smiled, saying that he had regained control of himself. His master rushed over to him, hugging the apprentice and calling him idiot, affectionately. At the same time, he was angry with him for saying something when he came to, instead of standing there like a pillar. Everything was fine, of course, but the consequences of this fight were very serious. The master of the North Star checked one of the warriors who was lying smashed against a stone. His condition was very bad. The meridians throughout his body were torn due to excessive stress. After such injuries, even moving would be difficult, let alone martial arts. When Seo Un-hui approached the North Star Master, he asked him to go and not to worry, assuring him that he would do his best. The boy heard these words and added that he would not hide his future meetings with them. And although there were many questions about the condition of this warrior, he was not going to hide them, placing all the responsibility on his master, Akchon. And don't let him say that all these deaths happened because of his obsession with the demon sword. Instead, let him admit that the blood cult elder is guilty of all the murders. But no matter how hard a master tries to hide the truth, it will eventually come out. One thing was good. Seo Un-hui had saved the life of Sang's disciple, and now the master didn't have to worry about the rest. There was no point in concealing their meeting, because he would not have been able to stop the demon alone. There was no need to lie. But the regret of losing the sword was obvious. The boy tensed, not fully understanding him. He took the master's hand and began to reach for his palm. He put a sign in his hand and asked him to come to his side immediately, assuring him that he was ready to accept his circumstances and tell others about it. This tablet was like a doctor's note, and with it, he could do things he could not even imagine before. With this tablet, he could cure his disciple because it was one of the divine amplifier tablets. When asked by the North Star Master why he was helping, even though he did not follow the path of the Orthodox sect, his answer was short and clear. He didn't want to be part of the Orthodox path. But that didn't mean he would devote his life to the path of darkness. He wanted to find a middle ground between the two. The wrong path is one's own path. No matter how absurd it may sound, it can be called the middle path. For Muram's world, the middle way is considered wrong and incomprehensible. However, his choice and invitation to everyone to accept this path will determine whether they are ready to take his side. Master Akchong hoped that his students' words had no hidden meaning, and the North Star Sword noted that the blood cult would not be able to help him on this path. If he was going to go his own way and truly follow the middle path, he could still count on this fellow's support in the future. Looking at his apprentice, Akchong wondered if it was worth giving him the Divine Physician's tablet for this. But for the young master, this was enough for now. Despite all his doubts, he needed to move forward. They went to the cave to recuperate in private, to restore their bodies after the grueling battle. The young master felt that his condition had become unstable, and Saddam noticed that something was wrong with him. He was worried about Jiang Ming's condition, fearing that his body had suffered from overexertion. But surprisingly, his physical condition even improved. Moreover, his innate internal energy reserve and central dantian had increased by almost a third. South Sky realized that the power of desire was truly amazing. Even his appearance was changing, with his eyes and hair turning red. This happens when one reaches the 5th level of the Blood Demon Great Art, but the young master finds himself wondering how he knows this. Suddenly, the demonic sword spirit appeared behind him and called him a fool, explaining that he hadn't even realized he had absorbed the Blood Demon Ghost. Seo Un-hui immediately recognized the voice of the Blood Demon Sword, but was surprised to hear it, as was the demon, who had not expected it. The young master addresses the sword, asking why he refers to himself in the third person and why he is so arrogant. But the Blood Demon Sword replies, "How dare you speak to this body like that? Or do you want to die of a severed meridian? I can gladly arrange it. However, today the demon is in a good mood, and so he will spare Seo Un-hui, even show him something since he has freed his body from the annoying clot of resentment and madness." The demon also noticed that Seo Un-hui was quite an interesting person. Even that ghost couldn't listen to him. But for the sword, it was amazing. A person who could hear the sword. Everything was decided. This body, in a sense, owed him for liberation from the spirit, and it is unlikely that there is anyone with similar abilities. Therefore, as an exception, the demonic sword would do him a great favor. Take him as his subordinate, and consider it an honor for man and the whole world. The young master reacted indifferently to this, sensing undisguised arrogance in his words. Saddam could not help but remark to the demon sword, "Who is he to impose his authority and make someone subordinate? On the contrary, he should honor his hero and address him at least as a master." This was humiliating for the demon sword, and he responded, "What is this squeaking?" Saddam, in his opinion, was a short sword for him and had no right to interrupt his superior. This provoked a violent reaction from Saddam, and she began to behave aggressively, trying to hit him. However, the demon sword was far superior in strength, holding her back effortlessly, without even using his energy. Seo Eunhui noticed how quickly their swords became friends. 3 days later, not far from the city of Hongho, Master Akjong and his students were walking through the forest. They had been sleeping in the saddles of horses for more than 3 days, and one of them, Songjabek, felt that his butt was about to become dead. The teacher heard his complaints and paid attention to him, asking if he heard anything. During all this time, the master was walking, because no horse could bear his weight, and he ran as well as a horse. The master grabbed him by the face so that snot flew out, for he knew exactly what the rascal was thinking, and promised to ride him if he did not stop making up stories. Young Master Seoun looked at his colleague and realized that he was always running into trouble. Behind him, Miss Samayun was riding on a horse, holding on tightly to the young master. He asked her if she was comfortable sitting behind him, and she replied that she was very happy and really comfortable. She was surprised that the young man hadn't even objected during all this time, because he usually tried to keep his hands off her. Seoun explained his position by saying that he could no longer pretend to be heartless. In his mind, our hero realizes that he has become kinder because he was deeply shaken by the death of Ms. Samayun in the illusion created by the blood demon spirit. This made him softer towards her, and now he is increasingly concerned about her words and actions. The only thing he can't understand is why he saw this particular illusion. He decides to tell her that, no matter how you slice it, she would not be able to ride a horse alone because her internal injuries have not yet healed. After saying this, Samayun hugged her young master even tighter, which made him tense. He was worried about her and insisted that she hold on to him so that she wouldn't fall off. Yoon herself, on the other hand, was happy, as it felt good to hold on to the young master, and she tried not to fall, enjoying the moment. Watching all this, Saddam wanted to honestly tell the hero that he was enjoying it too, but Seoun just wanted her to not say too much. After a while, in the evening, they reached their destination. The owner came out to meet them and greeted the fourth elder, but the elder was only interested in whether the ship was ready. He was told that it was not yet, because by nightfall the river was covered with thick fog, and it became very dangerous to go down to the water. In addition, the river is not friendly during the day, and it is even more dangerous to sail at night. The master advised him to wait until the morning, when it would be safer to set out. Sonjabaek told the master that they were not being chased, and it would be good to rest until morning. The master agreed, as he expected Baekhi Hyang's men to pursue them, but they had not encountered anyone so far, so now was the best time to rest. The master gave permission to stay overnight and set sail in the morning. Everyone decided to wait until the fog cleared, and the elder went to have dinner. However, he was more interested in drinking than eating, so he asked if they had anything stronger. How could there not be alcohol in the world of the seas? They set a sumptuous table with the best drinks. Finally, they could eat, and maybe something else, because this evening promised to be a real feast. All that remained was to pour the master a glass of delicious wine. They began to celebrate to the fullest, enjoying everything that this evening had given them. After a wonderful meal, everyone was so full that they even felt tired from this feeling of overflowing stomach. The master watched them talk and looked at the young master. Without further ado or emotion, he simply asked him to hand over the sword. When he asked if the master was sure about this, the young master began to take out the sword and hold it out. But the master wanted to make sure of only one thing, so he took the sword in his hands. Feeling its incredible power, he began to fill his huge hand with this energy. A powerful force began to envelop his body as he held the sword. However, unable to cope with this power, he threw the burning sword on the table because he could not control it. Now the young master had to take this sword and test it on himself. None of the people present understood why Seo Eunhui could now safely touch this sword, and the demonic sword whispered to him quietly that it was because it was now subdued to his body. The hero asked the sword not to entangle him in conversations. explaining that he was now righteous. This aroused the suspicions of the master, who suspected that his student was hiding something. When asked what he could be hiding, Akjong felt that he was nervous and asked if he really came from the In-Young-Seo family. Suddenly, the master began to doubt his student's origin. But why? Song Jabaek emphasized that the boy used to be called a donkey in their family. But Akjong asked him not to interfere. The master continued the conversation, explaining that the blood demon sword is a sacred relic of the blood cult, and everyone knows about it. But does he know why this sword is considered special? It is one of the rare swords that has a will of its own. The point is that it is only allowed to be wielded by those who have the blood of the blood demon's descendants in their veins. Now the master understands why he asks again if his mother was really a maid, as he said earlier. Although the young master understands that this is some kind of misunderstanding, he also wants to find out that his mother comes from a high family, but she was from the Flying Moon Shadow sect, and he cannot understand how she could be connected to the blood cult. Despite this, he calmly holds the sword only because he has absorbed the consciousness of the blood demon. And only because of this did the spirit of the sword accept him as its subordinate and allow him to touch it. But the demonic sword began to laugh at this situation, considering it a misunderstanding. The fact is that no random body would have accepted this sword if it was just an ordinary passerby. He looked the guy in the eye, laughed, and pointed his finger and said that he was a funny man who didn't even know his own blood. The boy could not understand this in his mind and wondered how the hell to interpret it. But they were interrupted by a servant who came to talk to the master. He started shouting about Dantian's inner energy, and no one could understand anything. The boy began to feel something inexplicable inside of him, some change in his inner energy. The other boys around him also noticed that their internal energy had stopped accumulating, which caused concern. They had obviously been poisoned, and it was a poisonous poison that disperses Kyoi, temporarily preventing them from manipulating internal energy. It seems that they relaxed too soon and fell into a trap that was too insidious. However, young Miss Song calmly declared that she was fine. When asked why she was not hurt, she picked up the glass of alcohol and explained that she had not touched it because it had a strange smell. The master realized that the poison was not in the food, but in the alcohol, and asked who else was drinking. The boys turned pale because they were all heavy drinkers, and the master's question only made the situation worse than it already was. Seo Unhui began to hear the voices of swords echoing and told the master that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. By their count, there were already about 20 people with swords approaching them, but it seemed that there were many more attackers. Ms. Samayun felt that it was probably too late. They were surrounded on all sides. The soldiers surrounded the building, and it was obvious that they weren't going to just take a walk in the evening. The guys started to get nervous, calling them damn bastards from the Umarim Alliance. But our hero realized that this was not the Alliance. If they had the chance, they would have used the strongest poison, so there was only one question left. Their intriguing negotiations were interrupted when the door was abruptly opened. It was clear who was behind it. A young man came inside and apologized to the fourth elder, explaining that Ms. Baek Hee-hyung had ordered them to bring them to her. Obviously, they weren't going to just give them up, so they had to resort to such methods. The young man identified himself as Un Bu-sen, the leader of the Mad Demon Squad, and greeted the elder nobly. Hearing this name, the boy mentioned that he knew about this Mad Demon, although Saddam wondered how. Perhaps he had heard of him in a previous life. In addition to the elders and bloodstars, this commander was known to many masters, as Yun Bu-sen earned his nickname when he fought against the Jongnam sect. He was able to defeat 20 swordsmen single-handedly, and it can be safely said that his abilities far exceeded the level of an ordinary commander. Without wasting any time, he asked directly which one of them was Seo Un-hui. He carefully examined Master Akjong's students, picking out the one who stood out. Our hero realized that he was wanted again. But why was he always the center of attention? Yun Bu-sung's face grew gloomy as no one responded to his questions, and he decided to capture everyone, regardless of which one was Seo Un-hui. He ordered his soldiers to act immediately, emphasizing that the main thing was to deliver the boy unharmed. Everything around them began to fly apart. Tables were raised into the air, collapsed, and thrown in different directions. Elder Akchon grabbed a table and pinned several soldiers who tried to attack him to the ground. They could not understand why the poison did not work on him and how he had such strength. But the old man was angry with these scoundrels and made the soldiers run away. He turned to Miss Samayun, instructing her to stay in charge and pave the way while he held back the enemies. Hearing this, the master suggested that she leave him, considering it foolish. The soldiers from different sides shouted that they had nowhere to run and that they were all surrounded. The master could not hold off all the attackers by himself, So his disciple Seong Jabaek decided to stay and help, and Sung Hung was also preparing to join. He asked Ms. Sama Yoon and young master Seo Eunhui to leave quickly. If they didn't get to Seo Eunhui, it would be the end of them, because he was the one who possessed the blood demon sword, and that made the situation even more dangerous. One of the enemies heard them talking, saw Seo Eunhui, and began to approach him. He was rushing at an incredible speed right at the young master, who didn't seem to do anything in response. The master looked at this and thought that Seo Eunhui was a real fool. But what happened next amazed him. The boy pulled out his sword, and with an incredibly powerful stroke, created a whirlwind, spinning everything around. The enemy soldiers could not understand how this was possible, because Seo Eunhui had to drink the poison. Or perhaps he was resisting it with some dark art. In his thoughts, the young master hoped that if he was special, it would help him, but he too had drunk the poison and could not use the lower energy core. However, this did not mean that the central energy core was inaccessible to him. He stood in front of the leader of the enemies, who was horrified to realize who he was. The master looked at his student, and was glad that he always kept a trick up his sleeve. The soldiers flew out of the bar like toys when they were thrown by the whirlwind of blows. When the master asked him if he could cope with all these enemies, the boy did not give any answer. Later, Akchong told him that he was going to work on circulating qi and removing toxins from the body, but he needed to be calm for that. The young master realized that he could provide him with the necessary protection. He ordered Song Jabaek and Song Woohyuk to stand guard, protect the teacher, and not allow anyone to come near him. They decided not to run away, but to fight together with all the enemies, realizing that this was their only choice to successfully complete the mission. At this point, the leader of the enemy group entered and said that they would have to shed blood because they were forced to, but Seo-un reminded him that they were ordered to bring him back alive and unharmed, which meant not harming him. However, the leader replied that as long as Seo-un remained unharmed, everything was fine. The hero told him that he could try not to kill him, but he was not obliged to reciprocate. Seo-un pulled out his southern sky sword, which glowed brightly under the lights of the establishment's lamps. Seo-un spoke to the warrior once again, reminding him that he was serious about killing him. Somewhere far away, on a river beneath the great mountains, a boat was floating. The owner asked for another glass for the lady who was with him. He was honored that they had come to see him personally. It was Moon Yul, the commander of the destruction and subordinate of the 5th Blood Star, Baek Hee Hyang. He wondered what had prompted her to come here, but realized that she had heard a name she hadn't heard in a long time, and decided to see its owner in person. If she is wondering which one of them really deserves it, the boys could have gone with the others, since even the opponent is a 4th elder, and it would be safer to go together. However, this guy thought that he should not worry even if the elder was powerless, because they had tested the poison on him. Their entire army was made up of an elite unit, but he could not imagine that. The Mad Demon Blade itself, and its subordinate high-ranking warriors, not to mention dozens of mid-ranking warriors, would be defeated and destroyed. Shortly afterward, a man approached Mong Yul to tell him the important news. The Mad Demon Blade had been defeated and destroyed. This meant that the plan had failed, and there was only one question left. Why didn't the poison work on the elder? However, apparently, the elder's disciples were now in the way, and the man stood up abruptly, intending to solve everything himself. They stopped him, reminding him that he should think a little before acting. After all, now they would have to act together, regardless of the circumstances. On the battlefield, where the young master was fighting side by side with Ms. Sama Yoon, there were many wounded soldiers trying to oppose him. He realized that if he took each of them individually, he was stronger than any of them, but their number far exceeded his capabilities. Seo Eunhui was limited by the need to defend the entrance, while his enemies were acting completely freely, and he only hoped that the master would not delay. Suddenly, everyone around him began to worry, and he felt something, realizing that the danger was coming from behind. When he turned his attention to it, he saw the same person. This person was walking with his sword at the ready, recognizing that it was truly impressive to become an elder's apprentice in 2 years and improve his skills so much. Now Seo Eunhui realized why the lady needed him. The 4th Blood Star, Da Changho, was standing in front of him. The young master paid his respects to this warrior, although in his mind he considered himself unworthy of praise. He realized that it would be bad if Da Changho joined the besiegers, and he would definitely not be able to survive. The 4th Blood Star asked him to leave Seo Eunhui to him, and all the other soldiers to deal with the elder. Commander Moon immediately set to work. The young master's thoughts were confirmed. Even if he could withstand the Blood Star, by then the other enemies would have broken through, and that would be the end. Seo Eunhui realized that the master still needed time, and he urgently needed to think of a way to delay all the enemies. The demon sword, watching from the sidelines, was showing interest in this. Then Seo-un remembered the demon sword that he had completely forgotten to use. He pulled out the sword and showed it to everyone, saying that if they wanted to live, they should think again. The soldiers did not immediately understand what was happening, especially Commander Bayek, who thought it was a childish trick. He assumed that it was a fake sword, because, in his opinion, the real blood demon sword was already in the hands of the lady. But the young master emphasized that everyone was fooled because the lady had a fake. Commander Bayek began to laugh, thinking this was nonsense, because if the sword was really in Seo Eunhui's hands, he would not have been able to wield it. Then Seo-un, without any hesitation, let the commander see the truth by handing him the sword. Commander Bayek immediately felt the demonic energy that began to consume him, making him tremble. The commander's hand began to burn from the incredible power of the energy, and now there was no doubt about its authenticity. The demonic sword, hearing that it was called fake, became enraged and decided to show this rascal who was really fake. The QI energy in the commander's meridians increased dramatically. The commander threw his sword, unable to hold it. The boy reached for the sword, and the commander could not understand what he was doing. Seo Eunhui explained that these were not tricks, but real power, and he dared to say so when he received the honor of holding the real blood demon sword. He hoped that everyone now understood the significance of the fact that he was in possession of this sword and holding it freely. Turning to the fourth blood star, he asked it to explain this to everyone. At this point, the demonic sword mentally addressed its owner, warning him that if he passed it on to others again, he would be destroyed. But Seo Eunhui reminded the sword that he had had fun the first time it happened, to which the sword only replied that this was different. The fourth blood star was shocked and surprised by what was happening. However, he still couldn't believe it completely, assuming that it was some kind of trick, or the effect of a potion or other trick. Then the young master decided to add to the performance and show what he could do. At this point, the demonic energy began to manifest, and Seo Eunhui became inflamed with demonic power. His hair began to change color to red. He turned into a true descendant of the blood demon, and his sword glowed, showing that he had inherited it along with his blood. The young hero's hair turned red just like their mistress, and the warriors trembled in fear. Saddam, his faithful sword, asked Seo Eunhui if he was okay, and if he hadn't given up his soul again, but he assured her that he was fine. Fortunately, this happened when he reached the mastery of the blood demon sword. Perhaps it was because he had absorbed the power of the blood demon. Everyone was stunned and embarrassed, but who cares? The result was obvious. He can't use the demon sword all the time, especially when the fourth blood star is in front of him. But the young master only used it to impress. More important is how Da Changho, the fourth blood star, looks now, able to control them all. The young master noticed that Changho's trembling gaze betrayed his excitement, and decided to emphasize that perhaps Changho knew what this meant. Commander Bayek ordered his soldiers not to be influenced, saying that the only one who had inherited this sword was their mistress, Baek Reng. But how can he be sure that this is true, and is Commander Bayek even sure of his words? Does he not see the effect of this sword? Or has he chosen to ignore the laws of their cult? The main law of the blood cult states that the wielder of the blood demon sword becomes the next cult leader and blood demon. The blood demon sword was laughing at the young master at that moment, happy that he was now its subordinate. But Seo Eunhui was not completely sure that everything was happening according to his will, because the sword's words seemed to be a lie, at least to the cult's followers. The fourth blood star, exclaiming in an impressive tone, said that Seo Eunhui's talent amazes them every time they meet him. But if he calls himself another heir to the blood of the demon sword, then let him show whether he has really made progress, because now the sixth star has pointed its sword at him. They decided to test him through a duel, and Seo Eunhui realized that he would have to show what he was capable of. He had wanted to test his strength for a long time, but he never thought he would have to do it in this way. The power resonated in his upper energy core, but he had never studied the blood demon sword and had never used it. Now he was about to face a very serious battle for rank and respect. As he calmed down and held the sword in his hands, the sixth blood star began to attack, but the sword began to move on its own. It seemed as if Seo Eunhui had been practicing with this sword all his life. It was as if he had been using it since the beginning of time, and all of the sixth star's techniques had been wasted. The sixth star saw the boy very easily deflect his attack. Incredibly quickly, the sword was near his eyes, a little more, and if the sixth star had not retreated in time, he would have died right in front of the soldiers. He jumped back to a safe distance, which gave him a chance to think about the situation. The warriors, seeing this maneuver, were amazed that Seo Eunhui had thrown the fourth star away so easily. It was clear that he had coped with the task flawlessly, even inflicting a wound on the enemy's shoulder. At that moment, the fourth star received another blow that sailed past his sword. Although he was glad he stopped the attack in time, it was still a serious challenge. But no force can break through this defense except this sword. In front of him was the third form of the Blood Demon sword wielding skill formation. Seo Eunhui used a bloodless point attack against this rascal. However, the fourth star was not going to give up so easily. He pointed his sword, about to perform another trick. When the sword blade touched the ground, it began to accumulate energy within itself. A powerful explosion from the sword was directed toward the young master, who was not expecting such an attack. The eyes of the sixth star blazed with demonic energy, and he swung his sword over his head. Streams of energy swiftly flew towards Seo Eunhui's back at an incredible speed. Watching this, the warriors began to believe that the fourth star would defeat the young master. However, our hero didn't make a single move, just stood still, and the demon's sword laughed, saying that his opponent was really impressive. But Seo Eunhui decided to show another trick up his sleeve. The technique that suddenly came to his mind was incredible, and began to envelop him. It was a blood demon sword proficiency technique that belonged to the fifth formation. It was the blood rain piercing tens of thousands, and an incredible dark energy began to fill the space. The explosion of this powerful Chui energy was heading straight toward the fourth star. It filled everything around it so much that the smell of this demonic energy seemed to be felt everywhere. The entire perimeter was colored red and black, shattering the space around it. After that, the smoke rose, and devastation reigned over the battlefield, leaving traces of this incredible power. The fourth blood star looked on, not understanding what had happened. The young master listened to the voice of the demonic sword, saying that it was not enough, but he knew this very well, because he had never fully honed this technique, so he had to quickly improvise. The fourth blood star, Da Changho, saw that his attacks had no effect, but he realized that it was enough. He lowered his sword and paid his respects to the young heir, introducing himself as the fourth star, Changho, and greeted his master. Seo Eunhui looked on and could not believe his eyes that it had all worked. Commander Bayek was shocked to see the fourth star paying his respects. He shouted, "How is this even possible? But surely this guy wields the Blood Demon sword, which means he is a true descendant of the Blood clan." But Commander Peck couldn't understand, even if that was the case. What about their oath to their mistress? They had both made a vow and had only one goal, to take the sword and hand it over to her. The commander told the soldiers that they were ignoring orders. He reminded them that they were serving Madame Bayek He Hyang, and if this was the real Blood Demon sword, then everything would change. Seo Eunhui realized that the atmosphere had begun to divide the soldiers, and he needed to hold them together even more. He emphasized whether the soldiers were willing to go against the laws of the cult. He held up a shiny sword that glinted in the sun and reminded them that if it was the real Blood Demon sword, then he was now the cult's new Blood Demon. The warriors paid attention to this, and even Fourth Star fell silent, realizing that this might be true. Commander Peck could not accept the situation. He said that they needed to test the sword, because for them, the only Blood Demon was the lady. An incredible explosion ripped through the entire perimeter. The building began to shake, and the ground underfoot shook, with debris flying in all directions. Our hero turned his head up and saw his mentor, whom he was glad to see. The fourth elder had freed himself from the poison and arrived right after he regained consciousness, frightening all the soldiers around him. Commander Peck looked at the elder and could not say a word. The boy only told him that things had been difficult, but now it was time for the master to take care of the situation. Master Akchong turned to his student, saying that he understood his intentions. He took a deep breath of air, swung his sword, and turned his back on his enemies. Then he shouted loudly, ordering the soldiers to kneel down because they dared to raise their heads against the true leader. He announced that the great Blood Demon was this man, their true leader. Seo Eunhui was surprised by his master's unbelievable behavior and asked him not to do so. But even though he understood what his mentor meant, he was confused. Commander Peck, seeing how the soldiers had unquestionably changed their allegiance and were kneeling, ordered them to stand up immediately, saying that their legs would rest, but no one listened to him. The fourth star approached the elder and greeted him. He was glad to see the old man after so many years, and Akjong admitted that a lot of time had passed. However, he asked why the fourth star was not going to kneel. The fourth star replied that he hoped his judgment was correct, and perhaps it was fate. But what exactly was he talking about? Approaching Commander Beck, fourth star asked if he was going to serve Seo Eunhui as the new Blood Demon. Commander Beck reacted furiously. asking how they could betray Baek Hye-hyang. But at that moment, Fourth Star cut him off from his inflammatory speech. Akjong, along with the new head of the Blood Demon, looked on in amazement, trying not to show their surprise. The squad leader fell down, no longer trying to interfere with them, and the Fourth Star asked to give orders. She promised to eliminate any problems that the young master wished. The warriors, seeing the Fourth Star's decision, were amazed and completely sided with the young master. At that moment, the young man felt responsible, because he had just been given power over the lives of these people. He even felt embarrassed for a moment, because now his word and will controlled the fates of about 40 people. As he looked at them, he remembered one important moment, the look he had once seen. A smile appeared on his face as he recalled that look. It was a heavy, piercing gaze that he had never experienced before, and it seemed to be testing whether he had the qualities necessary to become the leader of the blood cult. The demon's sword immediately whispered to the young master, joking that he was now pretending to be a good guy after having enjoyed killing them with his own hands. But the boy admitted that he was not the kind of person who enjoyed killing. He did it only because of terrible circumstances and necessity, not by choice. But whether it was really necessary remains to be seen. He felt that these people had shown loyalty to him, but the sword reminded him that he had to kill them all to put any doubt about their loyalty to rest. But since he didn't, the demonic sword asked him if he was willing to follow the path of blood, because it was indeed a bloody path. Conquering fear and gaining loyalty is the true path, the sword said. Seo Eun-hui only replied to him to finally shut the sword up, calling him a real madman. Seo Eun-hui heard no more of the other way from the demon sword, nor did he feel its influence. However, the Southern Sky Sword intervened in the dialogue, addressing Seo Eun-hui, saying that they now had no other choice. The demon sword asked why the Southern Sword was siding with Seo Eun-hui, since he knew full well that the stronger always rules. The history of past generations has proven this, as all leaders have done so. To South Heaven, Demon Sword's opinion sounded rather limited. He explained that the young master standing before them was not a simple man. He was much more complex than they could imagine. So Eun-hui turned to the soldiers who had come over to his side, thanking them for their support. He promised to give them a chance, which caused a stir among the soldiers as they discussed this important point. As Seo Eun-hui approached one of the soldiers, looked him in the eye, and asked him if he was a follower of the blood cult and if he supported Ms. Baek Hye-hyang. The soldier replied that he was indeed a follower of the cult, but Seo Eun-hui asked, "Why don't you follow your leader? Maybe you would like your mistress to be the leader?" asked Seo Eun-hui, looking at the warrior with a penetrating gaze. Seo Eun-hui walked up to each warrior, placing his hand on the shoulder of one of them, and asked, "What is a blood demon?" The warrior answered with a trembling voice, "According to the law, it is the core of a cult." The guy went on to say that he was now the cult, and if they didn't support him, they would refuse to be followers of the cult. He heard an unequivocal no, and realized that these people, having been in high positions for a long time, could not simply abandon their loyalty to the cult. Their entire lives had been devoted to serving the cult, and one of the soldiers asked if they were really ready to give it all up for a lady. The other soldiers had the same thoughts. They realized that those who would abandon their lord would be doomed to death. And what would happen to the cult if all the followers began to express their doubts about the leadership? But Seo Eun-hui asked the soldiers again, "Are you ready to lay down your heads to remain faithful to the lady?" He emphasized that he would not want them to lose their lives. He reminded them that each of them was part of a cult, and together they formed the blood cult. As Seo Eun-hui also started from the bottom, like all of them, so he understands them perfectly. He felt the same pressure that they are feeling now, realizing that they could become a bargaining chip and die at any moment. As sad as it may sound, Seo Eun-hui understood all the consequences, remembering moments from his previous life. He realized how hard it was to live with such a burden, and how others had to cope with this reality. After all, he had once been just like them, and like them, he had been part of a cult. When his speech was over, most of the masked soldiers knelt down and pledged their allegiance. Those who stood to the very end were given a chance by Seo Eun-hui to defend their honor. He announced that as a sign of respect for their loyalty, even if they did not recognize him, their bodies would be buried with honors. At this point, the gazes of those hiding under the masks softened a bit. After all, the blood demon was a cult. But the new blood demon said that the cult was not just him, but all of them. For those who thought they were expendable or had no power over their own lives, a new era had begun. Seo Eun-hui turned to the fourth blood star, explaining that this was his way. It was the answer to her question. According to the laws of the cult, fourth star Da Changho knelt before Seo Eun-hui, recognizing him as the new blood demon. A young man passing by said that if Changho really planned to serve him as a blood demon, he should never test his power again. These words sounded like a bolt from the blue, and Fourth Star replied, "Yes, Elder." But suddenly, Master Akchong's fist flew by and it hit Fourth Star right in the face, causing him to fly off to the side. Changho felt the full force of the blow, realizing that even for him it was dangerous to remain defenseless against an elder who was still striking with incredible power. The elder angrily shouted at Fourth Star, ordering him to shut up, because this guy had been his disciple before he became a blood demon. And who allowed him to test him in the first place? The Fourth Star apologized, but added that if Seo Eunhui had become a blood demon, shouldn't he be tested? He asked if the elder really thought that if he had ambitions to become a blood demon, he wouldn't have declared it from the beginning. The elder, surprised, asked what Fourth Star had learned from this test. Fourth Star was trying to determine whether or not it was worth it based on the answers, but he hadn't expected Seo Eunhui to be able to convince him. The guy really reached the top thanks to his knowledge and speaking skills. Both ladies, in this situation, came to the same conclusion. The purge would solve all internal conflicts. They would simply kill everyone who disobeyed them. But the young master Seo Eunhui chose a different approach. If he had shown pity for anyone, he would have looked indecisive. He forced those who could have been a threat to remove themselves, and thus even won the favor of other cult members. This was not done by accident, and perhaps this is how a completely different kind of blood demon will emerge, different from the previous ones. This new blood demon will be different from the others in that it will have a soul. We moved to Hebei Province, Yabei County, where an incredible explosion occurred in a lady's residence. She saw who came to visit her. This man did not know that the reign of the blood demon was still ongoing. She, in turn, couldn't believe that this guy's abilities had reached such heights at his age, and asked him if he thought he could evade her attack and establish his own order here. She decided to just kill him, no matter what he did. Swinging her sword, she released a powerful aura aimed at destroying this man. But he flawlessly dodged all the blows, as if he were involuntarily slipping between them. The lady had never seen anyone avoid absolutely all of her blows and attacks. This man came so close that he was able to direct the chakra with his hand, directly towards the woman's head. He literally destroyed her and sent her into a crumbling heap that now showed her the way as he reached the other owner. The owner, astonished, asked who the rascal was and how he had done it, but in the end decided it didn't matter. He showed the poster. It depicted a guy with an incomprehensible appearance. The man came with only one purpose. He wanted to know if the owner had seen the same guy. Without waiting for morning, they raised the sails and the ship took them where they wanted to go. Seo Eunhui realized that life is not always something that goes according to plan. It seemed to him that everything had gone wrong because of one rat, and now it was harder to predict what would happen next. Using his inner strength, learned from the secret records of the immortal sword, he defeated the invincible Ivefeuer and resolved the whole situation by proclaiming himself the Blood Demon. Holding his head, he wondered if he had lost his mind. He would never have thought that his wit could keep him in such tension. Saddam didn't understand what he was thinking, but he knew that he had a plan at first. He wanted to pass the Blood Demon's sword to Baekhyun-ha, making her the next leader of the cult, and through her merits, strengthen his position and achieve the power he wanted. And when the time came to leave the cult to become independent, he even received an indulgence for this. But it was all in vain. Thus, he incurred the wrath of not only Ms. Baekhy Hyang, but also Baekhyun-ha, which seemed unbelievable. At that moment, Sama abruptly interrupted the young master's thoughts. Seo Eunhui was even frightened by the sudden appearance of this girl next to him. Saddam joked that Seo Eunhui must have been thinking about other girls, and what's wrong with that? But he abruptly ordered her to shut up, justifying himself by saying that he was just thinking. The young master noticed that Sama Yun was in a great mood, and she was. She felt that she had gotten what she had wanted for a long time. Her words seemed strange to our hero, as did Saddam's advice, which was circling in his head. Saddam was sure that this girl was trying to charm him and take advantage of him, but Seo Eunhui asked her not to interfere. Sama Yun asked the young master if he was nervous, and he began to make excuses, assuring her that he was never nervous, never even had such a thought. Sama Yun looked into his eyes with a smile and noticed that this was a lie. She saw him struggling to hide the truth and realized that he was nervous. Her hand began to move closer to the young master's, and she noticed that when Seo Eunhui looked at her, he began to drool. She put her hand on his arm and asked him why he was having this reaction when he looked at her. She walked even closer to Seo Eunhui, remembering the words of her father, who always said that anyone would fall in love with her if they were that close. Our hero was a little embarrassed, feeling that Sam Yoon's father was right, and realized that he had missed something in this situation. Seo Yun-hui wondered if there would ever be someone who would have the courage to try to build a relationship with her, knowing about her father, and unfortunately it was definitely not him. Behind them, the swords were moving, and Demon Sword asked Saddam who her father was anyway, if the boy was so scared. Saddam replied that her father was not one of the 4 great evil powers, but to the Demon Sword, he was a pathetic weakling who was not worthy of attention. He did not understand why such a wonderful girl was being pushed away. It was already hard enough for Seo Woon-hui, and Demon Sword gave him advice. If you want her to be his, just kiss her neck. But the boy only wished that the sword would stop talking. He asked Sam Yoon what she was doing when she put her hand on his neck, and suddenly she kissed him. The guy clearly did not expect this, but he did not resist. Her lips were close to his. She looked into his eyes and asked him if he was in love with her. Behind them, the swordsman nearly died of laughter, recognizing that this girl was much better than they thought. South Sky also noted that active girls are not bad. Even his previous master would have been impressed. And Seo Eun-hui stood there holding his lips. Yoon herself began to scream.
I can't hear anything! Why isn't he answering me?
Seo Woon-hui looked at her, realizing that she had done it on impulse, and to be honest, even he was surprised. He'd never been kissed as unexpectedly as he was at that moment, and it was clear that she was a little embarrassed. Seo Woon-hui decided to ask why she did it if she was embarrassed now. But when Sama-yoon saw his smile, she was embarrassed herself. Jumping up from the bench, she pointed her finger at him and said, "It's not fair to smile like that. It doesn't mean I don't like it. Go on." The guy coughed and started thinking about what to say to her. Saddam, watching them, realized that Seo Eun-hui really did like Sama-yoon, even though he never admitted it. Looking to the side, he suddenly noticed Sun Jae-baek standing somewhere behind the deck, crying quietly. Our hero was so stunned that he didn't even notice how close he was. Sung Jae-baek was sobbing behind the deck, admitting that he was already tired of this selfish rascal Seo Eun-hui taking all the best things for himself. When the young master asked him what he wanted, Sung Jae-baek replied that the master wanted to talk to him in private and asked him to come in. When Seo Eun-hui entered his master's cabin, he was overcome with a strange feeling when he saw the master brewing tea and pouring it for him. Seo Eun-hui had never seen anything like it before. Master Ak-jong invited his apprentice to sit down, saying, "Please." Our hero had never felt so embarrassed by the respect with which his mentor now treated him. Ak-jong admitted that he had been very rude to his student. However, in those moments when the boy was just training, he could not even call it real rudeness. Saddam remembered all those moments and jokingly offered him revenge, to hang the master on a rock, dismantle him into pieces, and then ask him to finish him off with venison. But Seo Eun-hui thought about it. Since when am I going to take revenge? I'm not even sure if I have the blood of the Demon King in me. The young master asked the master to treat him as he had before. But Ak-jong replied that he could not take it so lightly when it came to the future blood demon. He doesn't want his student to feel uncomfortable about it. But for Seo Woon-hui, it's really awkward and embarrassing, so he asked to talk to him like before when they were alone. As he watched his master's expression, he realized that he still had to treat him as a student. The master, without hesitation, raised his glass and decided to say directly that he would not beat around the bush and wanted to ask him straight out which of his parents was associated with the Shadow of the Flying Moon sect. The young master did not expect this turn of events. He thought that the master was going to talk about the blood demon, but he suddenly heard the sect mentioned. Was it related to the blood cult? Watching Seo Eun-hui's reaction, Ak-jong noticed that he looked puzzled and guessed that the answer might have something to do with the sect. To be honest, the master himself doesn't know if there really is a connection, but he thought it was important to ask. Without hesitation, Seo Eun-hui handed over the medallion and said that when he returned to Ian after completing the mission, the head of the family gave him his mother's belongings. It was then that he learned that the family head he thought was his father was not his blood father. Taking the medallion in his hands, the master saw the symbol of the Shadow of the Flying Crane, and it became clear that Seo Eun-hui's mother had been hiding many secrets from her son. But the medallion itself remained a mystery to him, while the master knew its history, which the young man did not even know. Seo Eun-hui asked what this story was, because he could not even imagine that it was something important. The master explained that there was no place in the Murim world where such a unique medallion resembling the moon could be made. This medallion was created as a gift from the emperor. The guy was shocked by these words. A gift from the emperor? What does this have to do with the imperial family? The master dipped his 2 fingers in tea, filled them with Kree energy, and explained that it was a long story, and the Flying Moon Shadow sect was unique. He also knew that the blood demon was approaching their cult again, and that the blood demon lineage was divided into two parts, but only a few knew about it. The first lineage is Baekjeongun, and the second is Baekjuon. Baekju was a great blood demon who may have already realized the full power of his lineage. But the young master knew by this point that Baekjeongun was supposed to be the firstborn, and the master confirmed it. Usually the eldest son inherits the leadership. However, Baekjeongun did not want to become the next leader. He was good at science, passed the civil service exam, and was enrolled. The emperor was impressed with his talents and level of education, and this medallion was presented to Baekjeongun with the title Flying Crane. The blood of this man merged into another clan, and as long as he worked as an official, there were no special problems. But when Kim Sang-jae became emperor, a great tragedy began. The young master was fascinated, asking what kind of tragedy this was, and what kind of emperor it was that declared war on Murim. The master confirmed that this was true, and eventually persecution fell upon everyone, even the people of the shadow of the flying crane, who also fell that night. Kim Sang-jae tried to destroy them, and when his warriors surrounded the clan, their cult couldn't bear to see others who came from the same family suffer. So the sect did everything they could to help these people escape from Kim Sang-jae's hands. Seo Eun-hui asked, "Did the flying cranes return to the cult then?" But it was not that easy because they chose a different path. They did not join a faction but took a neutral path, which left them outside the cult's direct influence. This startling discovery caused Saddam to whisper in his ear, "It's strange that they share the same blood, but why didn't they join the cult? Their return could only strengthen their influence." Seo Eun-hui thought about the competition between people who share common roots and the right to inherit the title of cult leader. If the flying cranes were to return, they would find themselves in the same situation as they are now and would probably try to avoid it. Thus, the ancestors of the Shadow of the Flying Moon sect were flying cranes who served in the imperial court. It is from their lineage that the cult in which the young master now lives is descended. Now we know that the Shadow Flying Moon sect is descended from the blood cult. This means that if his mother or biological father belonged to the sect, then he also belongs to the blood demon lineage. Ah-jung recognized that because of this, Seo Eun-hui's blood can now be passed on, and he will meet the previous cult leader in the other world without hesitation. But how can the boy prove his right to inherit? If his mother was part of the Shadow of the Flying Moon sect, Seo Eun-hui should test one idea the master suggested to him. "How about strengthening the blood bond by marrying one of the two ladies?" the master asked the new blood demon. This sounded absurd to the young master, and he simply did not understand what was going on. The young master laughed at the master's words, thinking that he was joking. Even if he had demon blood in his veins, he was only a distant relative. But what does it matter? Since ancient times, marriages between distant relatives have been considered a common practice to strengthen bloodlines. Even in the imperial family, such marriages are arranged for political reasons and to strengthen power. As a result, new clans are formed and the blood is passed on. The master was only interested in one thing: why Seo Eun-hui was so worried and took it seriously. Of course, the situation didn't seem very pleasant to him, and he wanted to argue that before talking about strengthening the blood, he should think about whether others would accept the fact that he now wielded the blood demon sword. But the master reminded him that laws exist for a reason. However, these girls have different views, especially Ms. Baek Ren-ha. How one can be sure that everything will be fine, Seo Eun-hui did not understand. There is a high probability that he will become an enemy for the militant faction from the very beginning. And Ms. Baek Hee-hyang, who once swore allegiance to Ms. Baek Ren-ha, is unlikely to accept this. She had been stabbed in the back by someone she trusted, and he knew for a fact that Baek Ren-ha would not stand by in this situation. But Master chose Seo Eun-hui because he had complete confidence in him and trusted him. The master recalled that Seo Eun-hui had said he would follow the blood demon's path and asked him if he really thought he would give up everything for a lady. Saddam, sitting on Seo Eun-hui's shoulder, was even more surprised to hear his master say that he was taking care of him. Seo Eun-hui had always believed that the master prioritized the revival of the cult, but in fact, he believed in his students. At that moment, the master was so sincere that he could not help but touch the young hero's soul. Seo Eun-hui decided that he would live up to his teacher's expectations. Meanwhile, the master clutched a bottle of alcohol in his hand and began to discuss the issue of his marriage, not only to strengthen the bloodline. There are forces in their environment that have been serving them for a long time, and despite the existing laws, everything can change. If that happens, they will be at a disadvantage. Under Ms. Baek Hee-hyang's leadership, the 1st and 5th stars are there to support her. The 3rd and 6th stars are under the leadership of Ms. Baekren-ha. They currently have only the 4th elder with them, i.e. only he and the 4th star, that's all. Thus, at the current strategic pace, they may lose all power, as most of the forces are already concentrated on the side of Baek-ren-ha, and thus they need to start adjusting the power structure. The master realized that in the current situation, it seemed necessary to act cautiously. The 3rd elder, Blood Serpent King Gujiyang, and Yubei, the 2nd Blood Star, should meet with him. Since they themselves said that they would follow the one who wields the Blood Demon's sword, there is only one question: how to get them on your side without major changes. Perhaps when everything falls into place, the current confusion will disappear. But the master said that everything would soon become clear, and there would be more news in the future. He meant that it would not become a struggle between 3 parties. If the cult can unite without bloodshed, it will be a signal to unite around the young master and their group. That's the only way he can gain an advantage over everyone else. If he doesn't have a better idea than the masters, maybe he should just give up and marry Miss Baek-ren-ha. The guy hit himself on the head, thinking, how does it all come down to this stupid idea of marriage? Baek-ren-ha was the only blood relative of the former cult leader and the rightful heir, so in a difficult situation, this was the most favorable option for them. But Seo Eun-hui asked what was so profitable about it, because he felt something wrong. The master noticed that the boy was hiding his true intentions. Perhaps the desire to kill, as he thought, was hidden deep inside. He decided to ask how the boy and Baek-ren-ha felt about each other, and how they looked at each other, because it's hard to be so ignorant of women's feelings. But Seo Eun-hui sarcastically asked his master why a man as intelligent and well-versed in women's feelings as Akjong is still single. In response, he received a blow to the head. The master added that if Ms. Baek-ren-ha refused him, he did not intend to continue this conversation. In his mind, Seo Eun-hui realized that his teacher was extremely stubborn. He wasn't sure he could escape this situation, and if Baek-wan-ha agreed, he would have to marry her without question. However, there was still one more problem. Saddam was reminded of Sam Yoon. She was such a beautiful girl, and how could she remain single? But there was another way. Silence reigned between them for a few minutes, and the master was waiting for an answer as to whether Seo Eun-hui accepted his offer. The boy hesitated and wanted to say something. He admitted that he liked Samayun. Hearing this, the master replied that if this relationship was important to him, he could take Samayun as a concubine, because it was very simple and not a problem. Seo Eun-hui felt a shock like lightning pass through him when the master finally realized who Samayun was. His eyes turned glassy with surprise. The master picked up the young master and began to shake him. "Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? This is the daughter of one of the 4 evils," he shouted, emphasizing that this was a very serious situation. The master looked around to make sure that Samayun hadn't overheard them and wasn't following them. Holding Seo Eun-hui's collar, he began to whisper in his ear, "She's the daughter of one of the 4 evils. If you harm her in any way, you'll be in huge trouble. Stay away from her." The master could not understand why she was showing him any sympathy at all, and Seo Eun-hui did not know what to say either. How could he know? The master wondered if they had interacted in the past and added that Seo Eun-hui shouldn't give her any hope by reminding him of that. However, the guy mentioned that they had already kissed and he had feelings for her too. But in this situation, that wouldn't be enough. Seo Eun-hui realized that he was sorry for using her as a defense. But he was not the type to give up without a fight. The master, who was so shocked by this information that he looked older right before his eyes, was truly afraid of the consequences. Their conversation was interrupted by a woman who suddenly walked in and interrupted them. The elder asked the woman what had happened, and she replied that it was better to talk later. After all, 3 large ships were approaching them. Looking at these huge and dangerous vessels, one might have thought that they might be Surosh, the masters of the Yangtze River waterway. This is a martial arts organization that has one of the largest forces in the region, along with the Nokrim. They were expecting to meet them when they crossed the Yangtze River. Some of the fog had cleared, but it was still difficult to see the ships, so it was better to be prepared for any eventuality. All the soldiers were ordered to arm themselves and beat drums to be on the alert. Yoon herself went out, preparing for possible danger, and looked at her young master with eyes as if she could not be without him. When he caught her gaze, she immediately hid, ashamed. She had kissed him herself, so it was not surprising that she had such a reaction. The young owner also felt uncomfortable, realizing the complexity of the situation. Although they both felt embarrassed, they had to quickly pull themselves together as the possibility of a collision with the ships was becoming more and more real. The drums on the ship were beating louder and louder, and it was clear that everyone was preparing for something important. Saddam asked why the drums were beating, but it was necessary to prevent the ships from colliding with each other in the thick fog. If it were the Surache, they would have heard the sound of a horn instead of drums. The three ships continued to get closer and closer to them. Luckily, they realized that it was not the Surache, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But the question arose. Why were these ships sailing toward them? The commanders ordered to direct all the routes to them. Master Chong did not understand why they were so afraid of them, but decided to avoid trouble. Soon Master Chong looks ahead and realizes that this is something serious. He abruptly orders his soldiers and the Blood Demon soldiers to prepare for an attack. The young master was surprised by the master's sudden reaction, because they were not Surache, but the situation was already beginning to alarm him. The ships collided and blocked their path, and the soldiers began to surround them from all sides. It is unclear why they were boarding their ship. What did they want? It was their ship, and these strangers seemed to want to fight. The situation turned from boredom to trouble, and the young master realized that he had no choice but to resolve it by force. And then on the horizon, he noticed a familiar face approaching him. It was Ms. Baek Ren-ha, and it was clear from her expression that she had changed considerably. She looked younger, fresher. It was Ms. Baek Ren-ha with her witch teacher, and her stern gaze made me feel that something was wrong. We return again to the ship, where interesting events unfold, delving into past events. Baek Ren-ha hopes that she is not too late, and that her sister has not beaten her to the punch. She wants to get a chance to see the sword that will bring her power. The Witchmaster reassures her, reminding her that everything will be fine. The witch assured the young mistress that Seo Eunhui was wise despite all the difficulties, and the fourth elder was with them, so there was no reason to worry. However, this did not mean that they were not in danger. Soon they saw a ship on the horizon and decided to make sure it wasn't pirates. The witch advised them not to worry, because the stronghold always travels in a group with more than 2 ships. They could be recognized by the characteristic loud sound of a trumpet, which this ship did not have, so they were probably ordinary ships. But when the witch got closer, she saw a strange picture. Not only was Seo Eunhui on board with his teacher, but also the 6th star. This surprised her, and she felt that something was going on. Baek Ren-ha noticed that Mr. Sun Dali was also on the ship, and there were too many people there for it to be an ordinary situation. When Ms. Baek saw the 6th star, her anxiety increased. After all, the 6th star never acted on its own, and did not obey for no reason. She asked the witch why her uncle was with them. She thought he had always served her sister. What was the reason for this influential fighter Marima and his large group to be with Master Song? The witch tried to calm Lady Baek down, advising her to prepare for a possible deterioration of the situation that could manifest itself at any moment. She explained that there was a possibility that the 4th star had sided with them, which was a real surprise. The witch ordered her warriors to board the ship, bring Uncle and Mr. Sun, and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. We return to the present moment where these events have already unfolded. Ms. Baek asks her uncle what's going on and if he can explain what the 4th star is doing with them. The elder apologizes and says that it will be hard for her to believe. But the girl insisted that everyone knows that the 6th star serves her sister. What could have happened to make him go over to their side? The 4th star smiled back, thinking it was ridiculous that they thought something had happened because of him. He wanted to explain and show them everything, but the master stopped him. The master stopped him, explaining that there was now a blood demon on the ship. But what could this mean? The elders were furious, suspecting that they were trying to betray Lady Baek Hee-hyun and go over to the other side. However, the young master stepped forward, pulling out the clan's blood sword, and stated that they would never do that because it was against their clan's rules. When the elder saw this legendary artifact in his hands, he was stunned. Everyone was surprised with him, including the young lady and her entourage, because this sword was real. It was the same blood demon blood sword that now belonged to the young master. Everyone was astonished. How could this young man be holding this sword? It seemed impossible, because whoever took this sword should have been killed by its power. However, Master A.K. Jung began to laugh, saying that everyone would be shocked because this young man was now the new blood demon. But how could this be? No one could believe it, because it was against the rules of the clan. However, according to legend, the one chosen by the sword becomes the blood demon. Baek Ren-ha steps forward, feeling that this is some kind of misunderstanding. After all, only one person can claim the title of Blood Demon, and it has already been decided who it will be. What will happen to Miriam if things change? The witch suggested that perhaps the sword in the boy's hands was a fake, if she was not mistaken. After this phrase, the young master does not hesitate to throw the sword directly into Lady Baek's hands. She sharply grabs it, holding it tightly, and declares that they have done a good job on this copy. The master asks the young master what happened, and why her hand does not burn from the sword. What if the lady could really hold it? However, our hero calmly replies that this will not happen, and there is no need to worry. After a few seconds, the witch abruptly throws the sword out of her hands because it started to burn her palms. It was a real sword, and she couldn't believe it. The sixth star seemed to know more than she was showing. The witch warns the young mistress that this sword is indeed the very legendary blood sword. The girl realizes that if this is true, then there is something they have not yet understood, some unknown power. Soon, the elder falls to his knees before the young master, recognizing his power. He asks the young lady to take the sword to test its power for herself. Our hero also encourages her. Try it, everything will be fine. I won't be offended. The elder asked what he was doing, but the young master calmly replied that everything would be fine. Just let him trust her. Beck picked up the sword filled with demonic energy that she had been waiting for. She was sure that as soon as she picked it up, it would become her property. But suddenly she threw the sword out of her hands in horror, and it fell to the ground, and the girl grabbed her hand. Feeling a burning pain, the elder looked at the young lady and asked her how she felt, not believing his eyes. Beck could not believe that she was no longer the leader of the cult. She looked at the demon sword and tried to pick it up again, but the young master instantly bound it with strands of his chi energy. He calmly reached out his hand, took the sword, and it easily obeyed his will. Beck screamed, "Why?" She was sure that she was the true owner of this sword and that it should be hers. However, the demonic sword quickly filled its new owner with energy, showing everyone that he had indeed chosen it. The young master's hair turned blood red, and it was clear that he and the sword were now one. The demon's sword flying nearby whispered in the young master's ear that he liked the girl as well. But he liked Xionghui better. He even thanked her for delivering her to his hand. The boy knew what it was like to interact with swords, but he would not allow something so outrageous to happen. The witch approached Mr. So, saying that this was impossible, because he was not a son of their clan. But the boy replied that she knew very well how he chose this sword. He showed everyone the medallion of the clan patriarch, and explained that his father was not his biological father, and his mother joined the clan already pregnant with him. She belonged to the Flying Shadow Moon sect. When the elders saw this medallion, they were amazed. It seemed unbelievable. How could such a turn of events happen to the blood cult? The witch, still surprised, wanted to ask him about it. She asked if he thought his mother or father deserved to be part of the Flying Moon Shadow sect. The young master realized that she was planning to investigate his lineage. However, he turned to her and asked her if it really mattered, because the main thing was that the sword had chosen him. Does his lineage matter more than the fact that he is now the owner of the sword? The young master also pointed out that Lady Beck had claimed to be the leader of a cult, but had failed to obtain the Blood Demon sword. His bloodline may not be completely pure, but the fact that he possesses the sword makes him the rightful leader. He turned to the fourth star, asking if he knew that Lady Beck had a legitimate bloodline. He confirmed that he did. The young master then asked why the fourth star did not choose Lady Beck's side. The fourth star explained that he believed in Lady Beck's qualifications as a potential blood demon. He chose her side because it seemed more suitable to him. But, in his opinion, young master is much more talented than Lady Beck He-hyang. But the old man can't believe it. He seems completely confused. How can he possibly compare Lady Beck He-hyang and his own strength? He doesn't even realize that the young master is hiding his true abilities and strength. The master starts laughing, saying that the blood demon always supports the strongest. He invites everyone to test the boy themselves if they don't believe him. But why does she have to fight him to claim the title of Demon Queen? The witch tried to stop it all, but Lady Beck announced that she accepts the challenge. She wants nothing more than to fight for the position of Blood Demon Queen. In fact, she doesn't want the leadership between them to be decided by war. However, it so happens that their duel will decide who will become the Blood Demon. If he wins, she, like everyone else, will join his side. The young master realizes what is at stake if he loses. It is more important than just a personal victory, because the outcome will determine whether they will come to his side. Lady Beck offers him this bet, and the young master agrees. Striking a fighting stance, the girl tenses up, preparing for battle. She looks him in the eye and says, "If he thinks he is stronger, let him fight her. There will be no giving in or pity. She will use all her energy to fight to the fullest against him." Beck Ryong-ha, burning with her power, watched the hero intently, her gaze full of determination and energy. However, suddenly it was time to start the battle. The tension was growing. Without hesitation, The girl rushed forward, boldly attacking her opponent. Yunhui stood still, calmly waiting for her first strike, as if testing her courage. To dispel her doubts, he made a sharp wave of pure energy, showing his superiority. Having easily destroyed her formation, he made her doubt her own strength. Suddenly, the girl realized that he had been hiding the true level of his skills all along. His dark energy, suddenly appearing in front of her face, made her feel fear. Capturing the space with his power, the hero almost ended the match with one move. Baek Ryong-ha realized that he had just used a technique that she herself had once taught him. But approaching him from the side, she was sure that these techniques were not strong enough to overcome her. But the young master managed to attack her and interrupt the technique without even moving. The master watched his student with pride, knowing that this blade was made for destruction. Baek Ryong-ha lost control of her body, unable to resist the action of this inexorable force. Using the Blood Demon sword and the Blood Demon technique, she broke free from his grasp. Instantly being on the ground, she was preparing for a new step. But as soon as she stopped, the young master ran up to her, his eyes burning with determination. He delivered a lightning strike that nearly took her head off. The mist energy hit the side of the ship, nearly melting its hull. The sword was stuck next to her head, hinting that the boy had decided to keep her alive, even though it was on the edge. Baek Ryong-ha resigned herself to defeat, realizing that she was only a moment away from losing her head. She recognizes the boy as Demon Blood, and the new leader of their clan. At this moment, his team explodes with joy, tumultuously supporting the winner. The elders, who believed in Baek Ryong-ha all their lives, are heartbroken to accept this result. However, now the time has come for a new blood demon, and everyone must bow to him. Baek Ryong-ha turns to the leader, wanting to ask how he was able to master this technique. The hero explained that the sword taught him this by telling him secrets. He had absorbed the blood demon's power and could now use it, which he thought was a sufficient explanation. The girl accepts this answer with a doubtful look. However, she offers him to talk separately, without unnecessary witnesses. When everything settles down, she wants to discuss some things with him in person. But the hero does not understand why her face expressed relief when she left. Soon, the ships reach land, and a new stage of the journey awaits them. Demon Blood whispers to the hero that it's surprising how easily the girl gave up, even though it looks suspicious. The hero understands this, but Demon Blood can't understand why she backed off so easily. Southern Heaven speculates that she may have knowingly helped them. She immediately realized that they were not her equal, and it seems that she contributed to the recognition of the new leader. The hero feels that it is not only this, the second elder and the sixth star also knew that they did not fight at full strength, but they quickly accepted him. Soon, a woman appears on the horizon, addressing the new leader. The elders want to talk to the lady, but it can be difficult. They decide to discuss everything in one of the cabins. At that time, Action is sure that the lady is offended by Seo Eunhui. The master wondered how it was possible to accept defeat so easily. Even if it was necessary for the revival of the clan and the cult, this thought was hard to accept even for him. After all, the current blood demon is not at all like the two young ladies. He does not even have a drop of the blood of the former cult leader. Looking into Akjung's eyes, he remembered how they had both faithfully served the previous leader. However, the recognition of the new blood demon by law caused a feeling of betrayal. The guilt of not being able to protect the past leader still gnaws at his soul. But does Akjung realize the burden of responsibility that now rests on their shoulders? The master wanted to be honest. There was no one among them who did not feel sorry for the loss of the former leader. But even if they manage this situation now, there will be those who will question their actions. And whether they accept the new blood demon is not important. Trusting the disciples is fine. But as the lady said, the blood demons cannot be the descendants of the shadow of the flying crane. If Baek Hee's group is going to be the argument, what's left for them to do but back down? However, the master had a plan to calm their worries. If the current blood demon is not a direct descendant, he can marry Ms. Baek Rin. After all, the sword chose him, and she was the rightful heir, which would strengthen their positions. It seemed like a pretty smart decision. The master wondered with shock and delight how the old man had such a brilliant idea. Looking at each other, they seemed quite satisfied with their plan. But they couldn't say for sure if Seo Eunhui is a direct descendant or not. Although their roots were common, the family split hundreds of years ago. And even if Seo Eunhui is the direct heir to the shadow of the flying crane, there are reasons why he and the lady can't be together. Ak-Jung felt excited, thinking that he could marry them without too many questions. And then, let them figure it out themselves as they want. Sixth Star watched them, realizing that the elders had completely lost their minds. They rejoiced in their idea, thinking of nothing but marriage. Sure, it's a nice idea and an easy way to create an alliance, but isn't there another hurdle to overcome? After all, the 6th star, who has served Ms. Baek-rin since childhood, knows that she will not be against the union. However, the leader must learn this personally. She corners the hero and forces him to listen to her without hesitation. The terrible words for him sound straight. He must marry Ms. Baek-rin. For our hero, such statements were a real challenge. He understood that 6th star had already made a decision, but Ms. Baek-rin didn't even know about it. The witch claimed that since ancient times, all those who pose a threat to the authorities, regardless of status, must be destroyed. The witch insisted on a clear contract. The leader, Seo Eunhui, must promise to protect Ms. Baek-rin and not leave her for the rest of his life. Otherwise, she is ready to risk her life and send them both to heaven. Baek-rin, standing around the corner, heard these words. She was outraged because the witch had no right to question her honor. The girl asked what these accusations meant and said that the witch had defiled her name. She promised that the witch would pay for her words with her own life. Meanwhile, the witch demanded that the hero take Baek-rin as his wife. But he responded with dignity, asking if marriage only made sense for her protection. He added that even without it, Baek-rin would be able to handle it on her own. How can you so easily discuss her marriage without asking her consent? The hero emphasized that in order to help, one must take her opinion seriously, because it is she who has to make the decision. The witch scornfully replied that it was not a problem for her. She added that she really likes the hero, and these words were a real shock for him. Baek-rin blushed, embarrassed by what was said, and categorically refused, stating that she did not want such a thing. However, her face showed that the witch's words had confused her. She apologized because she wanted to say it herself, but someone did it for her. The hero remembered the words of Master Akchong, who once joked about this, and now he did not know how to act in this situation. Suddenly, a girl's loud cry was heard, breaking the tense silence. It was Yoon, but her face looked contorted with anger. She clenched her fists and shouted that it was absurd to talk about the young master's marriage without her participation. Tearing off the mask, she announced that demon blood was already hers. She said that she immediately liked him and fully corresponds to her ideal. The hero, watching this, was shocked. He could not say a word because problem after problem appeared. And now he asked himself, what to do next? After a long swim, some of the soldiers on guard were barely able to resist fatigue and the desire to sleep. One advised the other to pinch his thighs so as not to fall asleep, but observed, "Lately you have not been resting at all. I think you will soon pass out if you do not rest." They remained alert because pirates could appear anywhere and at any time. Suddenly, an unknown silhouette appeared on the horizon, similar to a stone, which aroused suspicion. One of the guards started to rub his eyes, thinking he was seeing it, but the silhouette was moving and it looked like a human. In disbelief, he looks again, convincing himself that this is just a ghostly vision. But his fears became reality. The silhouette suddenly jumped up and cut off the head of one of the guards. The hand of the mysterious killer reached out to the next warrior, whom he threw into the water with ease. Plunging him into the water with one hand, the stranger forced the guard to tell the truth. He asked him directly, "Is 4th Elder Seo Eunhui on the ship?" Meanwhile, we return to the conflict between the girls on the ship. Yun intervened in the dispute, determined to defend her right to become our hero's wife. Her words sounded like a proverb. If the water is clear on top, it is also dirty at the bottom. She alluded to the 6th star, claiming that he was not worthy of the blood demon, the leader of their cult. These words angered the witch, who could not tolerate such insolence. But Yoon raised her sword and pointed it at Baek-rin. She, in turn, replied that she understood the situation, but first it was necessary to remove the sword. She also insisted on an apology from 6th star. Baek-rin felt that the girl was mocking her words, although in reality it was more than an insult. But is it possible to laugh at the fact that she defends demon blood? Unable to stand the insolence, Baek-rin decided to punish her impudent opponent. This was the last straw for her, and she decided to put Yoon in her place by taking decisive action. Yoon held her sword tightly, showing neither fear nor doubt. Her posture said, "I am ready for any challenge." During the fierce confrontation, the young lady dodged a powerful blow from Baek-rin. Her body radiated incredible energy that could destroy an opponent in an instant. But when Baek-rin missed, the advantage shifted to her opponent. Mistress Yoon's sword whizzed past Baek-rin's face, almost touching her. Yoon, like the wind, dodged the blow, gracefully slipping away from the dangerous energy. However, Baek-rin was not going to back down. Her rival decided to fight to the end. Yoon had also kept her true skills a secret, and now they were out in full force. At the same time, Yoon urged everyone to calm down, insisting that 6th Star should be punished for their audacity in treating the Blood Demon. But Baek Rin couldn't stand such words, because it wasn't about Yoon, and her intervention was inappropriate. Yoon only asked a question: why does it not apply to her? Her voice filled with incredible rage, she declared that she served the Blood Demon, not Baek Rin or the others. For Baek Rin, this was the last straw. She felt that her rival had crossed all permissible limits. Furious, Baek Rin vowed to destroy Yoon for her audacity and disrespect to the Blood Heiress. An incredible aura, like a storm, filled the space of the ship, creating a tense atmosphere. The witch stopped the young master's hand as he tried to use his sword to stop this chaos. She urged him to restrain himself, saying that his actions could harm the mistress's devotion. The hero noticed that Baek Rin looked at him with pride, although he still did not recognize her as a blood demon. He warned that if she backed down now and pretended nothing had happened, she could avoid punishment. To the witch, those words meant one thing: he would never accept Baek Rin as his wife, and the incident would never be spoken of again. But the witch assured that she would not go anywhere from him, even if she had to fight to the end. In response to her insistence, the hero activated the power of his sword, directing it against this old, defiant rival. The hero's blow lands on the witch with such force that it literally forces her to get out of the way. She falls, hitting the cabin wall, and as painful as it is, it's clear that she's still incredibly strong. The witch steps aside, but stops Yoon and Baek Rin at the same time, making it clear that the hero is not going to get married, even if one of them has feelings for him. Although he realizes that marriage could strengthen his position as a blood demon, he sees no need for it. Yoon does not understand why they forced the young master to marry. She believes that it is wrong if it is a matter of trust and morality. She states that marriage should be a personal affair between two people, without the intervention of others dictating what to do. Baek Rin thoughtfully asks Yoon if she really likes demon blood. Yoon is embarrassed by this question, breaking out of the rut, and does not know how to answer. Both begin to laugh at her confusion, realizing that her arrogance was only a facade. For the witch, it looks even more ridiculous, because she can't imagine that someone like Yoon could become the wife of demon blood. But suddenly, an incredibly strong aura is felt behind her, and a voice coldly asks, "Someone like her?" Everyone freezes, realizing who exactly has appeared on their territory. Baek Rin recognizes the legendary warrior of legend. Yoon realizes with horror that her own father is standing before her. The witch, full of anger, waves her hand, trying to stop him, but does not understand how this man ended up here. But at that moment, as she swung, her hand is suddenly thrown from her shoulder. The witch falls to the ground, screaming in pain, and the man holds her severed arm as if it were an ordinary object. Ak-young looks at the stranger in horror, trying to understand who would dare to disfigure 6th Star so cruelly. The man just looks at the situation coldly, making sure that everything is going as he expected. He appeared at exactly the right time and place, completely in control of the situation. Ak-young looks at the newcomer and realizes how cruel this uninvited guest can be. The master also realizes who exactly is in front of them, and this confirms their fears. This is Sama Chak, one of the 4 legendary evil swords of Moon Mountain, standing here in all its glory. Baek Rin turns his gaze to the witch, who is shaking in pain, unable to contain her fear. Chak herself approaches Baek Rin and coldly asks why she took the witch from his hands. Baek Rin doesn't understand why this man is behaving like this, but calmly asks him to calm down. However, his attack is already aimed directly at her. To protect Ms. Baek, our hero uses his swords to block a dangerous blow. He marvels at how strong and sharp his opponent's sword is. Chuck herself, looking at the hero, does not understand why he interferes at all. Chuck herself despises cowards and people of the lower class, and now Demon Bloody appears before him. He ponders what he would think of the hero if he just watched without interfering. The hero hails Sam Chuck as a great mentor, and declares that, being a blood demon, he is ready to help him if he needs anything. Chuck herself stares intently at the new blood demon, appraising him from head to toe. He had heard about him, but in reality the hero looked different than he imagined. With hatred in Sama's eyes, Chuck realizes that this young man has not only confused his daughter, but also seems to be planning to marry another woman. The hero tries to explain that it is a misunderstanding, but Sama Chuck sharply directs her technique at him, forcing him to remain silent. A purple ball of energy explodes in flames, destroying everything in its path. Ak-young rushes forward and stops the blow with his hand, saving the hero from danger. He speaks sternly to Sam Chuck, saying that such rudeness to the new blood demon is unacceptable. Suggests to first calm down and discuss everything without resorting to extreme measures. Yoon pleads with her father, asking him to stop immediately. She tries to convince him to at least refrain from killing on the spot. However, the father hugs his daughter to him and declares that he has come to take her back home, to her small, cozy room. The girl objects, explaining that he kept her captive, and that's why she ran away. Hero and Master Jung are surprised to realize that she has not only escaped, but also stolen her father's sword. Yoon communicates with the young master using the vibration technique, begging him not to interfere. She asks to be allowed to try to convince her father and resolve the situation herself. The girl explains to her father that she wants to introduce him to some people. First of all, she introduces Demon Blood, who helped her. She says that she took up martial arts and the environment made her happy because now she does not feel lonely. But the father categorically declares that there will be no acquaintances because everyone here will soon die. His words imply that he is going to kill everyone, including her, if she chooses to stay with Demon Blood. Before Taeyun can finish, her father blocks her acupuncture points, taking away her ability to move. Holding his helpless daughter in his arms, he declares that he has known everything for a long time and came here fully prepared. Baekrin looks around, observing the expressions on everyone's faces. The hero's team looks at all this with visible fear and confusion in their eyes. Seo Eun-hui realizes that the situation is really critical and needs an immediate solution. Yoon's father loudly declares that there is no one here that he cannot kill. A fierce battle between the strongest masters of martial arts begins. The warriors watch the confrontation, thinking only of how to save at least their own heads. The technique of this warrior is reminiscent of the shots of cannonballs. Its power amazes everyone present. It is said that he has the most powerful metal transformation technique, capable of turning any blow into a devastating one. Watching the battle, everyone realizes that the rumors of Samchuk's prowess were not an exaggeration at all. He had finally mastered his sword, which meant that he would now use his remote sword control technique, which had seemed impossible before. Young appeals to the blood demon, insisting that he flee, as it is obvious that Samachuk will fight to the last. Taking responsibility, Jung decides to buy some time by urging the hero to jump off the ship. But Demon Blood categorically declares that he will not leave his teacher, even if the situation seems hopeless. He vows to go through everything with him, even if it means death. With a hint of humor, the hero reminds that one should treat one's teacher with more respect. Jung, feeling excited, accepts his student's challenge and prepares for battle. Chuck herself feels an attack approaching from behind, realizing that the martial artists know how to support the image of Demon Blood. Attacks aimed at him are miraculously deflected, leaving him unharmed. The warriors fighting against him realize they have no choice but to obey Demon Blood's orders. Chuck herself, being in the center of strong warriors, is ready to kill each of them if necessary. Demon Blood promises that he will not allow himself to die just like that, and assures that his followers will stand against this enemy. The defiant challenge elicited an instant response. The dark matter flew like a blade in Chak's own direction. The blow from the blood demon was so powerful that it made Samchuk act like lightning. At this moment, Jung decides to attack from the flank, laughing and aiming huge fists at the enemy. However, Samchuk's sword proved to be faster than any blows that came near it. The blade of the sword cuts through the air, and the enemy strike hits Chong, seriously injuring him. The master falls, covered in blood, but remains determined to fight to the end. Chak herself decides that the first thing to do is to kill Chong, seeing him as the biggest threat. The fatal blow flew straight at the old man, and it seemed that it was impossible to escape. But, stubbornly standing in battle, Chong counted on Samchuk's self-confidence and managed to repulse the attack. He quickly entered from below, trying with all his might to cut through the opponent's leg. His thousands of swift blows slammed into Samchuk's body like an unrelenting storm. Blood spattered from the blows, mixing with the tension around them. However, it became obvious that the old man was also seriously injured. He steps back, breathing heavily. Chuck herself appraises the opponent with disdain, thinking, "What level is this? What a ridiculous attempt to resist my power." His sword mercilessly destroys the old man, but from behind another fighter rushes like the wind. In the novice's hands, the sword is burning with blue ki energy, and he is eager to inflict even the slightest blow on the enemy. The hero, attacking from above, tries to catch Samchuk by surprise. But the opponent's purple chakra hits the ground next to his feet, destroying the balance of the attack. Chuck herself, like chaos, breaks all the boards in front of her and rapidly advances towards the enemy. He disappears downwards, as if sinking into the ground, and when the hero thinks he has won, he notices him behind him. Chuck herself stands behind the opponent, looking at him as if there is nothing in front of him. The hero does not understand how this opponent can be so fast and capable of such maneuvers. But the next blow turned out to be even stronger. It forces the hero to take an incredibly powerful and merciless blow. Chuck herself notices that they are trying to organize a joint attack against him. But to him, it looks like a waste of energy. His aura suddenly changes color from purple to white and black, becoming even more threatening. Ak-Jung watches in horror, realizing how terrifying this power is. At that moment, there is a powerful explosion that throws Ak-Jung far back, knocking him off his feet. Baek-Rin watched in horror as one warrior defeated the 3 strongest cult masters. Not only did he deal them fatal blows, he literally scattered them to the sides, making even the bravest tremble. His strength was so impressive that the difference between him and others was as striking as that between heaven and earth. Chak herself, one of the 4 legendary evil swords, was the very personification of invincibility. His superiority was so obvious that no one could match him. He calmly watched as our young hero tried to attack him, realizing that he had no chance. The hero, without hesitation, decides to use a special technique, investing all the strength gathered in 10 stars. Using the Shining Star's true technique in its 5th formation, he delivered a blow similar to a falling meteorite, channeling all of his power towards the opponent. But Samachak, holding the sword with 2 fingers, easily blocked the attack. It was so impressive that it seemed unbelievable. This man wasn't just scary, he embodied horror in its purest form. Wasting no time, he punched the blood demon in such a way that the force of the impact created an explosive wave. The blow threw the hero to the side with such force that it seemed that his chances of victory were finally gone. Saddam, realizing the inevitability, begs him to escape if he wants to save his life. Although this seems impossible to the hero understood that escape is betrayal, and being one of those whom people trust, he cannot betray their faith. Once he decided not to get attached to others, not to trust anyone, not even himself. He thought at the time that this was the best way to survive. But now, looking back, he realizes that it was a foolish decision that robbed him of his true power. He remembered all those people who became his allies, who believed in him, followed him and were ready to give their lives for him. And even the beautiful Yun, who fell in love with him. Despite all the difficulties, he could not forget. Wiping the blood from his lips, the hero realized that there was no point in being careful now, because he had already almost died in this battle. At least in this life, he decided to act as he saw fit, regardless of the consequences. Chuck herself, full of cold confidence, turns to Demon Blood. "Do you want to say something before you die?" The hero raises his head, looks him straight in the eyes, and with a smile answers, "You know, I like your daughter." From this audacity, Samachuk literally freezes, almost losing his temper. His face fills with shock and rage boils inside. Hearing these daring words from the hero, Samachak gathered such incredible strength that even the wood under his feet began to melt. The space around him filled with the illusion of his deadly energy, showing that the thought of giving his daughter away to a blood demon could not even arise. Nevertheless, our hero had gone too far and had nowhere to retreat. Drawing his sword, he prepared for a deadly confrontation with this formidable enemy. Retreating from the deadly force that surrounded Chuck himself, the hero showed determination to fight to the last. Clenching his teeth as if thousands of needles were piercing his body, he continued to stand on his feet. With his sword, he tried his best to block the blow that threatened his life. Although the impact was incredibly powerful, the hero miraculously survived, but the ship suffered significant damage. Chuck herself looks intently at the young man, assessing his resilience. He coldly declares that he cannot understand why he is so persistently clinging to life. Looking directly into the hero's eyes, he says, "If the blood demon is so willing to die, I will grant his wish," Chuck herself says, throwing her dagger at the hero. Demon Blood watches as the deadly dagger flies straight at him, knowing the end is near. It seemed that death itself was flying towards him, and this battle was about to end. Bleeding out, he realizes in an instant that he cannot allow such an end. The hero activates the power of the Great Blood Demon, deciding to fight to the last breath. The 7th formation fills the entire space around, filling it with powerful energy. The Blood Sword of Conquest releases a stream of red Kai energy that fills the battlefield. A sea of red power erupts from the hero's sword, destroying everything around. But for Chuck himself, this destructive force seems like just another obstacle that cannot stop him. After the chaos that ensued, Samachak forced her sword back into her hand as she watched the hero. He understood that this was not the limit of his powers, and the young man achieved enlightenment before his death. This moment, although beautiful, will only be a memory for Chuck himself, as he still intends to kill Demon Blood. Observing the events, he recognizes the unique abilities of the hero, even if he does not want to admit it out loud. However, despite all this, he was completely indifferent to Demon Blood's displays of power. Even if what happened was legendary, It didn't change his intent to destroy the young man. Meanwhile, the young master is talking to his sword, and the sword demon can't understand what exactly happened and where this power came from. The sword demon asks if it was the blood demon's true power or something else. The hero explains that his energy is gone because he exceeded his capabilities, using a technique that came to his mind spontaneously. He realizes that this power was awakened only because of his strong will to survive. Gathering his last strength, he rises to his feet, staring his death in the eye. Chak herself, noticing that Seo and Hui is still alive, wonders if he could have been wrong in his judgment of him. After all, in his opinion, the members of the blood demon cult were only cultists who did not disdain dirty methods. But they did not touch even his daughter, who was lying unconscious. This fact causes doubts in Chaka himself. He remembers Chang Ren's words and ponders whether he should listen to the story from the cult. Ak-young, regaining consciousness, laughs, noting that he now has a reason to keep the hero alive. Back in the arena, Ak-jung once again enters the battle, showing his steadfastness. Chak herself notices Ak-jung's eccentric behavior and sighs disdainfully. He puts an energy trap on him, hoping to stop his actions because he annoys him the most. But Ak-jung easily destroys the magic, effortlessly getting out of the trap. Chak herself is shocked at how this scoundrel was able to break through his defenses. And now Ak-jung, filled with incredible strength, rushes straight at him with a powerful blow. A gust of wind cuts through the space, and Ak-jung's deadly fists slam down on the opponent with incredible force. However, Sam Chak's sword strikes sharply, causing blood to spurt from Ak-jung's wound. Despite this, Ak-jung does not stop and continues to attack, charging at the enemy with two fists like a hurricane. But Sama Chak remains steadfast, like a wall, and understands that it is impossible to deal with this opponent quickly. His presence resembles an insurmountable obstacle that must be overcome at any cost. Chak herself easily blocks Ak-jung's fatal blow, leaving him no chance. The force of the collision was so powerful that the ship broke in two, creating real chaos. The warriors, losing their balance, began to fall into the water because the ship could no longer hold them. The witch tries to save the mistress, convincing them that they urgently need to transfer to the boat. But mistress refuses to leave Demon Blood, considering it a betrayal. Suddenly, she notices Yoon falling into the water unconscious. Demon Blood does not hesitate to rush to the rescue to save her. Having dived into the water, he tightly hugs her with both hands, trying to keep her afloat. Together they float to the wreckage of the remaining ship. He carefully places her on a piece of wood, trying to bring her to consciousness. The hero, concerned about her condition, begs her to come to him. And suddenly Yoon starts coughing, showing signs of life. The hero feels incredible relief, glad that she remained alive. He realizes that he almost lost her, and this opens a new wave of emotions in him. Having descended a little into the water, the hero feels his strength leaving him and almost drowns himself, being on the verge of exhaustion. Suddenly someone grabs the hero's hand. It is Sama Chak who pulls it out of the water as if it were some useless thing. He silently looks at the hero, realizing that he saved his daughter. In his mind, he wonders, now what to do with this boy? 17 days later, in Seichun Province, in the Crescent Valley, the cry of one of the elders is heard. Ak-young, upset by the situation, asks what the hell is going on since they lost Demon Blood. He suggests stopping the search because the risk is becoming too great. During half a month, they conducted numerous searches, but no traces were found. Expanding the zone to the Central Plains could lead to conflict with the Murima Alliance or Baekhyun. Master Ak-jong, exasperated, offers to search for him on his own, but the elder calms him down, stressing that he should proceed with caution. The elder also points out that if the blood demon's location becomes known, Baekhy will have an advantage, and thus it should be kept a secret until he is found. Instead, they should focus on Madame Baek Rin, who could be the key to solving the situation. Baek Rin, confident in her actions, insists that the most important thing now is to win over the third elder and the second star to her side. She accepts the situation as it is, and doesn't plan on making drastic changes until they find Demon Blood. Baek Rin says she is doing her duty and reminds the others that she should be treated leniently considering the complexity of the situation. Ak-young expresses hope that Blood Demon is still alive. If he dies, I will never forgive him, he adds bitterly. Meanwhile, the young master imprisoned in a cage in Shanxi province ended up in an unknown place. However, Saddam always knew where they were. Chak herself appears before the hero, full of determination. At first I wanted to kill you, he admits. Although I have lived freely all my life, I know what gratitude is, adds Sama Chak. He saw how the hero risked his life to save his daughter. Because of this, he gives the hero a chance to be with his daughter. Chak herself asks, Will you take it? His words, so unusual from someone who once wanted to kill everyone, seemed completely strange to the hero. Holding a wanted poster in hand, Yun and her companion headed through the canyon between the Guangdong provinces. This place witnessed an attack on the Murima Alliance. Their path led to this place, where the sheriff turned out to be much simpler than they expected. He had betrayed all of the cult's ciphers by passing them on to the humans, and it turned out to be the handiwork of an extremely intelligent and martial arts man. The boy, looking at one of the 4 evil swords, could not believe his eyes, feeling that this was a real nightmare. Chuck herself stated that if they continued to hide her location, they would leave him no choice. He grabbed Bik He-hyang by the neck and ordered them to find the girl, or their mistress would not be alive. Brutally crushing Beck, he ordered haste, stressing that his patience had its limits. The man who has fallen under suspicion explains that he does not know who the boy is, and it is the first time he has seen him, but he is not sure how he can prove his innocence. He asks himself what he did to incur the wrath of one of the 4 evil swords, and realizes that Samachak wants to find the girl himself and punish her. Catching himself in thought, he realizes that heading to the Valley of the 6 Bloods doesn't necessarily mean he's gone over to their side. The man tried to explain that there was a misunderstanding. The cult had long been divided after the Great War. He added that if Samachak found traces in the Valley of the 6 Bloods, then these people could not be their allies. If necessary, he can tell where they are, and maybe the one Samachak is looking for is hiding there. The mistress was in an extremely dangerous situation, and her loyal warrior could not lie, because her life depended on him. Chuck herself harshly throws her to the ground and once again demands to say where she is. The man replied that he should hurry because these people capture everyone useful to them and brainwash them. It seems that everything worked out and the plan was successful, although it was not easy. He shared all the information with one of the 4 evil swords. Chuck himself watched the hero, who lay unconscious for a long time, and also checked his daughter, making sure that there were no scars or traces of brainwashing on her body. He realized that he had been lied to so that he would leave quickly. The hero also realized that Samachak was always rational and not prone to reckless actions. However, his feelings for his daughter had apparently made him act impulsively this time, which could very well explain his status as one of the 4 evil swords. Chuck herself told the hero that he had 2 options. Take a chance or stay, but forget about his daughter. He gave him a choice, either freedom or rejection of it. If the hero chooses freedom, he will never see Yoon again. Samachak asked Seo Eun-hui to swear on her life while looking Yoon in the eye. The hero felt weak and exhausted, realizing that his energy was blocked. Southern Sky whispered in his ear that while he was unconscious, many needles were inserted into his veins. Because of this, his energy cannot awaken, and his body is frozen like a stone. The question was raised, will the hero accept this chance, or will he refuse and choose another path? Seo Eun-hui confidently stated that giving up was not his way, and accepted the offer. These words of the hero sounded so confident and believable that Yun was involuntarily ashamed, lowering her eyes. Chuck herself accepted his answer with dignity, noting that this young man certainly does not lack courage. He led him through narrow gorges, across a long and dangerous bridge. The place was so deep that the bottom was not visible at all, as if they were standing on the edge of an abyss. Chuck himself asked the hero if he knew what kind of place it was. If not, he explained that this city, though forgotten, was once sacred to martial artists. However, after the fall of art, this place was destroyed and forgotten and later turned into a prison by the government. The place was called Ponrim Valley, which in translation means Valley of the Sealed Forest. In ancient times, martial arts prisoners were kept here, especially during the persecution of Kim Sajai. The hero realized that this was one of the forbidden places, and according to rumors, none of the masters left here alive. Prisoners from this prison were never released. Chuck herself noted that the hero used a unique energy circulation technique, and could not believe that such a young man could master it. He also noted that the young man had been training extremely hard, and he could not have noticed it before. But those who have innate energy are often unable to manage it properly. In such an unstable state, they cannot overcome their limits. Chuck herself ordered the hero not to move in order to avoid mutilation. After pulling the 2 needles out of his body, the hero was relieved, but still unable to use his inner energy. The master pulled only 8 out of 36 needles. He warned that the hero will not be able to fully use his internal energy and will remain in this state for a whole month. Samachak personally determined this test for the hero. He must survive here for a whole month without being able to use his internal energy. Yoon was shocked by her father's cruelty. She thought it was too cruel, as sealing his energy and leaving him here was almost tantamount to a death sentence. She begged to give the hero a chance, but not to throw him in such a dangerous place. However, the father remarked that if she was asking for a chance for him, then she should not regret it now. If he can't last a month here, then he doesn't deserve this chance, Chuck added coldly. Chuck himself left the hero a choice, to refuse and not take this chance. However, if the hero lasted a month, Yoon's father promised that then he would no longer care if they met or not. The young master hoped that he would keep his word. With joy and confidence, the hero accepted this chance that was given to him. Yoon, however, begged him not to take any chances. But the hero just smiled and said that everything will be fine. Then, pushing off the bridge, he dived into the cave, asking Yoon to wait for him. The father was holding his daughter, who was screaming for him to bring the hero back. But Chuck declared that he had already done him a huge favor by throwing him here not empty-handed. The hero has 2 swords and a dagger left. What else does he need? He added coldly. Falling deep down, the hero felt time slow down, and a dangerous unknown opened before him. He was beginning to wonder if it was worth waiting for any more clues or resources to come along. But then he realized, if Chuck wanted to kill him, she would have done it differently. The hero realized that one of the 4 evil swords decided to test him, and he must overcome this test. The demon sword addressed the hero, expressing his displeasure with Chuck, calling him arrogant. When the hero asked what happened, the sword answered. While the hero was unconscious, Chuck took him in her arms. Holding the sword, he showed neither fear nor hesitation. The sword pointed out that Chuck even had the audacity to touch it, and then tried to smash it to pieces. However, Chuck was so strong that even a demonic sword could not harm him. Watching the sword, Chuck tried to figure out what to do with it, but was unable to fully grasp its essence. The hero was amazed at how easily Chuck was able to resist the sword. This is really cool, he thought. But the sword replied that he did not see anything cool in this. He still shuddered at Chuck's words. If the sword spirit is so strong, it means that the sword is weak. The demonic sword was angrier than ever because it, a sacred relic of the blood cult, was called a weak sword. Such contempt was unbearable for him. The southern sky informs the hero that they will soon reach the bottom of this mysterious valley. The darkness was so thick that nothing could be seen, and the hero could not enhance his vision with energy. After a long fall, he suddenly falls into the water. Having reached the surface, the hero tries to climb ashore. Completely soaked and exhausted, he barely finds the strength to climb onto solid ground. The demon sword, observing the situation, sighs, realizing that the hero has met the worst fate of all the blood demons. However, it is too late to change anything now. Suddenly, voices begin to echo in the darkness. The soldiers shout, "Here comes the newbie! New clothes, new weapons, newbie!" Rude, poor-looking masters and prisoners surrounded the hero from below, watching him closely. Holding spears, stone axes, and other cold weapons, they declared, "You better lay down your weapons if you don't want to die and leave." The hero looks at their primitive weapons, a spear, a stone axe, and begins to understand. He realizes why Chuck left him the swords and dropped him here. It was a test. Even if Chuck didn't like something, he wasn't reckless. If he wanted to kill the hero, he would not have given him a weapon. This meant that there was still a chance. Energy flares up in the hero's head. He clutches his sword and says, "I'd rather die than undress in such a cold weather." He had a core of lower central energy left, and that was his last resource. After lighting a fire in the dark cave, the hero finally felt some warmth in this gloomy place. After he beat everyone who chose to attack him, it became clear that this space now belonged to him alone. The hero asked Saddam how he looks now. "Like a wet puppy," she replied, smiling. However, the hero did not mean this, and not even the color of his hair. She noted that it looked strange that he was using energy, but his hair didn't turn red, even though he definitely activated his powers. The demonic sword remarked that a weak person could not fully utilize the blood demon's energy. This energy only adjusts to the strength of the user's body. The sword warned the hero. Now this is all his available power, and it must be protected, because the sword itself does not want to stay in this place. It was a smart thought, as the hero needed to conserve energy. In his current state, it was the only way to survive. His task is to last a month here, just a month in this dangerous environment. The young owner approaches one of the cave bastards and puts a sword in front of his face. He demands that the man get up, because the hero has many questions for him. The man, poorly dressed, seems to have come to terms with the situation and obeyed the hero. He explained to Seo Un-hui that everyone here is divided into 2 categories. Most of them were forcibly evicted from Musa province. The rest got here voluntarily, but there are not many of them, about 44 people in total. Almost half of those who got here died due to the strong current and dangerous conditions. The survivors are forced to eat the roots of snakes and mice to survive. This is how they support life. The hero, realizing this, realizes that there is probably not much to eat in this place. However, the man said that there is one way to get food. There is a place where you can catch fish, and this information seemed very valuable and interesting to the hero. The hero's stomach grumbles unbearably, and thoughts about food become a priority for him. The cave bum, smiling slyly, offers to show him a place where you can get fish. He says with a smile that the local fish tastes amazing. They reach a gorge, and the hero sees that it is indeed a potentially rich place. Watching him, the hero notices that there may be something valuable in the gorge. However, he doesn't understand why he should go first when this cunning bum is around. "Why should I risk it when you're here?" he asks, eyeing him suspiciously. Suspicion grows when he notices that the man looks scared. The hero points a sword at him, forcing him to tell that there are many poisonous insects living in the gorge. If at least one of them bites, there will be big trouble, he admits. The hero notes that this man only listens when a sword is drawn over him. Having entered the gorge, the hero notices that there are no dangers at the moment. Inside, the space turns out to be wider than he expected, and he orders the man to join, as this is the only place where fish can be caught. Suddenly, a fish jumps out of the water, and the hero sees it on the horizon. He feels joy at the thought that he can cook this fish, and it will make survival easier. The problem with food and water seems to be solved, and he already has fire. But at the bottom of the river, he notices bones. Taking a closer look, he realizes that these are possibly human bones. A closer look confirms the worst suspicions. They are indeed human remains. Suddenly, the cave dweller rushes away, as if he saw something terrible. The hero realizes that he was influenced by the words of this cunning homeless man, who, taking advantage of the moment, ran away. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and the fire went out, leaving him in darkness. After a while, the darkness became so thick that nothing could be seen. Southern Heaven asked Seo and Hui to activate his power as the situation was becoming dangerous. An incredibly large monster was approaching from behind, and there was no time for hesitation. Mocking voices were heard in the cave. One of the residents told how he had recently thrown a novice right into the monster's mouth. If this is true, then the monster has probably already eaten him, and the newcomer will definitely not be coming back anytime soon. They also mentioned that they had not tried the local fish for a long time, because this monster had not allowed them to approach the water for a long time. The vagabond who lured the hero to the monster asked for his reward: 3 bundles of mosquito nets. The local authority promised to keep its word. They headed to the gorge where Seo and Hui was supposed to be, hoping to finally get access to the fish. Their plan was simple: catch a fish quickly and disappear without attracting too much attention. The vagabond rejoiced, imagining how everyone would appreciate his feat before dividing the spoils. But suddenly a bloody blow cut through the air, leaving his accomplice dead on the spot. Raising their torches, they saw that the tramp had lied. The monster, the snake, was still here. They immediately ran away when they saw her. However, being confused, they lost their orientation and could not find a way out of the cave. When they tried to run out, their path was unexpectedly blocked. The vagabond huddled in a corner saw Seo and Hui in front of him. He was shocked because he never expected to meet him alive. The hero stood against the background of a huge snake which now did not attack, but lay silently. The hero survived. He calmly ran his hand over her scales, asking if the tramp really thought the monster was going to eat him. Going back a bit, we learn that Southern Heaven advised to watch the monster instead of fighting, because it suddenly fell. In the dark, the hero begins to get used to the situation, noticing that the monster is lying motionless. He seems to have guessed. The snake recognized the one who had once killed a creature similar to it, and did not want to fight. It looked like real sorcery when the hero carefully placed his hand on the snake's head. As if taming it, the hero notices that the monster has acknowledged him, obeying his presence. Suddenly, the snake rises sharply, twisting in the air, which scared the hero for a moment. But after looking closely, he realized that this creature really accepted him as its master. Moreover, the monster began to listen to his orders, which looked completely unusual and strange. Meanwhile, the tramp, trembling, begged the hero to listen to him and give him life. He assured that everyone here is just trying to survive and promised to tell everything he knows. The tramp even agreed to serve the hero, calling him his master. However, he added that there are many other hungry people in the cave who are also fighting for survival. The hero, showing no compassion, calmly ordered the monster to devour those who stood against him. Drops of blood flew all over the cave, echoing off the walls as the monster obeyed the order. Looking at the last of those who remained, the hero coldly asks if he is ready to calm down, because his turn to die is near. The monster, still feeling hunger, makes the hero think about establishing honest cooperation with all the survivors in this cursed cave. The ranks of the soldiers and their leader were stunned by the incredible news. They did not understand where the fish they brought had come from, and who this fellow was who appeared with the vagabond. The young master approached the silhouette in the darkness, assuming it was the leader of this group. One of the warriors began to resent whether this newcomer knew where he had ended up. However, a fish thrown directly in his face quickly closed his mouth. Seo Eunhui came here with a specific purpose, to make a deal. He needed roots that would last for a month, and the leader realized that the hero was offering to trade fish for these roots. The leader set his price, 1 bundle of fish for 10 roots. If this condition is not satisfactory, the hero can go and look for another place. Wang Hui felt that this was too high a price, and began to consider the situation. Only 3 of the strongest bandits remained in the valley, who seized all the roots of a single tree. This gave them an advantage and forced the rest of the inhabitants to obey. The leader of this gang was an external martial artist named Ping Yun, who effectively controlled the entire valley. One of his subordinates was indignant that the newcomer dared to speak to their master on an equal footing. However, Eunhui suddenly silenced him by putting his sword to his throat. The hero showed that he was ready to act, and the dagger in his hands quickly changed this warrior's perspective. Peng Un, watching this, realized that the hero was a threat to his clan. He also couldn't understand how Seo Eunhui was able to use internal energy in such a state. However, the hero ignored this question, considering it unimportant. Peng Un stated that if Eunhui can use internal energy, then he must be able to remove the needles from his body. The condition of the deal was that the hero must remove all the needles from Peng Un's body, and in exchange, Peng Un will give as many roots as Eunhui wants. Peng Un declared that he is the king of the Hidden Forest Valley, and if the hero wants to survive, he must obey all his orders. After hearing these threats, Eunhui threw his sword at Peng Un, ending his speech forever. Peng Un's warriors were shocked at what had happened, and shuddered to see how easily the hero had overpowered their leader. Immediately after the hero killed Peng Un, it became clear that he was the new king of the valley. If one of the warriors had a different opinion, he offered to contest it in a duel. The hero waited with interest to see if there would be at least one willing to die at the hands of the new king. His words carried weight, and now he was officially the head of the valley. Suddenly, all the warriors began to bow before the new master, shouting, "Long live the new king!" Many of them admitted that they did not like Peng Un from the beginning. The demonic sword watched this scene, and seeing how quickly everyone obeyed the new leader, he expressed his disdain for these people, calling them pitiful. The hero could not but agree. Rumors about Seo Eunhui's new master quickly spread around the cave. People have long dreamed of dethroning Peng Un. It was said that the new leader does not just live in a cave, but in a hole with a pond, and is so strong that he can handle a snake monster. It seemed incredible, but at the same time it gave people new hope. When this information reached one of the inhabitants of the valley, he decided to personally come to the new king. The man came to the gorge where Seo Eunhui was supposed to be, and started looking for him. Looking around, he could not find a new owner. But when the silhouette of a monster appeared on the horizon, the man froze in fear, realizing that he could be destroyed. However, Seo Eunhui's voice stopped the snake. Out of the darkness came Seo Eunhui's master himself, causing the man to hold his breath. The man could not understand how the hero controls this monster, but he gathered himself and told what brought him here. He explained that the person he was serving was getting weaker and worse every day. She needs nutritious food, not rats or insects. If the owner has a fish, it could save him. The man also remarked that he had heard that only a few people were behind Seo Eunhui, but that was enough to keep everyone at bay. The hero handed him a bag of fish, noting that this should be enough. The man was impressed by the generosity of the new owner, but did not understand what he could do in return. The hero only reassured him, saying that everything would be fine, and let him go. Disappearing into the darkness, the hero makes it clear that he does not demand any payment from someone who acts for the good of others, not for his own sake. He advises that if someone asks about the fish, say that it was bought at a high price. The hero also conveys the words of wishes for a speedy recovery for the host. The man was amazed at King Seo Eunhui's mercy. He couldn't find the words of gratitude until he bowed before him, thanking him sincerely for his help. 5 days have passed since the hero was here. All this time, he did not stop training. Perhaps even Samachak did not imagine how everything would turn out. The hero not only survived, but also keeps the entire gorge in fear. Having passed numerous tests in the Valley of Six Bloods, The hero understands that now his days are filled with completely different challenges. After killing the local king, the question of survival is solved. But now he faces a new problem: how not to die of boredom for the next 25 days. Soon, another guest appears on the horizon looking for King So-eun-hui. The hero asks if he has come to ask for more fish, but the man explains that Mr. Volno seems to be on his deathbed and wants to meet the benefactor in person. The guide leads the hero to the host so they can talk. The people around look at King So-eun-hui with respect, but their condition is alarming. They look sick and tired, with fresh wounds. It was obvious that they had recently suffered serious injuries, and those wounds were still bleeding. Approaching the owner, the hero sees him lying down, trying to get up to greet him. The host expresses his respect and apologizes for not doing so earlier. The old man explains that due to weakness, his body did not allow him to meet the hero in person. He felt sorry for making the young king walk such a long way to this dirty place. Volno, despite everything, thanks the hero for his help, although he understands that his days are coming to an end. King So-eun-hui notes that gratitude is unnecessary. If people need food, he cannot refuse them. Soon, Volno begins to cough up blood, and the hero notices that his condition is critical. His body is weakened and affected by the disease. Lying on the cold stone, the hero asks if Volno wants to convey a message to his family. But he sadly replies that it is pointless because no one will get out of here. He freely admits with bitterness that his family died a long time ago, and there is no one to take revenge. However, he had a daughter named Haren, and her fate remained unknown to him. If there was even the slightest chance that his words would reach her, he would like to give her a message. He expresses regret for what she had to go through because of his choices and circumstances. If she is still alive, he promises to become her guardian spirit after death. Southern Sky addresses the hero, assuming that he is familiar with this person, or at least has heard of him before. Looking at the gray hair, tired voice, and pale skin of the old man, the hero begins to guess that he is the main swordsman of the Shadow of the Flying Moon sect. The old man notices the change in the hero's expression and asks what happened. Taking a deep breath, the hero says that Volno's daughter has a unique feature. The middle and ring fingers on one hand are the same length, and a double eyelid is on her left eye. The old man understands that the hero is talking about his daughter, and asks how he knows her. In response, the hero takes out the medallion and shows it to the old man. The old man is shocked to recognize the medallion, which he is very familiar with. The hero explains that the locket once belonged to his mother. At this moment, it becomes clear that Haren ran away and stayed with the child. The old man realizes with surprise and excitement, the young master is his only grandson. He can't even imagine how cruel was the fate that led to this meeting. Overwhelmed with emotions, he hugs the hero tightly, regretting that their meeting took place in such a gloomy place. With tears in his eyes, the old man asks if Haren is okay. He wants to know how his daughter is feeling now, but the young master cannot find the words to answer. Peng-eun, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, asks if his mother is still alive. So-eun-hui replies that everything was fine when he left the house. He remembers how they exchanged letters and hopes that she is not too sad because she always minded her own business and grumbled a bit. Saddam does not understand why the hero lies, because his mother has long since died. However, he admits that this is the best solution in the situation. At such a tragic moment, telling the truth could kill the old man who is already on the edge of life. The hero cannot help him meet his mother, but he wants to relieve him of the guilt at least a little. This meeting in a gloomy place confirms their family connection. The hero realizes that he is really the grandson of this man. Peng-eun, hearing this news, begins to calm down. He even smiles, thinking that there are no more problems. But suddenly his health deteriorates sharply, and he falls into the arms of his grandson. So-eun-hui tries to bring the old man to his senses, but to no avail. He can no longer feel his pulse. The hero understands that he cannot lose his grandfather right now. He uses all the energy available to him, but the old man's heart does not resume its rhythm. So-eun-hui realizes that if his inner energy was at full power, he could do something. But now, as soon as he finds a relative, he immediately loses him. Suddenly, a voice is heard from the darkness. "Put the sword on the old man's chest, quickly!" The hero does not understand what is happening at first, but still draws his sword. People around him look at him in surprise, not understanding what he is going to do. However, when they see what follows, they silently cover their mouths, stunned by what happened. The hero places the sword on the grandfather's chest, and something begins to happen. So-eun-hui starts the circulation of blood through the old man's body with the heavenly sword energy. Grandfather's heart begins to beat, albeit weakly. The hero understands that this is a temporary measure. As soon as he stops maintaining energy, the grandfather will immediately die. This situation amazes him. Such a cruel fate allowed them to meet only to be immediately separated. But even before he died, Pengun was able to reunite with his family. And that brief moment became the most precious to him. The young master sadly declares that if they had found the four-flowered grass, Volna could have been saved. This healing herb can heal, but it only grows in the depths of the valley, where going down is tantamount to voluntary death. After hearing about this, the hero insists that he be shown the way to the place where the grass grows. People say that many tried to reach her, but lacked strength, and all suffered serious injuries due to the dangers on the way. The greatest challenge is the encounter with the monster, a creature as terrifying and dangerous as the serpent that guards the valley. People advise the hero to abandon this idea and accept the death of his grandfather. They are sure that no one would take the risk in his place, but one of them lights a torch and promises to accompany the hero to show the way. He explains that without a guide, the hero will get lost in the confusing passages, and he himself does not know what this plant looks like. Volno was like a father to the conductor, so he cannot leave this case. On the way, he tells how earlier they were looking for a way across the river, hoping to get out of the valley, because at the end of the river, logically, there should be an exit. They went to the cave and reached its end, but behind the wall something incredible was waiting for them. It was an artificial wall, as if built of clay, which closed the natural passage. They decided that there might be a river behind it. After dismantling the wall, they discovered something that no one expected. The cave was filled with traces of an ancient civilization that had long since disappeared. Inside the cave were dozens of rooms separated by walls, and in one of them grew the same grass that emitted continuous light. The guide mentions that Samachak himself used to tell about this place, which was once sacred, although now forgotten. Perhaps these are the remains of an ancient civilization. The man takes out a luminous stone from his pocket and gives it to the hero. This is a gem that he once found in a cave. He explains that by swimming across stagnant water with this stone, you can reach the same cave. The light of the gem will help you not to go astray. The hero and the guide dive into the cold water, realizing that there are trials ahead of them that need to be endured. The darkness around was frightening, but the brilliance of the gem illuminated the path, adding confidence. The tension grew with each dive, but they kept moving forward, knowing it was their only chance. Diving deeper into the water, the hero follows the light of the gem that shows the way. It seems to him that this place is familiar, as if he had already sailed this way before. Judging by the appearance of the tunnel, they are already close to the goal. The hero clearly follows his guide, remaining attentive to the environment. Suddenly, he notices how the guide's blood colors the water in front of him. The terrible monster seized the guide and pierced him with his sharp sword. It was the same monster that had been warned about, and the guide, in a dying cry, begs the hero to run. But the young owner had no intention of running away. With one swift movement of his sword, he strikes the monster. Having forced the monster to release the guide, the hero pushes him to the ground and asks him not to pay attention to him, but to look ahead. The monster turned out to be a human, although without internal energy. His fighting skills were impressive, and it was understandable why others couldn't defeat him. It seemed that even those who were stronger, including his grandfather, could not defeat this creature. The monster screamed, full of rage, trying to destroy anyone who dared to enter its territory. Seo Eunhui realized that the reason for this rage was not only natural aggression. With one precise movement of his sword, the hero delivers the final blow, depriving the monster of its life. During this battle, he notices how different this creature is from anyone he has seen before. Only one question was running through his mind. What kind of creature is this? The hero takes the gem to get a closer look at the monster's face. Having come closer, he notices that it emits an unbearable smell of decomposition, which literally hits his nose. It was a truly gruesome sight, an inhuman with a rotting body that fully corresponded to the tales of the monster. The creature's eyes glowed with a bright yellow energy that resembled a demonic flame. At this moment, the hero did not expect that the monster, even after being defeated, would try to strike his body with its claws. The hero tried to dodge the monster's blow, but still took damage, even though he plunged his sword into the creature. The monster did not die. Saddam, looking at the hero, began to worry about his condition, but the wounds turned out to be only scratches. To reach the healing herb, the hero will have to finally defeat this monster. The problem was that the creature refused to die even after severe head wounds, and it was necessary to find its weak point. The hero tried to attack different parts of the body: head, shoulders, solar plexus, heart. He even tried to hit the monster in the neck, but it didn't work either. Every attack was useless. The monster blocked or withstood all the blows. When the hero switched to other places, the monster did not even think to defend himself, which only added to the mystery. Most likely, the weak point is still in the neck, and the hero decides to focus on this area. He realized that even the strongest creature would not be able to survive after having its throat cut. Filling his sword with blood demon energy, the hero concentrated all his power. He aimed the sword like an arrow charged with powerful and sharp energy. The bloody storm, collected in a single point, flies straight to the key area, the weak point of the monster. The ugly creature received a powerful blow to the neck. But even this was not enough to finish off the monster. The blow should have been a little deeper. The power of this creature was incredible. Even a blade could not completely penetrate its body. The monster pushes the sword away with its claws, demonstrating its strength. Suddenly, a person appears on the horizon who decided to help the hero. Despite his exhausted state, this act was an act of gratitude. It was only the first aid. He could barely stay on his feet, but he still came back. As a result, the creature was killed, and the guide noted that the young master mastered martial arts. He never thought he would see victory over this monster. At the same time, no one knew exactly what kind of creature it was. One of the dead comrades once mentioned that it could be a zombie. The hero listens carefully, thinking about the possibility of the existence of a sect capable of controlling the dead. He remembered how his previous mentor had mentioned such creatures during the conversation. If he remembers correctly, it might be related to the Musana clan. But if it really is them, then the clan was destroyed long ago. The Musana clan had once sided with the Emperor during the last wars, but were completely exterminated after the defeat. However, there is a possibility that it was not their handiwork at all, as these monsters are usually controlled by seals, and there were no marks on this creature. The guide is sure that the hero is too deep in thought, although there is no time for that now. They need to move on. The hero wonders if there are any other monsters in this place. The guide assures that it is unlikely, because only one was chasing them. But suddenly, many voices come out of the darkness. A whole horde of fresh monsters appears on the horizon, rapidly approaching. Their number was impressive, and the hero with the guide had no other choice. They understand that the only way out is to run away to escape from these creatures. Despite the previous statement that there was only one monster, the reality turned out to be different. There were many more monsters. Their number seemed endless. The hero immediately asks where the healing herb is because time is against them. They realize that they will not be able to deal with so many monsters and must act quickly. The guide offers to distract the monsters so that the hero can reach the grass. However, the hero decides otherwise. He kicks the guide forward, insisting that he is the one who must find the grass before the hero engages in battle. Saddam does not understand what the hero is up to. He seems to have decided to sacrifice himself. But if they run together, the monsters will still catch up with them. The hero makes himself a decoy to distract the enemies while the guide can collect the herb. Using his power, he cuts through monsters, drawing their attention to him. His strategy causes the monsters to turn and rush after him. Sensing the challenge, the monsters direct all their fury at the hero, trying to destroy him. The hero leads them into a trap, luring them further away from the guide. The guide, hiding, realizes that the owner sacrificed himself to give him a chance to find the grass. He promises himself that he will definitely find grass, because otherwise he will not be able to return to Volno. The conductor decides to act quickly, because time is limited. Meanwhile, the hero counts the number of monsters chasing him. Southern Sky counted 15, but counting seems silly when there are so many. Suddenly, Saddam warns that monsters have begun to attack from above. The hero deftly repels their attacks with his sword, showing lightning reactions. But the number of enemies becomes so great that even a retreat becomes impossible. Monsters surround him, squeezing the circle like pincers. The hero, using all his energy, prepares to strike a decisive blow. The hero uses the flying dragon sword technique to push the monsters back, creating distance. He uses half of his power, but realizes that it is not enough to kill them all. Saddam warns that there is another cave nearby to hide in. The hero rushes there before the monsters have regained consciousness after his blow. Running through the gorges, he notices something bright and warm. As he gets closer, he sees the gems, now realizing where they could have been found. But suddenly, his attention is drawn to a strange object on the ground. It is something like a sarcophagus that has been slightly opened. It seemed that something was lying inside. The hero decides to climb inside the sarcophagus to hide from his pursuers. The monsters really can't find it by looking everywhere but passing the sarcophagus. Lying inside, he hears the sounds of the pursuers gradually receding. The hero sighs with relief, realizing that he managed to avoid danger. However, he soon notices that the sarcophagus does not open for some reason. He begins to panic, trying to find a way to get out. The fear grows stronger with each passing minute because it seems that he is stuck forever. In addition, the sarcophagus begins to fill with dirty water, which slowly rises. The hero realizes that there is nothing he can do, and wonders if this will be his last refuge. Mixed emotions overwhelm him. Anger at himself for his imprudence, and fear of imminent death. He swears he won't die here like a fool in this dirty and smelly place. But the water rises higher and higher, forcing him to look for any way to survive. After long attempts, the hero manages to open the sarcophagus. Water suddenly splashes out of it, causing the hero to cough and suffocate. He cannot regain consciousness for a long time, almost suffocating. It seemed to him that a little more, and he would die. But now he does not understand where he is. Suddenly, everything around is surrounded by a thick, poisonous fog. The hero wonders, what the hell is going on here? Southern Sky advises to break the wall and get out of this place immediately. The hero uses the spinning sword technique and directs a powerful blow of energy at the wall. However, not a single scratch appears on the wall. Falling to his knees, the hero drops his sword in despair, realizing his helplessness. He complains that his whole body itches, but Saddam doesn't understand what he means. Pain and itching become unbearable, covering the entire body of the hero. At this moment, the needles that were in his back begin to fall out with incredible force. They fly out of his body, hitting the walls with such force that they seem like gunshots. After that, a powerful burst of energy permeates the hero, as if he is going through the process of awakening, feeling a new power that fills him. Needles from the young master's body began to jump out, causing him to wonder, what kind of incomprehensible effect is this? He feels his inner energy begin to burst out of his chest. At the same time, the inborn internal energy in the lower energy core begins to activate. When all the needles left his body, the restriction imposed by Chuck himself was lifted. Saddam, seeing what was happening, began to worry about the hero's condition. However, it became clear that removing the restriction returned the hero to his full power. Feeling a new wave of energy, the hero sits down in the lotus position and begins to check the circulation of power through his meridians. Warm energy begins to spread from his heart throughout his body. But he notices something strange. The innate energy of the middle core and the inner energy of the lower core become stronger, and now they can act simultaneously. The hero does not fully understand why this is happening, but decides not to miss such a chance. A dark liquid begins to flow from the cracks in his body, as if his body is passing through a rift. At this time, the guide, making his way through the dangers, finally finds a healing herb, but a huge number of monsters are chasing him, and he realizes that his chances of survival are minimal. Although he holds the precious herb in his hands, the guide realizes that the monsters can kill him, rendering all his efforts useless. It wasn't long before the exit, and he hoped he would make it in time. But, turning the corner, he is faced with a terrible picture. Monsters surrounded him from all sides. The sharp claws are already moving towards him to deliver the fatal blow. At this moment, in his mind, the conductor begins to say goodbye to Seo Eun-hui, believing that he has failed him. He hopes that the hero will be able to find his body and take the herb. With his last thoughts, he wishes that his sacrifice would not be in vain. When the guide had already lost all hope, the heads of monsters began to fly in front of his eyes. On the horizon appears Master Seo Eun-hui, who, despite all the difficulties, managed to save him. In front of him stood the same savior, whom the guide considered dead. However, something had changed in Seo Eun-hui. His hair turned bright red, and his very presence radiated the blood demon aura. Having taken the 4-flowered grass in their hands, they now have a chance to save Volno. The conductor asks to deliver the grass to the owner as soon as possible, because time is against them. They need to hurry, but the guide notices that Master Seo is covering his right eye. In his mind, the hero reflects on the changes in his power. His innate and internal energies have combined, allowing him to punch through the wall and get outside. However, for an unknown reason, his right eye remained damaged and never recovered. He tried to open it, but the pain was so strong, as if a needle had hit his eye, that he had to close it again. Their dialogue is interrupted by a strange sound, as if something heavy was being dragged in the distance. The sounds clearly came from the depths of the cave, becoming closer and closer. Looking closely, they notice a warrior who appears to be imprisoned. Attached to his arms and legs were huge, heavy iron spheres. One question: who the hell is this? He's not at all like the other monsters they've seen before. Their hearts began to beat faster, as they always did when facing a powerful opponent. As they got closer, it became clear that this warrior was ready to attack at any moment, and one had to be on the alert. The masked creature looked at them intently, as if they were his next targets. Jumping high up, the warrior began swinging iron spheres, directing them towards the heroes. Seo Eun-hui, reacting instantly, throws the conductor aside, protecting him from the impact. A huge block fell on the rock surface, causing a loud rumble. The creature rose to its feet, showing incredible resilience. The hero, like the wind, rushed forward, aiming his sword at the opponent, trying to destroy him. But the monster blocked the blow with its iron block, stopping the attack. The hero looked around, not believing his eyes. How is that possible? The monster's arms seemed to be made of something supernatural. They didn't even react to the force of the blows. The voice of the demon sword advised to cut off the wrist first to stop the movement of the iron layer. However, the hero begins to understand that freeing the creature from these bullets can make it even more dangerous. The size and weight of the layers were enormous, but they were relatively easy to dodge. The hero decides to take a risk and cuts off the monster's wrist, making his hand free from the iron layer. The ball falls to the ground with a thud and rolls forward. At this moment, the hero's sword goes straight to the opponent's neck, but the monster suddenly stops the blow with his bare hand holding the sword. The wide-eyed hero cannot understand how this was possible. Suddenly, the monster attacks with a wave of fire using an iron ball, and the impact does not make itself wait. The hero flies to the side, receiving a strong blow, which throws him to the ground. He realizes he's confused and lost control, allowing the monster to land a powerful blow. Blood gets into the hero's eyes, and his vision becomes blurred. The creature, now free of one arm, swings at the other and begins to cut off the other wrist. The blow was accurate, and now the monster was completely free of the iron balls, preparing for another attack. The monster freed himself from the iron restraints by cutting off his hand. It was obvious that he was constantly trying to free himself from these bullets. Creepy laughter begins to sound from under the monster's mask, and he reaches out and tears it in his face. Seeing him, the young master freezes in fear. It wasn't just any ordinary creature. It had two golden eyes that radiated incredible power. The hero notices that Saddam previously mentioned a swordsman from the southern sky, but he only had one golden eye. This warrior seems even stronger. The monster unexpectedly turns to the hero, asking to lend him a sword to break the chains that still held his legs. Seo Eun-hui hesitates, believing that this creature must have enough strength to break free on its own. However, the warrior calls him an idiot, explaining that even though he regenerates quickly, that doesn't mean he doesn't feel pain. The monster shows strength, but warns the hero that patience is not infinite, and he does not want to waste time on useless conversations. The hero still has no plans to give up his sword, feeling the danger that could come from the hands of this creature. But the monster reminds him that not everyone takes rejection as calmly as he does now. He bluntly states that if necessary, he will simply kill the hero and take the sword himself. The hero, feeling his look, full of determination and menace, begins to feel anxiety. This opponent is truly extremely formidable. The hero stood before that guy. He asked why threaten his philanthropist, though he does not seem to understand the word. Then Yun-si wondered if he could at least free his hands. Do you clearly understand or what? In any case, I'm not going to kill right now. After all, if I wanted to kill, it would have happened for a long time. There would be no room for conversations. Yun-si understood. This guy is much stronger than him. However, he did not consider it help. And he knew, though he speaks a lot, actually acts only on his own plan. The only condition for which it could be called help would be to remove the amulet attached to a steel mask, but it seemed that he was not there from the beginning. Realizing this, Junshi only replied that he had no idea what he was talking about. Well, hell with you, the guy waved, adding that he has a good mood today, so he will be generous, and will say that he was released thanks to Uni-C. But after that he pointed to Jun's sword and asked him to borrow. Yun-shi wanted to hear the promise, emphasizing that there was no reason to rivalry between them. The guy agreed not to harm him, because he also had his own moral principles. Hearing this, Junshi passed his sword, and immediately after them, the fragments flew around them. Looking at this, it was hard to believe that it was so easy to break this chain. The movement of the sword was smooth, accurate, without any tension. Its fencing skill was simply impressive. Yun-shi, without drawing his gaze, tried to understand who he really was. It turned out that he only needed the sword to cut the chain. After completing this, he threw him back without hesitation. At the same moment, one of the spirit of the sword whispered that this guy causes an alarming feeling. Yun himself understood it. Sometimes you don't guess when he changes his decision. This was not allowed to relax even for a second watching this mysterious stranger. Suddenly, the guy came closer, put Yuna's hand on his shoulder and said, "With such skills, you could become a famous martial arts master." Yun-shi didn't understand what was happening. Didn't he make a promise? At this point, he felt his unrealistic power on his shoulders. It was impossible to counter him. And then this beast spoke again. He noted that Junshi is interesting, and it worries him. He then said that the scent was experiencing traces of surgery of the golden body. Hearing this, Junshi thought. But he said aloud that he had no idea what he was talking about. You don't know? Of course you don't know. The guy smiled mysteriously. It just added mysteries, and Junshi couldn't stand. But whom you will take away, you say? Nothing wrong. Say, you once visited a room filled with gems? He asked. Junshi was surprised but replied, yes. Then the guy calmly put his hand on his chest, and feeling something familiar said, you have the same body as that guy. Junshi did not understand how it was related to energy in his heart. But, a little better listening, he realized that this energy was protecting it. The guy smiled and called him a lucky man. And then he added that there is no point in passing this cave. And it struck a point. It happened so fast that Junshi did not even have time to react. However, he did not keep the promise. He did this only to help the energy flow free. He then stated that they were now in calculation. But before you go, I decided to add something more. Junshi had already felt weak, but he warned, if he ever meets a person with one golden eye, he has to run immediately, if he does not want to be in the same trouble. Having said it, he disappeared, and Junshi suddenly felt nausea again. But this time his left eye no longer hurt. First of all, he decided to return to his grandfather. It's been 3 days. Medicinal herbs accurately eventually recovered. The convulsions stopped, and the complexion returned to normal. But his grandfather has not woke up yet. After recovering his own energy, Junshi helped his grandfather, from time to time, passing his little power. He understood that the opening of the central energy core requires an extraordinary concentration, and asked anyone to let. But the truth is, the real reason was different. It could not show anyone that his left eye had changed. It became golden only when the central energy kernel was completely revealed, and then his view opened a completely different, unknown world. Now the hero saw extremely clearly. He observed the flow of energy that pulled through the body of each person, and realized that everyone has a congenital, albeit weak, inner power. The procedure for transformation into gold and the achievements obtained from a stranger were only part of a new, amazing arsenal of his capabilities. With the development of his own skills, he reached an extraordinary level. Without even relying on the power of the central core, he could show the ability of the same rank as before falling into the dungeon. Of course, it was possible to rejoice in the gained power, but now everything seemed meaningless. What is the point if she could not save a single native man? What is the point in all this power if it is not able to protect at least one native, leaving the hero in helplessness and disappointment? It was felt like a real curse. Grandfather had to receive proper treatment from a skillful healing to get rid of this disaster. The hero himself could not wait for the end of the moon to see the results of treatment and changes that were expected. He felt completely helpless, not knowing what to do in the face of an unchanging failure that tormented his soul. Just at the moment when the thought of the powerlessness passed through his consciousness, the gentle hand of a native person touched his cheek, filling him with warmth. There was a voice that seemed to be heard from my heart. I do not understand what is happening, but I am still alive. My grandfather rose. It was a real holiday that marked the victory over death. However, the hero believed that it was not necessary to risk life for the old, even if it was the only chance of salvation. All the words of the old man, however, walked past the boy's ears, leaving him indifferent to pain and disappointment. But his grandfather later learned all the truth that was revealed with all his depth and painful surprise. It has long been obvious that the truth must be out, and it was time to apologize for past mistakes. My grandfather took him by his hand and said gently that he did not keep any insult on him. Everything that happened was fault. Is it impossible to understand the desire to ease the burden lying on the soul of the old man, who, feeling the approach of death, misses the lost? Hugging the hero, my grandfather acknowledged, I have to apologize myself, because it is guilty of all these troubles, putting all my soul in words. With tears in his eyes, the hero tightly roasted the old man, trying to convey at least a drop of his own strength and warmth. If your father held such a strong position as you now, without the loss of Mom, would not have to experience such difficulties. But after the words of his grandfather, everything was mixed in his head. Whether his father is really biological, and if not, he may know who he really knows. But when he heard the question, my grandfather did not understand what it was about. Moreover, it was strange to him why he called himself the name of CO. Then Junshi revealed the unexpected truth. His mother married the head of the Jan clan. That is why he uses this name, although in fact this man is not a biological father. His mother, entrusting the clan, married Honorable. She did it to be able to give birth and grow Junshi. Despite the risk of getting a shameful brand of a pregnant concubine, she still dared. Grandpa had no idea that his daughter had to go through such trials. Now it was obvious. Their knowledge of the past was very different. However, His grandfather knew the truth about his real father, the Beckstream, the invincible god of the wind. He once headed the sect of 8 schools of the Assault Shadow, and was one of the 8 large soldiers. One of the sword spirits understood what it means to be born with a gold spoon in his mouth. My grandfather looked at his grandson and saw how surprised he was. Is it even offended by your father? In fact, Yunshi couldn't say what was feeling the image. If his father owned such a great force, why didn't he defend his mother? Why didn't he save her? Did he only live for himself? Your father is not like that, his grandfather gently explained, putting his hand on his shoulder. Just then, this force was not enough. He did his best to protect his family, but could not do anything against the brand of a descendant of a blood cult. Even his grandfather himself was in captivity of this curse. And only now he confessed to it. Did you not find yourself here through the Musan Palace or the Sword of the Omnic Month? Junie asked. Yes. In the past, the Alliance Maureen has put forward the conditions to conclude an alliance with the Musan Palace, his grandfather replied. One of the requirements was the destruction of his entire family. When he fled from the castle, they started shooting, and then his body took away the rapid flow of the river. At that moment, he was convinced that death was inevitable. Who saved me then? He thought. His rescuer was no longer alive for a long time. How big was this man if he was able to cure fatally wounded without any special tools? Grandpa also learned from Kanba and others that Musan was considered to be killed in the palace, along with the vassals that were expelled from the sect. With such serious injuries, he fell into the river. The current picked it up. But who would think he survived? Even his grandfather could not believe it. He thought that such could only happen to his daughter. He even considered her dead until Junshi met. If he knew that Yuni was alive, he would definitely find him at any cost. My grandfather also heard that his father had never married again. He lives himself. Wouldn't he be happy after learning about his son's existence? Even the mother of Yuni was married for the 2nd time, and he is not. It turned out that he really loved her. He is an honest man, one of the sword spirits said. Maybe you should review your attitude towards him. Hadream is a rare case of an honest person. Even 20 years, he continues to trust his son-in-law. Junie C sounded in his head. So how about believing your father at least once? Thinking about it, Junshi decided he should meet him. Only then will the whole truth be able to know. Did his father really know nothing about him and his mother all these 20 years? What were the circumstances of the exile of the shadow of the ice crane? But there was one big problem. It was because of her that Junshi now looked so focused. The reason was the memories of the past life. At all soon, the Musan Palace had to formally announce the death of Gin Dream Beck. The situation was getting worse. Initially, Yunshi planned to stay here the month, but now there is almost no time. He had to immediately resolve several important cases. First of all, to run to the death of your father, Gin-sun Beck. The condition of the Kanba also remained unsatisfactory. It is urgently needed treatment. The same thing applied to the grandfather. That is why Yunshi said, "There is something important that I want to discuss. I say it late, but I was not here for the reason that everyone else." However, saying this, Junshi was not sure whether they should reveal the truth about the test he had to go through. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a guy who exclaimed, "Trouble!" They were also glad to see the grandfather. All of him were experiencing herself. However, it is not the time to talk. He reminded them of how 3 days ago a terrible roar came from which the walls shuddered. Then it seemed like nothing wrong happened. It was difficult to believe it, but the cave was gradually filled with water. If this continues, it can completely flood it in 3 days. The situation was getting worse. In fact, it could have happened even in 2 days, or before. Yunshi couldn't find a way out and did not know what to do. He asked his grandfather to immediately go to the highest point. He could not just sit, putting his hands. It was rumored that if you show a special sign of the divine healer, he would be able to restore Tian's tribute. That is why my grandfather insisted that she was preserved, no matter how strong he and whether he could do it. But Yunshi was convinced that if he was promised, he should restrain her. It was at this point that his grandfather learned another important truth. Jun lost his power, but he was helped by the elder of the divine healer. This meant that he had a chance to return Tian's tribute. Then his grandfather solemnly promised to take care of this plate. After that, everyone began to look for a way to get out of the cave. Suddenly his grandfather heard a woman's voice, but no one but him heard him. "It's the right step. I will not let you deceive me again. Ah, how many times have I said that this is the only way? Try to turn one of my cunning tricks again. I will be cut, the ears of the tear." The indignant voice of the girl was heard. Yunshi seemed to know him. This voice was a painful pain. The girl looked out of the rock, looking carefully at the search for someone. But as soon as she saw him, her face shone down and she rushed to run towards him. But she did not understand who this grandfather, who stood in Yoon, behind her back. My grandfather asked Junshi where he knew this beauty. It was June herself. Yunshi decided to introduce her to Grandpa, or, more precisely, her grandfather. However, as soon as she heard Junie, I turned to him. Grandpa. Everything became clear. Grandpa, hearing her name, immediately realized that she was the daughter of Chuck, and he, in turn, was the owner of the Sword of the Sinister Moon. It was a real shock. The girl smiled and gladly greeted with her grandfather, and then, without hesitation, she introduced herself as the bride of his grandson. The grandfather opened his mouth even more with surprise. Yunshi just smiled and shook his head, said, "Hey, we are not even in such a relationship. We didn't even meet. How can you call yourself my bride?" He was surprised, but it didn't matter to her, because Jun X already asked her father permission. However, the guy explained the situation differently. He only asked for a date, and everything that could happen in the process. At this point, one of the spirit of the sword whispered Yunshi, "Look at your grandfather." The grandfather seems to have shocked that. He lost consciousness. From the very thought that he has such a relative, his head simply could not withstand. Yunshi briefly told the whole story as he found himself in the valley. The grandfather could not believe that his grandson was sent here only because he asked for permission to meet his daughter, Chuck. However, Yunshi explained that it was his own decision. The grandfather was right. Yun herself dropped on her knees and acknowledged that her father had gone too far in her care. She sincerely apologized for her father's actions, and even suggested that she be punished. He was not going to keep me here forever. I agreed to it only because he promised to let me go in a month, Yunsi explained. But there was one serious problem. "Which one?" the girl asked impatiently. "The cave is flooding. The water rises from the inside, and at such a pace in a few days it will be completely flooded. Most likely you have to go earlier than the promised time." The girl, this news surprisingly, only pleased. "Once this is a natural disaster, we can no longer stay here. The father ordered to stay in the valley, not to sink in the water," she exclaimed happily. "But is there a way to get out of here?" Everyone was waiting for answers from the girl. "Well, of course there," she answered carelessly. "Just follow me. It is logical that if I went here, I know how to get out." They moved forward, left very little to climb up. But one did not give June these peace. Why did she go here at all? "Of course, to see you. My father went on a business trip, so I used the opportunity and secretly came here," she confessed. And suddenly, a man got out of the valley. This was the reason for the departure of her father. He whispered to her ear that I would like to know more about this guy. "Are both his eyes gold?" she asked and replied, "Yes." Now there was no doubt. That's for sure. The cave began to flood water because it was because of its action, the dispersal of the wall during the escape. Everything went wrong. Given its power, it was absolutely probable. There was no doubt. Interestingly, he himself was already faced, and because of his experience, he asked the girl if everything was fine with her father. She was convinced that her father is incredibly strong. Compared to him, that guy with golden eyes was easy to describe, but it was strange. The father once cut off his hand during the battle. However, his hand instantly grew up like a lizard, and after that he immediately fled, so his father followed him. This monster fled, he thought. If he did not knowingly, it would be difficult to even scratch him. Could Chuck himself be so strong that he was able to cut his hand? Or do all four great enemies have as force as Chuck itself? Maybe only he has such outstanding abilities? All these questions were forced to think. Seeing Junshi thought, she leaned to him to ask what he thinks so seriously. He waved. "Nothing. Just hope that your father will not have a problem." Soon they reached the Verevka, which lay in front of them. She reminded of the bridge hanging there above. It was she who hanged this veer before the descent. To make such knitting, she managed to borrow so much sheeps from a neighboring village that it took almost half a day. It was enough to look up to understand. Someone else hangs on the rope. "Who was the first climbing in herbs?" said one of them jokingly. They finally wanted to escape from this damn valley. Undoubtedly, it was a group of Pune. But if there are too many people hanging on the rope, it may not stand it. It is, to put it mildly, very badly. It was even worse that some scum tried to cut the rope. And the worst thing, 2 of his people hung under him, but he was absolutely indifferent. He just threw something like, "If I choose, I will drop you another rope, don't worry." But it was difficult for them to believe in this frank beacon. And suddenly, they all break down, including it. Fortunately, they fell into the water that gathered at the bottom. The rope was not completely cut at the time, and Yunshi quickly asked the girl to stand behind his back. But I do not understand anything at all, she answered indignantly. But immediately then something fell into the water with a loud crash. It was a bridge. It finally broke down and completely fell down. Now Yunshi asked the girl whether there was another way to get out of here. To his surprise, she suddenly replied that there was another way out. But suddenly something else happened, which was stunned again. A huge, spooky snake came out of the water. However, the girl immediately reassured everyone. She should not be afraid. She would not attack. Yunshi also connected to the explanations. It's not just a snake, but a time. Moreover, he even suggested that everyone stroke it, but the grandfather and the girl only shook their heads, refusing. But what happened? Why did time appear right now? Asked Junshi, approaching closer. Meanwhile, the snake suddenly turned, staring at a certain point. Where does he look? Below was a noticeable hole through which the water fell down. It was through it that they came here. Did the snake appear to help them get out? Yunshi decided to check and ask directly. The answer was only nodded. He only could thank for such help. He seems to have remained in debt before this creation. Everyone else had to just trust Yunshi this time. He asked everyone to trust him, and after that they rushed into the water. It was not a minute as a bright radiance appeared around. They seemed to be the riders of this majestic snake, and finally were able to smell freedom. That's all. They got out. Once outside, they were greeted by such a bright light that it was difficult to open his eyes. Yunshi thanked the time for helping them to get out. He would like him to go with them, but it was almost impossible. These creatures hated the bright light because their scales are too sensitive. It quickly blushes and becomes weak. As a result, Junshi only thanked the time and promised to return. Moreover, now he knew exactly where they were. Behind this forest was the village. There she borrowed a rope there. There was also a doctor who they were looking for. It was necessary to go there as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Musan was published in the castle. Anyone who will test the invincible god of wind, regardless of their status, will be trained in all the martial arts of 8 schools of a storm shadow, and will become their heir. Well, what does it mean? Did they not seek freedom? This is no longer the Penodi Valley. She was no longer their imprisonment. The grandfather received an explanation and asked not to follow him. He turned to everyone and said they could go their own way. They only bowed to him, promising that if he ever called them, they will certainly come and help. In the end, he only thanked them and waved their farewell. But suddenly 2 words were repeated twice. Kamba, Kamba, hey, wake up! It was a me who tried to bring the Kamba that fainted. His body was hot as if he had burned from the inside. It seemed that he was about to die. He clearly got worse. Yun herself quickly told everyone to follow her. They needed to climb a little to the northwest. They walked through the village, located in the Fuan County, in search of a hospital. Suddenly, his grandfather noticed the flag that major over the building. A black flag with crossed swords. It was a sign of Musan Palace. He knew that the palace itself was in the northwest of Shenya province, but did not know that they were controlling the village. Yunshi noticed his reaction and asked, Grandpa, are you okay? Was he not in a bad relationship with the Musan Palace? Around the warriors, what if someone recognizes him? But my grandfather only sighed and reassured his grandson. It has been over 20 years. Moreover, many believe that I have been dead for a long time. The most important thing now is the Kanba's life hangs on the hair. They had to rush to the eastern part of the village immediately. Fortunately, my grandfather once lived in Musan Palace, and although it was over 20 years, he knew that there was a good hospital. 3 generations of doctors have passed, but it is probably still there. After a while, they were already at the entrance to the hospital in the eastern part of the village. Is it normal to occupy the entire medical institution? One of the workers said indignantly, turning to the man in front of him. But everything became clear when the cold blade of the sword was near his neck. If you do not want to get into the mess, get out of here as soon as possible, warned him. But he made a huge mistake. It was foolish to lift the weapon because in the next moment his hand was broken. He thought that he was only a weak worker, but suddenly a few more guys appeared. However, when he tried to hit one of them, he turned against him. From a powerful blow, he was thrown high into the air. One of the attackers crawled on his knees, the other lay unconscious. And this, in the appearance of an innocent worker, scattered them both, as if it were worthless. After that, he quietly entered inside, but literally in a moment he flew back through the door. But this blow did not knock him out. He remained in the face. He felt a piercing cold throughout his body, but did not understand what it was. The woman standing in front of him as if she came out of the icy lands. "Is it so you handled with my subordinates?" she said. She was the guardian of the palace, a master of martial arts with gray fox wool, and these white hair. No doubt there was a silver tiger. Getting into this situation with her is a very bad sign. But it was too late. She said about it, "Damn, He didn't even have time to defend herself. How quickly everything happened. He tried to put his hands to block, but saved him something else. It was June. He stood directly in front of him, stopping the hands of a silver tiger, and calmly asked, "Can you give us the way?" The one who stood behind was shocked. Who the hell is this guy? How was he able to block her attack with one hand? However, the silver tigress sharply threw his hand. "Well, I'll arrange you a funeral. You end?" she said. Her voice was heard as an icy sentence. Yunxi looked at her with a calm, motionless look. Then he exhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and thought, "It would be better to finish it faster." At that moment, the silver tigress was already on the verge of rage. She came out of anger. Someone dared to close her eyes right in front of her. It was not a manifestation of neglect, but only a concentration, tried to explain Junshi. But she was even more striking as he evaded her attacks, and even managed to be behind her. And then she felt something else, something very unpleasant. It was a blow that instantly threw it in the other direction. Unfortunately for her, in her path, the fence was struck with force and lost consciousness from one blow. "Master, if you don't mind, could you name your name?" asked the guy sitting on the ground. But no one paid attention to him. They hurried forward. It was necessary to save the Kamba. When they were inside the hospital, the question came, did these two have not been treated before? "The happiness that they are still alive," the doctor explained. "The heart of the old is weak due to age, and his vision has suffered from many years of stay in the dark. But if you continue treatment, the condition may improve. However, with that one-handed man, the situation is more difficult. His flesh died and begins to rot. We can maintain his condition with medicines, but whether he will survive heaven." "Is that all?" asked Junshi. "Is there no other way?" But the answer was disappointing. "Everything has already been done. Now it is only hope that the patient will last as long as possible. There is a hotel nearby. They serve a wonderful noodle. You're worth a rest," said the doctor, contacting the boy. Going outside, Junshi met Jun herself, who immediately asked, "What did the doctor say?" "He advised to go to eat delicious noodles," said Junshi. Hearing it, she immediately rejoiced. She was so hungry. On the way, they were met by the guy they saw at the main entrance. He thanked Junsi. He managed to avoid the unpleasant situation and get to the hospital. He was delighted with the outstanding fighting skills of Yunxi and believed that he really deserved respect. Then the guy began to tell that he was ready for the test. If it had happened, he would be driven out of Musan's palace, and he would not have been allowed. However, when it really happened, he decided to calm down and seek a doctor. Hearing this, Yunxi became interested in what he meant. He realized that he was in a hurry and decided to explain. He thought that Junshi was a student of the Palace Musan. After all, to become the advice of the invincible god of wind. About 15 days ago, Musan's palace announced that anyone who will pass the test would receive training in all the martial arts of 8 schools of storm shadows and will become his heir. That is why so many masters arrived in the village. All they wanted to take a test. After all, to become the heir of the invincible god of wind means to get a chance to claim the role of the next suzerain. However, in the case of failure of the needle, they will put 8 points on the body, completely blocking the internal energy, and the person will be forced to become dependent on 8 schools. Yun herself did not understand why the heir was chosen in this way, but the guy explained that this was just a reason. A real reason was the desire to expand power. At the same time, he looked closely, as if he was afraid that someone could listen. Then, leaning closer, he whispered, "It's just rumors, but they say that it is due to the fact that the invincible god of wind has no children, and he can no longer have them." Yunxi realized that this was not true. After all, the real child of the invincible god of wind stood right here. He was his son himself. After all, what did he lead to? He believed that Junisi is a real master and that he could have been tested. And he told him directly into his eyes. Then he held out to him something, asking him to accept it. At first, Yunxi refused, but when he saw that it was, the guy with a smile confirmed, "This is a code of happiness. Just accept it." He was called Ju-E, and he was nicknamed because he never stopped smiling. He was a young master who had to become known in the new faction one day. However, he had one feature, black and white demons. These were twin brothers known to all, and it was he, not the dream of Chhva Beck and a dream in Kion, was considered their rival. In the end, Junshi decided to accept it. You never know how life can come back. In addition, if you compare their current skills, Chhva Dream had some advantage. But Master Ju seems to be a worthy rival. After learning the name of Junshi, he immediately exclaimed, "It's incredible. I can't believe that he met one of the 2 holy martial arts." The situation became a little embarrassed, But Jui did not stop and continued to praise Junshi. According to him, the situation was like this. In the competitions of martyrs of martial arts organized by the Alliance of the Bridge, the remains of a blood cult developed their own plan. It was a plan that was revealed by Yunsi, a swordsman of the South Sky, and Lijon, a student of 2 masters of the Great Eight, saved many masters in the walls of the Alliance. Because of this, Junishi and Lichoni were proclaimed 2 saints who will lead the next generation of Musima's masters. One of the spirits could not believe it. The blood demons are called holy. It seemed that all the attention was drawn to him. According to the initial plan of the competition, Lijon was to be an undeniable winner. But who so raised Yunshi's reputation? Master Quack? Unlikely. The hero of the Northern Crepe, the Quack of the Jack, always followed a righteous journey. He would be silent rather than he would raise someone's reputation. Enjoying the taste of the noodles, Yunshi was thinking about it. It was probably behind all this was the military administration of the Alliance Morim. The first commander, Jaegal, died from his hand. Therefore, it is possible that the second commander, Sama, did it. Or the idea of turning it all belonged to the third commander, Beck. But why did they do it? They may just have no other choice. After all, the Alliance suffered a terrible blow on reputation. He lost his bloody demon in his sacred place, giving way to a bloody cult. From their point of view, they desperately tried at least somehow to maintain their spoiled honor and trust. They needed someone or something that could at least partially hide this shameful incident. It is worth mentioning what the initial goal of this adventure competition was. It should be an arena created for the undisputed victory of Li Chan, the chief contender. It was a way to put forward a new central figure among righteous sects. But suddenly another man appeared, who was able to draw all the attention of himself. According to the initial plan, Li Chan was to become an undeniable winner, but now everything was complicated. The reason for this was the one who appeared unexpectedly. A student who was revered by all orthodox fractions. The heir to the southern heavenly swordsman, Hong Wei. He was an advocate who inherited the skill of his teacher, a real reason for pride, and now it was only necessary to think. Did the decision to refuse to participate in the competition and inform the chief officer about the powder to change the situation? But his reflection was interrupted by June herself. Do you know how long have I been looking for you? I'm awkward before others. What did you think about? He sighed and confessed. Master Ji learned about me. It worries me a little. And what if someone else knows too? But the girl just waved. It's not worth worrying about it. I'm ready to cut off anything to those who will make you worry. She then suggested that you go to the clothing store after lunch. In any case, your grandfather's clothes and others are already worn out. Everyone is worth a little to be updated. It was, in principle, a good idea. But in addition to this competition, there are many more things that had to understand. However, Yunshi already knew alone. If he was tested, it would be the fastest way to meet Jin back. Meanwhile, the carriage was going forward. The guy lay inside. Another one was sitting with him. The more I think about it, the more absurd it seems. Yes, yes, conscience, he added with sarcasm. Did you follow the techniques of 2 great masters, and you are not enough? He turned to the student and the advice of 2 great masters, who just lay in a carriage. He was ordered to go, so he went. He did not want to run back and forth at all, but the old man said he had to go for a relationship with the Musan Palace. He just sighed and replied, For I who is not part of the faction, everything is completely different. By the way, this second guy was not someone else than the grandson of Gin Gyun, the despot of 10 kings. He was called Ginjon. He inherited the techniques of his grandfather, the wizard. His skill came from Gin Ina, emperor of the sword Taizi, and Hel Yan, eternal sword. To call Li Choni greedy, to put it mildly, it is pointless. But he assured that neither the Alliance nor the Musan Palace was interested in him. He just wanted to become stronger. The conversation with Li Chan began to annoy him. He had already reached for his sword and shouted loudly. But he was sharply stopped by another voice that he came behind his back. In addition, Li Jan calmly added, Musan is already handed to the palace. There is no point in spending all your power before you pass the test of the invincible god of wind. These words and arguments reassured him a little. Although, of course, he still gave Li Chan a small pilgrim. But he did not even pay attention to it and just asked, Do you want dried beef? He waved with anger. No! He angrily threw a piece of food for a visa and made him annoying the sounds when Chong was smashing. But he just got another piece and promised that he would now be quiet. Then he pulled a few more pieces and pulled him. However, he just turned away, saying that he was not hungry at all. He has a character not made of easy, but it did not worry at all. He calmly settled in place and gladly continued to eat dried beef. And he realized that where they were going, it would definitely not be bored. Lee John hoped that they would have to meet again with Yu Yun Kavi, a South, in law, which incidentally at that moment just tried on new clothes. After that, Yun Shi went to the hospital where his grandfather was. Grandpa was better, and he brought him new clothes. The worn clothes have brought a lot of attention. Grandpa also gave his gratitude to Jun himself for his help. However, he noticed that Yuni Shi seems to be hiding something. The grandson agreed. "I will definitely not deceive me," and he asked his grandfather to listen carefully. It was at that moment that Junshi told all his past history without Uzuka. He began with how he was tested in Ian, how it was abducted by the blood cult, and how it was trained as a lower-level warrior. As he became a student of the eccentric He, one of the 4 elders, and soon inherited the South Sky Iron Sword and the progress of King Palace. After that, he took part in martial arts organized by the Alliance. He also told how he took the Sword of the Blood Demon, and that, being the chosen owner of this sword, became the head of the blood cult. My grandfather listened carefully to his whole story, except for the story of the degeneration and the title of deity. For a while, he silently accepted this information. One of the spirits even wondered whether he had to open everything. But Jun Shi did not deliberately told how his meeting began with his daughter of one of 4 gold, and how he became a demon of blood. Of course, it will be disclosed once, but now he did not want to deceive his family members. At that moment, when the silence was delayed, Yuni thought deeply in his soul. Did he say something superfluous? Suddenly the words were heard. Probably it is fate. The fate that was avoided by the first generation, however, returned in your era. If it is really fate, I will accept it. The head of our kind was always afraid that his descendants inherit blood and hatred of the first demon of blood. And it was at this moment that my grandfather wanted to say Jun Shi something important. He explained that yes, fate made him a demon of blood. But that does not mean that he was doomed to go this path. It is worth following the path you will chop yourself. Grandpa was ready to devote the rest of his life to his granddaughter. And Yuni, in turn, was grateful that he trusted his grandfather. As I thought, this was the right decision. 3 days later, in front of the tower of Punggongong, the bald man stood, looked at himself, and could not believe that it really was happening. 2 stood in front of him. Are they only ready to pass the trials? Is no longer no one wanted to participate? The rest also did not want to see that the 2 came. Everyone discussed them lively. It was obvious that they were stronger than others. To compete with the heir to 8 masters? Against such a monster, it is difficult to win. At the same moment, Liu Chong clearly understood. They play the role of villains perfectly. The other was only glad that everyone understood their place. If you don't want to compete, let them better come back next time. From this thought, a smile was spreading on his face. The bald led them forward, making sure that there were no more participants. But suddenly the words came behind. "Wait, I take part too." How do you think it was? A newcomer in martial arts that still intervenes? It sounded funny, but he introduced himself. It was Jun Shi. He glued a stupid mustache, changed his hairstyle a little, and he put this funny pirate-connected eye to look one-eyed. One of the guys, confident, addressed him. "Do you also participate?" He even thought that this weirdo would probably did not know who before him, and who was his friend. Yun Shi immediately recognized him with their last meeting. He has not changed at all, but the opponent himself has not yet understood who is hiding under this mask. Once this is happening in the eyes of everyone, Yun Shi decided to play a little. "Is there someone who does not know one of the deities? The youth master of Li Chan?" It was these words that solemnly said Jun Shi, bowing before them. But Gin Zhon, the grandson of the 10 kings, was angry immediately. How could he not understand who before him? Even his name was confused. For everyone else, it was funny and looked fun from the outside. Bald sharply ordered them to stop the dispute, because there are conditions for all equal conditions. Jinjiang just silently went forward. Since there were no more participants, now the trials will be 3. Li Zhang was just silent. Unlike Gin, he did not scatter with extra words. However, his calm gaze made it clear. He probably already guessed who was hiding under the mask of Jun Shi. The spirits also warned Jun Shi that Li continues to watch him closely. There were 8 schools in the Fungongo: a fist, palm, foot, finger, claw, blade, sword, spear. If participants are able to hold on to or defeat the masters of these schools in 50 seconds, they will be entitled to rise higher. The first test is the path to the top of the tower. Bald led them to the ground floor. He opened the door behind them, behind which several people stood. Is it not the main goal? Yun Shi thought. I wonder if anyone can pass this trial at all? Assessing the audience, he understood all the masters who reached the highest levels of their techniques. The first of them took a step forward. My name is Junja. I'm responsible for the first floor. My specialization is a coat. He warned that they would fight, regulating force according to the level of participants, so it is not necessary to talk about injustice. After that, Ja decided to give them the choice. You can surrender right now, but if you fail the exam, you will be forced to live on the main temple for 3 years. Lee asked, "If I pass, can I move on?" To which he was answered that it no longer matters. "Well, I worried that I would have to wait for other participants," Lee said, shaking his head. He approached the STEAM unit, announcing that it would start the test. At the same time, the martial arts master noticed that this guy is incredibly clever, the true skill of 2 great masters. Lee could not miss the opportunity to meet in battle with the strongest among those present. Gin approached another candidate by choosing him for a duel. He looked back at Junshi as if he would be injured a little. Then Junja invited everyone to pass this exam. Of course, Junshi could not believe that he refused to compete with the best of 8 masters. At this point, it seemed that everything would end on this floor, and no one could go through. All 3 masters blossomed with a light smile. Yunshi was the first, struck that stunned everyone else. One of the masters immediately realized that he received strikes because of hiding his abilities. Smiling through a cheeky mustache, Junshi declared a brutal voice that he would go first to the next floor. As it turned out, 2 successors of 8 great masters seek to become followers of Funganpal. It was considered very prestigious, but one guy did not come from greed. Although there was a competition between the students of 8 great masters, it was not difficult to predict which of them was the winner. It was said that the grandson of the 10 kings was able to surpass him. But the warrior reported to Starts that there was one young man on the test. It is really incredible. This mysterious young man passed the exam at such a speed that he could compete with Li Jian. It is even strange that he is not yet known for such skills. It made the old man think. He described his thick, charming brush with confident strokes. The sudden actions of the man were fascinated by his interlocutor. On a huge canvas appeared boldly withdrawn hieroglyphics, related to the guy whom no one heard anything about. The old man clarified whether this secret young man used the sword. In the meantime, this guy was just a test of the 8th floor. Even the head of the spear school, with Moongik, considered the boy's abilities truly amazing. The unknown warrior was able to stand against the attacks from 6 masters of their school. His skills were similar to Li Zhonggam's skills that passed the exam first. And maybe even higher. The test tired of the swordsman, because he had to use his hand to fully, because he had to hide his personality. He had to seal the technique of a sword of a shining star and a flying sword technique, as well as to cover the iron sword of heavenly sky with graphite, so that no one would recognize him. And in the event of an emergency, he predicted a sword of the blood demon. However, even holding back his strength, the hero rose faster than Jean Jonah, although at first he fell behind them with Li Jian, because he had enough skills to pass the first test. The instructor greeted the hero on the fact that he passed his first exam, and announced that before tomorrow it was necessary to prepare for the second. He stretched the young man and ordered to come tomorrow to the 8th floor tomorrow. If the guy does not come to noon, it will be regarded as a refusal to pass the exams. This brief conversation prompted Brunetta to one opinion when he went home. He was the first to test the first floor, but after that, Li Zhonghem escaped and climbed up. But when the hero rose to the 8th floor, this guy was nowhere. Suspicions were confirmed that Li Chonghem met the head of Fungan Palace, Gin Sun Baek, but the guy did not even feel any energy. The hero's spiritual spirit was interested in universities. Whether this mysterious competitor was in the past life of the Musan Palace, University did not know for sure. However, the spirit noted that Li Jianhima was considered the next leader, but it seems that none of the parties welcomed him, so it is difficult to understand his intentions. He probably did all of it to restore the relationship between the Musan Palace and the Alliance Muri. The reason for this could be that it was through the alliance that the First Union was the collapse of the First Union, and rather the reason was the younger cousin of Pek Han Muka, the alliance leader, Pek Chol. The Alliance Murim and Palace Musan, having created an alliance and uniting forces, were able to destroy a common enemy, a cult of blood. After that, the world of martial arts was divided between the Alliance Muri and the Musan Palace, and everyone was glad, believing that the long world had come. Moreover, in order to strengthen the union, Pek Choel, the cousin of the alliance leader, Pek Han Muka, married Van Jianha, daughter of Van Cho Ilya, the leader of the sect of the Sea King, one of the 4 large sects of the Musan Palace. But not everything seems as it seems, because 2 forces had different goals, which made great and small clashes. The Union was in a very unstable position, and then another shocking incident happened. One day, Hans Flower came up with the pad, all pale, and called the master to show him something. On that day, Van Jianha, the wife of Pek Chol, died at his request. In her testament, she wrote that she could not conquer her husband's heart because of her shortcomings. But she did it not to substitute her husband, because the real cause of her death was that Pek Chol betrayed her wife. Even that day, he was not next to her and did not express any concern when he was reported about his wife's death. Pek Han was angry, because he hoped that this marriage would strengthen the relationship of two clans, and as a result, the nephew created only more problems. In the impulse of emotions, the leader cut off the right hand of Pek Chol, and then sent her to Musan's palace as an apology. But the guilt for such a grief could not be bought up for an apology. The emperor of the palace was deeply offended by the fact that they tried to change the life of his daughter on the truncated hand of a traitor. Nothing could atone for his daughter's grief and comfort someone in a sect. He demanded that the alliance gave them the head of Pek Chol. The tears rolled on the cheeks of the ruler. He almost breathed out of anger. However, the alliance Murima refused this, and the relationship between the sect of the Sea King and the alliance Murimi became tense. The Southern Sky said that there should be something else that became the final point of the union. The Northern Sky could not but ask why he thought. Everyone knows that Musan's palace has 4 large sects headed by 4 big leaders. There was no major among them, so they made the decision on the activities of the palace jointly. And one of the sects, Funganpal, has long been in favor of a break in relations with the alliance. Another one opposed, so the palace was divided into 2 fractions, which led to a sharp conflict. But as a result, the alliance between the Musan Palace and the alliance Muri was torn. Most likely the alliance was sent by Li Jiang, as they believed that he would become a successor in Funganpal. Then again, there will be 3 sects that want to unite with the alliance, and then you can form an alliance again. But they did not take into account the death of Gin's Dream Beck, the invincible god of wind and leader Funganpal. As soon as the news reaches the palace, they will announce another important situation. The palace, feeling the restriction of the system, will proclaim the Emperor of the Heavenly Sword, Chkan's son, the main leader of the Musan Castle, and it was likely that then the Emperor would kill Father Unwit. Only one thing was clear about this test of the tower, which can be passed regardless of origin. It was rumored that they tried to expand their power. University used his knowledge of the past life and concluded that the struggle for power in the palace was in full swing. His father remained a little more time, and Yuan Huri had to try to prevent it in any case. If the father dies, then the truth he seeks to find out will never be known to him. The guy wanted to go to rest, but suddenly he was stopped by a broad-shouldered master. University tried to politely refuse and go as soon as possible, but the man said that the Emperor of the Sword of the Manjan personally would like to see a young master. Such a university could not expect. His body seemed to hit a strong discharge of electric current. However, he followed the warrior directly to the palace. On the way, the man introduced himself to him and said he was the leader of the Star Starting, and his name was heard. It was also unexpected to hear it. As it turned out, he was an observer. As the sects could only take official measures in the presence of witnesses from other sects, the Southern Sky summed up that the sects were really divided into 2 oppositions that controlled each other. The sect of the Heavenly Sword and the Star Beginning sect were most likely at the same time. Despite the expectation of universities, it was not brought to the tower of the Musan Castle to bring him to some small building. Judging by the tree with ribbons hanging on the roof of the building, it was a temple. The conductor said that university was already waiting inside, and he was forced to return to the tower. But this excuse seemed to be strange and suspicious. From the beginning, they wanted only him to enter the door. Whatever it is, universities stepped obediently inside. The smell of incense inside confirmed the assumption that he came to the temple. His gaze immediately fell on the sun's son, standing his back to him, and nearby sat a young guy who meditated. The level of his abilities was the same as in university when he opened the lower energy core. Suddenly the leader of the clan spoke. He was aware that university was the first examination of Funganpali's sect, and he wanted to learn about the master's name. Brunetta lied that his name is Ha, and he came from the south. The genus South was a famous family of hereditary warriors whose location became unknown more than 100 years ago. So the old man did not surprise that he first heard about this young master. Suddenly the emperor raised a strange question. He wanted university to explain to him what a sword was. The question was alarmed, but he confidently replied that the sword was a king of all weapons. Then the emperor asked the following question: whether the guy has gone in 10,000 days to learn such obscene things as possessing different weapons. He was angered by the fact that instead of the traditional way of teaching Yuani, he chose another, more progressive. Even the sword spirits were angered by the conservative views of the old man and his sharp statements. The emperor said that the puppy needs a person who will lead him to a higher level, and he is ready to become a mentor for this young master. University of Hva thanked him for such a proposal, but he could not, because if he refuses to pass the exam, he would be held on the maintenance of Fungenpal for 3 years. Then the emperor told him that the invincible god of the wind was not going to choose a student or successor. None of the masters who came earlier have coped with the passing of the exam, and therefore units will be thrown out of the competition in one way or another. The invincible god, according to Mu's son, simply tries to expand his influence. But University did not worry because his main purpose was to meet Ji-sun Beck. Therefore, he again thanked the eldest for his kindness, but decided to take the exam. He said he was not going to give up in the middle of the way and believes in himself. The old man could not believe that this boy had rejected him. University has been too stubborn. You do nothing. Suddenly, during their conversation, the floor collapsed under the feet of Brunette, and so unexpectedly that she did not have time to react. This hatch opened a dream. He inadvertently reported that he gave the boy a chance to think a little more. When you find yourself in a situation where you need to accept the kindness of others, you cannot change your decision. The hatch closed tightly. The emperor was about to keep the boy in prison for a few days until he left the choice, except to agree to his conditions. Suddenly, the student of Chonsono responded and said he didn't think it was worth spending time on this young man. But the emperor knew that this guy had discovered the energy of the spirit of life and was a descendant of the south, and therefore was useful to him. Not surprisingly, his ward, which did not finish the training of divine energy, could not read it. Mu's dream called Brunette to himself because he thought he was a tiger, but he was even more powerful. A dragon. And here Units found himself in a cold, gloomy basement suspended on a magic rope for 10 meters above the ground. Universities were amazed at the current situation, and his sword spirits were more outraged and excited by such arrogance. The bottom of the camera was poisoned by mountain poison and sleeping pills to find the boy here even more unbearable. The southern sky offered him to break the ceiling, but University believed that it was dangerous, although at the energy level, and felt that the emperor was moving away. He did not want to think about what would happen if the dream was still there, upstairs. In this case, only one exit remained. 2 hours passed. The smoke of the poison and the sleeping pill had already dispelled, so one of the emperor's servants went down to prison to check the prisoner. That's just as surprised that there was no guy in the chamber. He looked into the darkness unclearly, not noticing that a horrible shadow had already attacked behind him. University punched the supervisor's back with a few sharp magical strokes, playing the effect of surprise. UN pupils were smarter and did not allow these people to limit its internal poisoning. He pressed against the floor of the immobilized caretaker and said he had several questions. The unfortunate guy believed boldly, but University was terribly convincing. First of all, Brunetto wanted to find out where he was out of here, but even after he broke all his fingers, he did not open the card. The guy threw him into the wall, but obviously no matter how much physical force it was useless. If he cannot force the servant to speak, then doomed to be eternal silence. Suddenly, Union himself was ruthlessly knocked down. Someone took advantage of the sword and dealt with a young master without unnecessary tension. It was none other than Emperor Chkon. The old man looked coldly at the rescued servant and ordered to immediately bring Mu Hek, his student. And threateningly falling, he was especially hurry. He immediately jumped and walked to the way out, hiding in the door. That's not the real dream of a dream, but only the influence of the third stage of hypnosis, which the University used. The effect is short-lived. But now it is enough for the boy to go for a young man who escaped to get out of this gloomy place. At the same moment, he rushed forward, but suddenly it crashed into a wall that seemed ordinary. But this is just an illusion. He put his hand to activate the hidden castle. However, the surprise was waiting for him. UN appeared just behind his back. A few powerful blows, and he instantly found himself in knockout. One of the spirits asked if he was hearing something. He barely replied, yes. What he heard was nothing more than swords. It seems about 50. Probably somewhere from above is the tower of the sect of the War of the Sky Sword. If you try to escape, you have to face them. In this case, the chance to meet the Kana and Emperor of the Sword of Muchan will be lost. Devil! There is no other choice but to risk and break through. But the spirit stopped him. She had an idea. She asked if he wanted to try. UN began to be nervous. It was critical at that moment. But then she brought him to massive iron doors that were more like a rock. It was her plan to open this door and pass through them. Once the door opened, someone from the inside rushed. The man who ran seemed to him a great idea to take advantage of chaos and escape. But so far this is just a plan they had just discussed. The main thing is to be sure that the one who inside will really make a noise. But if he is already here, and he managed to do so with the door, then his character is clearly the one. Sodom was already starting to bomb. UN tried to reassure her. He was not sure that everything would go according to plan, but it was at least a chance. If a fighter of this level ransom trying to escape, then it will definitely attract attention. First of all, you need to get out of here. The hero understood it perfectly. He began to open the door. And from there came a real monster. At first he felt nothing and thought that he was imprisoned just unconscious. But suddenly this monster grabbed his hand. The only way out now is to defend itself immediately. But the surprises are just beginning. Damn it, black hair, dark eyes. It's Beck 11 Hyan. What to the hell she does here? A few weeks ago, Liaoquan's Sheni province. The woman went inside. There she was already waiting for a man who met her with the words, "I didn't think you would come." Beck just smiled and suggested to reject the formalities and immediately go to the case. This man was the third elders of the blood cult, king of the bloody snake, Gu Zhan. She asked if he was ready to move under her wing, but he firmly stated that he already clearly expressed his position in the letter. She just asked one question. Does he believe that the cult of blood, having put his hopes on this child, has the future? Personal will does not matter to the circumstances. As a member of the cult, he wanted to follow the laws and asked him to understand it. He even added the word please, and then advised her to be careful. Thus, 3 of the 4 elders have already moved to the side of Beck Ron Ha. Blood Demon is recognized only by the one who chooses the sword of the Blood Demon. It sounds silly. Only force determines the true Blood Demon. Not a sword or something like that. In addition, her forces were sealed now, so it was not her to talk about it. After the defeat, she tried to overcome the restrictions through individual workouts, but everything turned out to be more complicated than she thought. She understood that if she follows the teaching of 8 great masters who have achieved a higher level of skill, she would be able to overcome the block and change the whole situation. But suddenly her path crossed her husband. She asked why he was here. Is it easy to laugh at her because the 3rd elder rejected her? But he just replied that he would try to convince him. She first wanted to go to the 1st elder to get some information. Then he remembered another way. He was risky, but he may have been a chance. 3 days before meeting with universities, she was greeted with the successful passage of the first test. Then the bald man asked for a moment of attention. He reported that the Emperor of the Sword Monyong wants to meet her. When she came to him, he suddenly suggested that her become his student. But she again repeated that she was not interested in her. In response, he closed it. Like let him rest until interest. Finding himself trapped, she began to rage. She tried his best to destroy these damn iron doors. What a stupidity. This thought did not come out of her head. Meanwhile, the guy stood on the other side of the door, which was already crumpled by her desperate attempts. He mockingly said, "Did you come to Triple Musan undercover and reject the proposal of a master who has not even weighed on your past? Such opportunities do not get just like that." She only replied coldly, "I can give you a chance too. If these doors open now, I will leave you alive." But the guy just laughed. He could not believe that she was threatening him without even knowing what was waiting for her. Moreover, he even praised her for the courage, and then he added, "I assure you, you will still be pleased to get you out of here." But she did not stop. Her strokes on the door became more and more devastating. Suddenly, an inner voice appeared in her head. It was a woman who shouted to her, "Such as you do not need anyone. You should not be in this world at all." With tears in her eyes, she whispered, "It's not my fault. I just couldn't meet expectations." The expectations of a woman from the Street of Red Lanterns. But the voice in her head was just mocking. Who else but me can call yourself your mother? It was a voice. Her mother. Yuen stood in front of her and could not believe. Is this a coincidence? But something was wrong. Her look was reflected and the movements were uncontrolled. In the next moment, she sharply strikes him. Sodom considers her crazy. Who is so attacking without warning? But Yuen understands that it seems to be poison. She probably has hallucinations. Suddenly he hears from her terrible words, "Such a knot as you cannot be a mom." The fact is that in her delusions she saw not the face of Una, but her mother who once told her these horrible words. At this point she shouted, "Just watch me from heaven." She shouted that she would take everything she wanted to be with. And at the same moment, she rushed at UNA. Mustache Yuen thought for a moment. Who does she see in front of her? Is your mother really? It seemed that there was no other choice. You will have to break her. In her mind, there was still a battle. But in the real world, she fought with Yuen. Her attacks were unexpectedly powerful. If so, it may end badly. It was urgent to think of how to bring it back to your senses. Continuing to fight, he remembered how he was able to wake up after he had absorbed him. For the next moment, he threw her in a clever trap. It is good that she is not in herself now, because otherwise she would not have come to this cheap trick with threads. It didn't have to kill her, and Yuen apparently could not. He just rolled her movements. After that, he put his hand to her head. She began to calm down. He sent internal energy to its blood points. Sodom knew it well. It is a vital point. Is Yuen going to get rid of the rival in this way? But he just waved, calling it nonsense. He explained that he fully controlled his energy. But suddenly, unexpected for him, Beck went on the attack again. How did she manage to grasp the sword? It was then that she finally recognized who was hiding under this senseless mask with mustache and accessories. It was a university. The girl finally came to her senses, though her head was still hurting. But she did not even ask her to solve her hands. On the contrary, she jokingly suggested to be alone. However, now it is not the time for such jokes. For Yune, this of course sounded like a joke, but she seriously added, "I don't joke. Isn't it fair to reward a person who went through such a way to save me?" But Yuen only explained that he saved it. Absolutely by accident. After all, he also went into the trap of the Emperor of the Heavenly Sword. Now it became clear. In this situation, she behaved like a naive fool. She told him another important thing. More precisely, she asked to look at the truth in the eye. He was a wonderful opportunity when he did not exclude it from the list of candidates for the place of the next demon blood. And in general, what did he think about saving her? But now there were other circumstances, and it was at that moment that Yuen told her that they would have to join forces. The exit from this dungeon leads directly to the tower of the sect of the battle sword. Because of this, it will be dangerous to escape alone. He suggested that her work together. In the end, do not say, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." She acknowledged that it was a reasonable decision, but she explained that he was wrong in one. The mistake was that he considered it his enemy. In fact, it was never like that, but long conversations were superfluous now. Yuen had one plan that was already going to voice. By the way, what is there with the guy who said that he would do everything himself? Nothing to hear about him. Did something happen to him? His face was tense. They moved forward and suddenly came across a fainted guy. Leaning, they felt that he was still breathing, but fainted because of strokes at important points. It was urgent to wake it up and find out what happened. Yuen began to shout loudly, but at the same moment the guy raised his head sharply and saw the door to the iron dungeon. "Are they open?" This contradicted all his plans. He did not expect such developments. After concentrating his energy, he felt no one. In addition to them four, there was no longer a living soul. Are they hiding? Have they escaped? He ordered his people to comb the territory carefully and find them. And at this point, Yuen, holding Beck on hand, hung on a thin thread, right above their heads. The commander, angry at the edge, grimed, "Don't make me repeat twice." He already imagined what punishment was waiting for him from the teacher if he misses them. But he was wrong. The punishment was waiting for him much earlier. Just behind his back was Yuen and Beck. He turned sharply, snatching his sword. Beck was so waiting for this meeting that she even asked Una to leave her. She reached out. "Give me a sword." Yuen, without words, handed her weapon. And at the same moment, the people of that asshole have already rushed to the attack from behind. What is happening here is no longer possible to hide, at least as they try. Therefore, killing them right now was not the best idea. Yuen understood this perfectly and decided to simply clamp their movements with the help of technology. But it was interesting. Now, when Beck holds the sword in her hands, she also holds back. Will he act differently? After all, this scum has recently brought her to rabies, and she promised that she would not leave him alive. The scum was desperately protected from her blows. "I am sure of himself," he asked. "Are you not afraid of consequences?" But the word fear seemed funny to her. She replied coldly, "Don't worry, I will not kill you." He just laughed, called it high-dimensional, and asked, "And what are you going to do with this cheap iron sword? With this cheap iron sword?" At this point something moved inside the sword, but this was more than enough. After all, she possessed the technique of the sword of the blood demon. Cutting bloody blade. An attack with this name will definitely not leave him a chance. A few seconds ago he laughed, and now he changed sharply in his face. His body is tense, and the neck is constantly approaching the sharp blade. He could not stand, instinctively rushed back. She seemed to him a real monster. If he were a little late, he would have already been left without a head. But it was still nothing compared to what she promised to do with him. There was already blood in her hands. I wonder what does she squeeze in her palm? What else but his eye? At first she decided to take one eye from him. Realizing what was happening, he was in a shock state and kneel, but she ordered not to pretend. Her actions were just beginning to gain strength. This is unlikely to be enough to ease its condition. However, when Yuen was side by side, he put her hand on her shoulder, asking him to calm down. That is not enough to quench the situation a little. Everything happened as fast as he had time to deal with others. Then the unfortunate, crawling on his knees, assured everyone that he would not obey so. He emphasized that they are in the joint area directly under the tower of the sect of the battle sword, and it is impossible to escape from all who there. However, he was once again asked to tell everything if he wanted to save his life. When they realized that it was difficult to convince him, they discussed the next route, the one he did not expect to hear. From his reaction, it became clear that the second way really existed. They skillfully misled him, and then Yuan leaned to him, asking for help, saying, "You saved my life. Do you think I'll tell you everything? You only have two options. To surrender or kill me and die at the hands of my teacher," he said loudly. Yuan rose, stating that there was no second choice. The unfortunate thought that Yuan had it seemed, but it was not true. If he is in vain, we will leave him for Mrs. Beck, he thought. However, she insisted on, "It is not necessary to give up." Immediately she wanted to cut his tongue, and then cut each finger consistently. Once she voiced her intentions, he immediately began to be pleased with the mercy. With snot on his face, he asked to stop this crazy, assuring that he would tell everything. After a while, they had already opened other doors. More precisely, he opened the door himself, explaining that if you go in this direction, they would be able to get out. He insisted that they follow him. It seemed suspicious. Then Sabk, sitting on her shoulders, asked what seemed strange. Why are there any cameras inside the secret passage? That's strange. And at the same time, all the doors are open for some reason. It was worth clarifying again if it was really expensive to exit. If this scum lies, but he immediately began to justify himself. They say, his life is threatened, so he has no reason to lie. It looked either too red or too prudent, but suddenly they stopped. Beck asked to wait. She was interested in one and only closed doors. It was strange. "It's a prison," the scum explained. "In such a place you should not be surprised by such things. Don't worry about any nonsense, just follow me. Soon we will pick up." He said it as if he could not even imagine that Beck would suddenly decide to open this door. His nervous reaction issued him with his head. Beck even asked, "There is some reason why we cannot open them?" Yuan did not understand why she was doing it, but she just said, "Just look." He was looking forward to what would happen next. Looking at the door, they saw a man in handcuffs. It was a dream. His exhausted body, bones that were protruding from under the skin. But it was easy to recognize it. It seems that Yuan has never heard about the twin brother of the Emperor of the War of Heavenly Sword. But when Beck explained the situation briefly, he was stunned. Without hesitation of a second, he grabbed his sword and waved him sharply. In response, a hoarse cough came and then spoke an old voice. "Now you saw me," he said. "It really was a dream. What to the hell happens? Why is he here?" The Emperor of the Heavenly Sword and the dream of a dream. They are like a reflection of each other. Chan's sleep lifted his eyes and saw his student. He whispered, "I'm so ashamed," but he did not have time to agree. He couldn't do anything. They threatened to kill him. Like the Emperor of the Might Sword. Beck wondered, is it real that's a dream? However, there was almost no doubt. He was a monster in his power, worthy of the title of one of the 8 great masters. His energy flow struck just in the nose. The Emperor of the Sword said, "If you want to kill me, then say it straight." Meanwhile, Beck and Yuan have already whispered with each other, "You need to run and look for a way out." They wanted to find out the truth. Who is real? The one who was in the dungeon, or the one who came here, calling himself the Emperor of the Sword? But instead of talking, they immediately came together in battle. It was not just a battle, but a real energy exchange. So powerful that the rock began to crack and collapse over her head. The soil was weak. Yuan immediately realized that this could be used. Beck also had a good idea. If you destroy the ceiling, you can win time. Seeing Beck rushes to the attack, the Emperor of the Sword realized that she was a descendant of the Blood Demon. She rushed forward, but it was only a distracting maneuver. Yuan had already reached the ceiling while the enemy was focused on the other side. He swung to break the vault with one blow. But suddenly, on the left of him, he appeared. It's impossible. He has already overcome the barrier. With one devastating blow, the Beck was cut down in half and broke forward. It happened so fast that it was difficult to believe it. He managed to strike faster than Yuan destroyed the ceiling. But before that, Yuan still tried to apply his technique. The true technique of the Radiant Star. The 5th formation. However, the enemy stopped him, using only 2 fingers. Not even holding the sword in his hands. It was only through his energy that he called the Sword of the Falling Meteor. Yuan felt a sharp flow of energy coming out of the technique of the Sword of Muko, hit him directly into his stomach. At this point, he concentrated all his internal energy in this area, using the technique of gold circulation. However, as soon as the energy flow touched it, despite all efforts, his stomach easily tore. He flew away from the impact and hit the ground with a deaf sound. However, the Emperor of the Sword even praised him. because he managed to prevent a full rupture of the body. He only controlled everything, even his student who tried to attack from his back. Before that, he did not finally produce him, but now he pierced his body through. But it was just a cunning trick to distract him. The scum lifted his head up and saw the ceiling collapsed on him. Huge stone cliffs fell, enduring a deadly threat. The Emperor of the Sword did not expect such. Now he was clearly not in himself. Beck used a corpse as a bait to distract his attention, and at this time destroyed the ceiling. It was a brilliant plan. At the same moment, she grabbed the body of Yuna. Everything went out of plan, but she succeeded, and it gave them a little time. She looked at him. He was very seriously injured. Heat flowed down her face as she looked at his lined stomach. "Hold on, at least a little," she begged, putting her hands on his wound. Immediately, red energy appeared, from which it was unbearably painful. She burned his wound to stop the bleeding, but it was only a temporary solution. It seemed to him that he would die, but she saved him. But at this point, she heard the stones began to collapse behind. The Emperor of the Sword was not going to release them so easily. "Do not think that you will run through such tricks," he said. He just smiled and added, "Try to run on. When the wall explodes, I will make you suffer at times more than death." Beck picked up Una, threw herself on her back and whispered, "Wake up. Don't dare to lose consciousness." His lips were in the blood, but he said, wheezing, "I didn't plan to die." "And I will not allow you to die," she answered sharply. She never allowed her people to die. And now, she called it her puppies. They were in front of the doors that were recently sealed, but gradually began to open. More precisely, so it could seem, until Beck she was blowing her legs, and they flew with a roar. She looked inside and became convinced that it was right. But it was worth thinking. This is a composition. Is the way out really leads here? She looked at the room when suddenly felt a powerful splash of energy behind her back. It was definitely the energy of the Emperor of the Sword. It seems that he was already destroying the wall. Damn, he doesn't even give time to breathe. Moreover, it was useless with you on your back. There was no choice. It was necessary to hide it. She threw a musta in one box and quickly thought about what to do next. Before that, she hit her body several times on his body. She held her palm on his cheek and whispered softly that everything is well and she was not going to harm him. It was a technique of hidden breathing. She asked him to hide, and she was going to distract the enemy. At this point, the Emperor of the Sword has already traced their traces. He understood perfectly. In such a state, they could hardly escape. He said loudly, "You can fight as much as you want." Stopping near the big box, he looked at him and thought, "Is it?" His hand was slowly extending forward, and as soon as he was about to open the lid, the words came, "Hey! Rather, catch me if you can." Fortunately, he sharply pulled his hand away from the box and rushed forward. Meanwhile, Beck created a real chaos, dealt with the guards who were waiting for her. But she understood perfectly. Did she really crazy? To take the risk of life for others, to play the role of bait. Although anyone could say that the likelihood of her death is now extremely high. Damn, who for me is universities? Who is he for her if she is ready to protect him even at the cost of her own life? She wanted to seduce him, but in the end, she became obsessed with him. And now she was ready to do everything to pay dearly for seducing her. Next day. There were many people in the Pungongongin sect. Everyone was vividly discussed that only 3 people were able to pass the first trial. Everyone wanted to know more. Inbald, he just smiled, considering all these fools with no woes. They did not know that they were carrying the full delusion. After all, this guy had no chance to go through the second trial. But it is unexpected for him. It is this guy that appears in front of him, all in the blood. It was All were stunned by his appearance, and most of all, bald. What? How? He couldn't even believe it. What the hell is taken away? It happened. He quickly approached Yuna, asking, "What happened to you?" At first he thought of one thing, but he just met with this mustache guy. He realized that he was not the one who could be stopped. If you provoke it, it can expose them, and this threatens serious problems. He understood one thing. If UNA is not stopped, then he would have to report him to the Emperor of the Heavenly Sword. Bald suggested that you go inside, but he suddenly asked, "Do you not go with me?" "I still have a few things," he replied dry. But in a moment his gaze became confused, even frightened. Looking around, he couldn't understand how the hell was taking away. He was inside. How did it happen? And when? And the next second, his body felt a powerful blow. "Do not try to use your shortage to postpone your destiny," he said coldly. Squeezing his body, he continued, "Don't pretend. This is nothing compared to the pain that I had to endure me. Damn the witness. Is the leader of one of the sects of the Yard Musen behaves as a common accomplice?" Asked UN. looking straight into his eyes. It was only easy to hit him in the face, and everything became clear. But he did not whine or beseech for a mercy, only threateningly said, "Unu, it just won't get off your hands." Calling himself an examiner, he stated that Yun did not dare to touch him. But suddenly the leader Yun appeared, who was extremely pleased to see the exam. He immediately began to complain about this guy, but in reality, they were fighters under the command of Joan Quan, who quickly surrounded them. Until nothing happened, it was not necessary to raise the noise. Yun calmly explained, "It is strictly forbidden to use force outside the allowed territory." The examiner rejoiced in these words, deciding that Yun would be disqualified for attacking him. But suddenly he heard the words that knocked out the soil from under his feet. "You seem to have missed something. Lift up." This was said. Yun did not even require explanations, only briefly replied, "You do not need to be explained." Yun only thanked and said he was up. What to the hell happens? The examiner did not understand anything. He almost boiled out of indignation. This guy came just today, asked several questions, and immediately became the main suspect, and Yun just released him? But thinking a little, he began to realize the true threat. He began to fever. He almost trembled, crawling and muttering something under his nose. 7 days ago, those who successfully passed the first trial, one of them showed the best result, but the next day he did not appear. And even more so, the girl who came here 3 days ago also disappeared. And now, among the 3 who passed the first exam, one almost missed today. And the examiner manages as if he did not understand anything? Yun just said calmly, "This is extremely low on your side. What do you think you would receive the same answer from the guy who just climbed up?" Now the examiner did not know what to say, but with a stupid smile he said, "In the end, all this is in vain. When he rises up." But that's not all. He was about to add something. However, he was cut immediately. When he fell to the ground, Yun ordered his people, "Take it into a dungeon." Fungongontal was not fools. They already had enough reasons for suspicion, but there are no direct evidence so far. What the Emperor of the Heavenly Sword creates, and the fact that the true leader of the sect is sealed in a dungeon. In the castle, Musan Yuen was a stranger. Any careless action could have had fatalities. There was only one way in such a situation. This method is to provide information and evidence to the only person who can solve the problem. And only thanks to Beck managed to find a way out. But now it is interesting. Did she manage to get out without problems? At this point, Yuen finally opens the doors to which he hurried. There were 3 guys inside. Jean thought with a mockery that Yuen finally surrendered. But he was not late. All 3 arrived on time. Now it's time to start the second test. Meanwhile, Yun stood in front of an important person and reported, "The Emperor of the Heavenly Sword crossed the border, but he seems to have been waiting for it." Yun continued, "If you continue so, this conflict will never end. It is necessary to convene all members of the sects and make a strict warning." He meant that there were enough serious reasons now. This guy, Yun, was a real challenge. It was clear that he really appealed. This man not only attracted the attention of the Emperor of the Sword, but also capable of competing with the receiver of 8 great masters. So said the leader, the invincible god of the wind, Gindream Beck. He was still not sure that he found a more suitable candidate for the role of the receiver. Li John doubted whether to give a chance to this confident, somewhat brazen guy, because after the first exam he proved to be too self-confident. He spoke without unnecessary confusion. And now it is clear why Pek Han Muk and Master Gin accepted him to his students. Then Yun realized that Li Chong was really interested in the leader. But the leader stated, "If Yun says about UNA, I would like to personally look at it. After all, if all the examinations eventually close their eyes, it will not become a problem. The principle of the second exam is very simple. It is necessary to withstand until the fertile burns to the red border. However, no one has still passed this exam. The eyes should be closed, and fighting should be leaning exclusively on hearing and touch. And it's not just fighting the enemy. It is necessary to fight within the circle, without crossing its line, and not allowing yourself to penetrate beyond." Jin, with a bandage, retreated a little, but because no one said anything, he felt he was still in a circle. It was a real test. Ever since he began to study the basics of martial arts, he often trained in this way. For others, it could be difficult, but for him, it was equivalent to the battle with his eyes open. However, his rivals were not simple. They significantly exceeded those whom he saw in the first test. Those who participated in this test reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Now it became clear why no one had passed this exam before. Jan to the Ban, the head of the Sonin-style school from 8 schools. It was he who was Gina's rival. United Nations was fighting with Kavan, head of Kochunafungak school. It seemed that they were used to fighting with their eyes closed. But now Yun realized why leader liked Li Chan. He possessed exceptional skill, and this was visible immediately. In battle with Cho Rosen, who had much more experience, he did not deviate from him further than 2 steps. On the other hand, Ha Yuan looked stable, but did not show anything special. Yun was forced to admit that Yuan was inferior to Li Kan. But the leader who stood nearby watched and saw that Yuan clearly hides his skills. He shouted loudly to the whole hall, "Everyone who goes through the test, listen carefully. If you continue to hide your skills, you will be excluded." Jin was immediately surprised. Who can hide his strength against such opponents at all? And how long is Li John going to look at everyone from the top? After all, he is a student of the great masters. If he really hides his skills, then he can be called a real master. Cho Ryan, the head of the uniform sword of 8 schools, understood it best. Then Li Chan said, "No," he asked rather, "I am not the only one who thought so?" Yuan did not answer a single word, but he understood everything. For a moment, he did not even realize where his full focus went. But this was enough to dodge the enemy's kick, easy, without any effort, and calmly grasp his leg with his palm. At that moment, the enemy realized that something went wrong. Jun was also shocked. Caught a blow with one hand, the leader watched cold-blooded, but he knew everything perfectly. He understood how difficult it is for a rival against Khan now. Do not hide strength. Well, Yuan decided to fight the full. What do you do if otherwise means disqualification? One only kick is right, and the enemy flew a few meters ago. Finally, it became clear who hid their capabilities. At first, I thought it was said by Li Chan because he was extremely self-confident. Then the words of the ONA came, "You've passed the test." Behind his back was one of the 8 great masters, one of the 4 great leaders of the creators Musan. Then Yuan looked at him and realized that he was Saddam's father. Looking at the leader, he saw that they were incredibly similar. The leader turned to the young man standing nearby and whispered, "I understand why you like so much." He frankly confessed that he did not even expect such, and he approached him to talk. Suddenly, one of the fighters warned, "Do not do the way you want, because the exam is not over. It is impossible without the order of the leader." Yuan wanted to talk to the leader a little without expecting that everything would turn. Suddenly, the sword fell to the ground behind his back. The guy raised his hands and declared his defeat, congratulating him on a successful exam. It was Li John who defeated his opponent, and he, in response, admitted the defeat. Looking at this young man, it was possible to understand that he really deserves his reputation. Li Zhang has an incredible talent, said the spirit of Yuna KVI. He defeated his enemy without retreating for 2 steps. The next Gina was greeted with a successful test. Yun considered it amazing. All 3 passed the exam, but Gina's face was different from others. He was exhausted. In his eyes, everything sailed. He saw his comrades in front of him because of a blurred curtain. All 3 were greeted with the second test. This is done by the leader himself. He advised them to relax for a bit, as the 3rd test will begin soon. At this point, the words of the leader of the sect of the battle sword were heard. A man who first apologized for his rudeness came to the hall. But the leader immediately warned, "You can consider it disrespect for me and my sect. What do you want to say now, Chon leader? Why did you come?" Chon turned to Gin and said, "I need only one thing." Everyone in the hall tensed, watching and listening to his words. Chon sharply showed his finger on one of the students and demanded, "Give me this damn scum!" He pointed directly to the Union and accused him of killing the student. Damn, so Cunning Fox can use this lie as an excuse. Yuan turned and, addressing Gin's leader, said it was a lie. The leader was instantly angry and without standing ordered, "Close your mouth, if you do not want to die." Is he really ready to risk everyone for the sake of one person? He asked to act wisely to save his life. Everyone was clear. He probably fears that his true personality would be revealed. At the same time, the leader threatened to kill him, although he knew that this scum was not going to leave him alive. They communicated with the power of thought, and then the old man asked, "Do you threaten me now?" To which he replied, "If you do at least a small movement or open your mouth, I will break you here and now." Yuan warned, "Try though, everything can go wrong as you want," and started getting something. The enemy intensified his attention without understanding what is happening. Only Yuan made a movement, and he immediately reached out his finger, starting the attack. But he was stopped by Gin, saying, "Old, did you say that Yuan killed your student?" Gin wanted to hear the truth. He sought to hear her not from the old one, but from the UNA himself. When he brought a medallion, Jean asked, "Where do you have this medallion?" Yuan replied that he was a family relic that he received from his mother. And Jean, without thinking, realized Union is the son of Hernyer. During this conversation, the old scum behind Gina's back did not persecute. He repeatedly and again repeated the question, Do you really gather to defend him? What is the jade suspension that protects it? Jin only replied coldly, the jade suspension. This further puzzled the old man. Then Gin turned and asked directly, You really don't know what a jade suspension that this guy got? And here everything became clear to him. The old man did not forget about her. He never knew. Jin decided to tell the truth. Many could not know because it has passed 20 years, but a dream, the best swordmaster in Musen Castle, just couldn't know about this medallion. The medallion is a symbol of the shade of the shadow of the flying moon. And now it is time to ask the key question to this old scum. He asked directly, Who are you really? And the old man lost the gift of language for a moment, but in a second, he threw his head back and laughed. After that, still smiling, he said, You grew up so, Gin's dream, Beck. I didn't even dare me to be devoured as it became a leader. I was going to solve this issue quietly. But in the end, everything was revealed faster, and all this damn guy, said the old man, glancing angry at UNA. And then he attacked. His power was impressive. He had to turn slightly, and a giant piece of tower just flew to the side. Do you want to start the war right now? Gin asked formally, but he just smiled and replied, She has already begun. And it will end in that everyone who is in this damn tower will die. It was at this point that his people appeared. They started an attack without hesitation. Damn! It was a signal! Understood Un. Then Gin Beck commanded him, Don't leave me! Around them, bright purple energy thickened. She was so strong that she felt even in the air. It was an incredible power. Yuen felt a cold trembling throughout the body. Is one of the 8 great masters personally entered the battle? But one thing was clear. Gin Beck was not going to allow everything to follow the scenario of this old scum. The old scum was angry that he was not allowed to act as he wanted. His strength went beyond. Breaking through Gina, he rushed straight to UNA. He wanted to kill the guy first. Don't be upset. Soon the girl will join you. Did you think that signal was only for the attack? The old man asked ominously. Was Beckhan not able to escape and was captured? Was it a signal about her execution? But the old man only threatened that any ill-advised UNA would only accelerate her death. He seems to have forgotten that Jean Beck stands behind his back, and it was a fatal mistake. Sodom was even frightened when she saw 3 figures that appeared before the UNU. His father looked at him and said, I do not know what woman you want to save, but I will help you with everything. He understood that there was nothing worse than losing a loved one. Therefore, he ordered the UNU not to delay and act immediately. UN did not think. He immediately went the other way, to his rescue, and in a moment they met face to face with old scum. The old man immediately threatened to break him into pieces. He tried to attack directly into the body, but this scum did not guess that it was not a real union, but a shadow clone. More precisely, it was not even shadow technique, but illusion, and the real Beck appeared at the bottom and attacked it with his foot, even without splitting his hands behind his back, showing how easy it is to do. Blood bundled through his rotten teeth. He immediately tried to counter, but, again, only the illusion. And it is at this point that the real Beck appears behind and strikes the head. The old man gathered all his strength, angry, saying, Do not dare humiliate me with these cheap tricks. Now Gin realized how he really sees his sect. Therefore, he asked for permission to demonstrate to him that it was the pathetic trick that is a true force. The strength of Beck was simply impressive at this point. Fungongong. There are 8 styles. The leader here is not just the strongest warrior of the sect. The leader is one who has achieved perfection in each of the styles. Only one who is able to use all 8 styles at the same time can claim this title. And now the old scum felt all the strength, all the beauty of these blows. He just lifted his voice, shouting that Jin is a pity. But at this point, by itself, he clearly showed signs of misery. He suffered from Gin's hands. At the same moment, Yuen asked, Where is the Beck? She is probably where it was possible to hear the signal of the Emperor of the Sword, given that the real Chon Dream is imprisoned in the basement of her own tower, not outside the Yard Musan. The Lord is probably hidden in the tower, but its exact location is unknown, because in the sect of the Celestial Battle Sword, the main attribute is the sword. Her followers always carry it with them, and probably several of them guard Beck. That is why Yuen decided to listen and try to hear the voice of the sword, listening to the whispering of the swords. After a moment he determined that the sound came from somewhere, from the tower. There, some scum, sitting by the window, discussed that probably today the sect is waiting for the end. They were all on the side of the old scum. Your mother! They all waited for the battle to end the time, but suddenly one of them got his end. It was a thread that Yuen killed him. Then he went to another instantly, because his style with a fun mustache approached. It was much more interesting to kill, and looked more brutal. Seeing this, everyone else called him a grip, and immediately ordered, "All, kill him!" But they did not even get closer to their goal, because UN has already become a role. He understood that it was a reckless to save a potential enemy, which he may have to fight in the future. But despite everything, he continued to act. He did this because Beck risked his life, saving him. And now he just couldn't let her die so senseless. He could not allow it. Given his weapons completely, he acted mercilessly and decisively. His weapons reciprocated him. He destroyed everything that rose in his way. If you go to the side of evil, one thing is worth remembering. At any time, a mustachioed scum and kill you may appear. And so, on his way, he meets someone more. Bald scum with earrings in the ears. He introduced himself. "I am a student of the Emperor of the Heavenly Battle Sword." Damn, it seems a worthy rival. Although he has not yet reached the level of the false Emperor of the Sword, he may well compare with the Blood Star or even Elder. Dozens of techniques will have to be used to win it. Therefore, it is better not to spend time on chats, but to finish this fight as soon as possible. But at this point, Lee John appears. He addresses Yuna. "Leave this old man, and you go to save your sweetheart." At this point, UN froze. Sweetheart? He even thought for a second that Lee John just said, if everyone who accepted a bloody pill from the sect of a silent sword, then turns out, yes, it is behind it. Time is short. The illusion will not last long. It is necessary to squeeze everything from the old one until there is a chance. The one Kyo sharply increases the tone. He asks if he remembers that order, but the AK only asks another chance. If it weren't for the Hall, it would succeed. They would kill the god of the wind, and Moon would become the ruler of the estate of Musan. Everything is planned. This confirms memories from past life. Then he killed his father and seized power. But now the One has appeared, and the course of history has changed. It suddenly asks to send him to the blood cult. He is ready to atone for the loss of the blood sword. But the hero is embarrassed. The sword now has. Events develop too rapidly. The feeling that the conflict in the estate is just the tip of the iceberg, much more. The One understands that there is already a spy in the blood cult. MU acknowledges that responsibility lies not only on it. Even the bloody Lord is guilty. Due to the indecision of the Lord, who simultaneously supported both heirs of the blood demon, they lost control of the sword. 2 prophecies proclaimed, the cult will conquer the owner of the sword. That is why Ron Ha and Shi Hyang was competing for him. According to those messages, they stood Guy, the 3rd elder, and Yu Beck, the 2nd star of blood. One of them is a bloody lord. The One so presses on the old man. Would he be able to serve Lord again if he gets a second chance? But it was worth it to lift your eyes, and the magic scattered. He realized that he had just outturned. So now, One is determined. He must find out who the bloody lord is actually, and end the story to the end. The AK had nothing to lose. Realizing that he was exposed, the old man decided to go va-bank attacked with all the remaining rage. A powerful explosion of force broke down to the side of the So, but the guy had time to react. The sword intercepted a blow, though with difficulties. The hero regretted that he underestimated the enemy. After all, it was once one of the 5 forces of evil, and even in a half-dead state, remained dangerous. Dantian is destroyed, but the energy has not disappeared. He focused on the heart itself. Forbidden but effective technique. The eyes of the AKA were burning hatred. He was fine to sacrifice his life to take his enemy with him. The One so inhabited deeply, stabilized his breath, gathered inner strength. Even if the enemy of the crazy, his time has passed. The guy activated the heavenly network of blood, the 4th formation. The stream of the sword cut the space, bearing the thread of all living things. The old man was shocked. Who is this guy? All heirs of the blood demon, women. How does this stranger have such a force? The attack depleted the pathetic remains of the energy that remained. Its end was close. The training was not enough to recover. The One so gave the last chance, the name of the bloody lord, and you will live. But if not, death is inevitable. Suddenly, his father entered the room. Feeling the moment, the old man rushed to the hero again without accepting any agreement. This time, the One did not restrain. He activated the 7th formation of the Heavenly Blood Network. The world shuddered. The blow was accurate and cold-blooded. The enemy flew without a cry. This time he will not save anything. Even if the enemy was once powerful, it is only a shadow of the past now. So One has grown him, and he proved it. He, already at death, looked at the boy and whispered, "It's an eye." The same as he had. The father looked around in surprise. The One Asak warned his father, "Do not be surprised or caught, but you need to see it." He turned his head and showed a golden eye. The father froze, the look of the son of the sun. 2 days have passed. In the Tower of 8 Schools of Assault, shadows discussed the suspect. There was a drawing of Mon on the table. However, there was no confidence that it was his real face. It may only be a leather mask, because the name Mune is no more than the title. He could gain a force similar to that in the Golden Eye, in the Dungeon of Sealed Forest. And it complicates even more. The father comes to the conclusion that a mysterious man with a golden eye can be associated with the Mosanpo plan, an ancient and very dangerous plan, the one southwested. I once heard about the Mosanpo clan, the masters of necromancy capable of raising the dead and managing their souls. The father explained that the clan helped the emperor in his bloody politics against Murim, and it was for this that he was destroyed. If that man is really from Mosanpo, it is not surprising that he works, guided by revenge. He has all the reasons for hate Murim. Unfortunately, the Murim Valley has long been flooded, and no traces that could confirm this version are no longer found. The theory looks logical, but still remains a guess. Without evidence, it is just an assumption, albeit dangerous. A man who destroyed Kunlun's sect in one night has extraordinary power. If he was afraid of him even who he is, and why still acts with the shadow? The one SOS sighs with bitter awareness. Some answers are not yet available. Now the main thing is to find out who is spying in the blood cult. The third elder, or the second star? And make the spy speak. Musan still hides traitors in the estate. The father says that he will complete the investigation and clear the walls of dirt. But at first, he should think not of others, but about his own son. The one so cannot yet reveal its true self. Until it unites the blood cult, it would be premature. The father reassures the guy. Let him not worry. First, you need to complete your own road. And then, it extends the symbol. A sign of the head of 8 schools of the Assault Shade. From now on, the guy has their support at any moment. This sign has long wanted to pass on to his son. With him, the UNC will be able to count on the help of the entire Musan estate. In response, the guy gives his father a small box. Inside, a strand of mother's hair. This is her last memory. But before leaving, the protagonist addresses his father with another request. He has a younger sister, Yun. She is not the daughter of her father, but for the So, the most dear. He is afraid that it can be dangerous because of him. But the man answered firmly, if she is Iran's daughter, she is his daughter too. He will protect her, whatever happens. And finally, the guy wants to consult with his father. It is something important that it has to decide right now. The one. So makes an important decision. He wants to test the sword of the evil moon tomorrow. The father warns, this sword is not like others. Its owner is a master of dark power, and it is not so easy with him. The guy sincerely confesses. He loves the daughter of this man, and he is ready to risk everyone for her. But the father reminds, above all, he is the head of 8 schools of Assault Shadow. His duty is to be responsible, not just feelings. Therefore, he decides to teach his son a family inheritance. The techniques of 8 schools of Assault Shadow. The one so already has many arts, but the father wants to make sure that the son will be able to master this native technique. And without delaying, rushes to the attack. Everything will decide the fight. The protagonist answers, demonstrating a variety of techniques that he already mastered. However, he intentionally restrains, does not show true strength, so as not to cause suspicion. But the father still looks dissatisfied. Something clearly bothers him. The Wound Society says that it is possible to show the first formation of its new technique, the path of the sword and the mind. But a sudden father stops the battle and says, no longer needed, everything is clear. He understands that 8 school techniques require harmony, the one that appears only through the special skill of their kind. Harmonization. In order to reach the highest level, it is not only a force, the disclosure of inner mental energy is required. And the son is already on the way to that, the father admits. Although he opened in Qi, he has not yet grasped the secrets of harmonization. Someone has taught the so much deep art. The guy thinks, who developed this path? The one who was able to grasp the innate energy so deeply will not be called otherwise as a genius. And he still does not understand. If he knows many techniques, why not add another one? But the answer is simple. Its current techniques already exceed the level of 8 schools. It is better to focus on developing harmonization than to spend time on less effective. But do not forget about the technique of the God of Wind. It is the basis of the martial arts of the schools and will be useful in the future. The one So decides to focus on harmonization. If enough technicians are mastered, the legendary skill, 10,000 piercing waves. However, he is sorry that he will not be able to learn the 8 techniques of Assault Shadow. They could also help. The young man asks his father whether he has a sword left, which he no longer uses. Indeed, there is an old blade, from a time to the discovery of internal energy. One so wants to take it to feel all the experience and spirit of 8 schools. He hopes to achieve enlightenment by concentrating experience and learning to repeat techniques in seconds. The hero is ready for everything to test the sword of the evil moon. The next morning, he barely kept on his feet, watched the sword all night through his father's workouts, and fell asleep from fatigue. And even so, he managed to learn something new. Even the day was useful. They came to the hospital. The father is surprised and does not understand why they are here. The Wonso smiles. The father will definitely be shocked by what he sees. Suddenly, a familiar female voice is heard. The father returns and sees a girl who holds the old man, bringing him for a walk. Both men are amazed. The elder did not expect to see his son-in-law here. She was happy about the meeting and was stunned by learning that it was the father of our hero. She had long dreamed of getting to know him personally, and so, this moment came. The man froze. Only one thought was spinning in his head. The elder managed to survive. Sorry, he began to apologize. If he became stronger before, he would be able to protect the Rob and older. But the old man immediately reassured him. They are alive, and this is the main thing. He never kept evil on him. She noticed that the boy still has a matter. It was very interested. In the meantime, the girl's father is already waiting for our hero in the forest. The test begins. The guy firmly states that he is ready for the test. His voice is calm, but full of determination. The man immediately notices the changes. Now the young man is now completely different energy. To meet his daughter, you need to stand 10 attacks. No exception. The shocked herself. No one in the world withstood 10 beats of her father. However, the rules are rules. If he wants to be near her, he has to prove his strength. In this cruel world, the weak do not regret, and everyone understands it. The girl believes that the conditions are unfair. The father seems to be intentionally no chance. Without delay, immediately after the team, the one sock is rapidly attacking, but the enemy easily blocks the impact. It is only a warm-up. The man is surprised that the guy does not use the sword immediately, but works carefully. The UNC uses the technique of a hard fist of 8 schools. 6th formation. A destructive stone stroke. From the force of impact, even the opponent shifts from the place. Everyone around the shock. The young man remembers how in the valley of the sealed forest, he came across a cave, full traps and mechanisms. There he fell into a trap that awakened the golden eye in it. Now he has a plan, not to let the opponent take up the sword and invest in 9 beats. The battle continues. The one so goes to steel fingertips, the 7th formation. Suddenly, the enemy throws a heavy steel layer into him. It was only a distracting attack. A second flies in a moment, but the guy catches him with his bare hand. The fight is gaining momentum. Each subsequent movement is tougher. The guy is forced to focus all internal energy in the palms and use the technique of full metal transformation to stop the impact. Chuck itself finally gets its sword. Now it is unknown how many more ones will be able to stay. There are 2 strokes ahead. The girl suddenly emphasizes, steel balls are also technique. They should be taken into account as 3 beats. The father agrees. Now the main character exposes his sword. There are 7 more devastating attacks ahead. There is no second, as a mustachioed fighter finds himself close and strikes the guy. However, the one does not graze the rear, a step in the air void, and it is already behind the enemy's back. The young man has time to notice how Chuck's energy is concentrating in his hand. It will be an attack by a sword. Predictive saves him life. The hero has time to react and repel the blow. Chuck goes into a crazy offensive, attacking from all sides. The guy skillfully evades. If he lost his focus for a moment, the sword would already cut it in half. But his moment came. The one so under renting sword up, preparing the most powerful equipment. The words of the immortal sword are heard. Intention is when the desire to impress more than the sword itself. The young man chooses the path of the sword and the mind. And the next moment, lightning rushes to the enemy. The 7th formation is the most powerful technique of the path of the sword and the mind. The blow of extraordinary power, but still far from perfection. Chuck was able to repel him. One socked, his equipment, which is invested in everything, simply stopped. Even the golden eye did not see any weak space in the enemy. But to give up is not in its nature. Even a month can be created by effort. The guy decides to put everything on the last blow and goes the bank. And so, in the next moment, 2 swords face. 2 powerful energies tear air. There are 4 more strokes, but Chuck stops the battle. This is enough. If the one SOC has already mastered such a technique, it will be able to protect the beloved. But if she causes her pain, you will have to go back in battle. He acknowledged that this time his plan had fallen completely. And yet, to remove masking, because here, except for them, no one. The UNA hand slowly reached for the bandage that hid his eye. The bastard is face to face on the floor. He removes the half-face along with the mask. But now it is not time to worry about the little things. That's what he was warned. Gin was holding his breath. He had never seen a son without a mask before. So fast that one movement cut off his hand on his wrist. Chuck, without any emotions, suggested that he end this time, and forever. But do not forget, in his hand there were still iron balls. One of them flew immediately into the head of a wounded Muko. Will Jin save this scum again? Yes. Jin rushed forward again and beat the ball, protecting the enemy. But suddenly Muak began to fall underground, as if he were sinking in the shadows. Even among the superhuman, the difference in power is huge. It is strange that one of the 5 large evils is so easily defeated. Immersed in the ground to the belt, he only groaned with pain, and Gin came. He cannot yet be killed. Too many questions remained. He acknowledged that he was not going to leave him alive. Muak was definitely plotting with someone very influential. Chuck turned to Gina with a calm voice that had not yet harried the storm. You are ignoring my warning too lightly. Give me this freak, and Musan's yard will not disappear from the central plain. His following words made him shudder even the boldest. The voice became icy. It became obvious that a real threat was hanging over the castle. Yuan understood. It is necessary to intervene until it is late. He tries to exclaim so that they do not get angry with each other. But it is at this moment that Gin Yan becomes between Chak and Gin. He says that the insults are not deep. To quarrel because of that makes it no point. However, Chuck believes that their paths have long gone. But despite everything, Guhu is reminiscent of, even if we have parted, you are part of the family for me. It is then that Yuan hears a new surprise. Gu Yang reminds Chak of the ancient shaming, enclosed in ancient times. And so in front of him, a real face, incredibly beautiful, almost unreal. It was then that Chuck asked with a smile, why worry about promises, data in his youth? Yuan, meanwhile, gathered with thoughts, had an important question for his father, and directly points his finger on the university, standing on the side. He froze, not understanding how to respond at all. Jin, meanwhile, appeals to the wizard to check one important thing. Did you know that my mother came from the family of Jin Co? Chuck responds in surprise. He did not know about it, and immediately requires explanations. Yuan, a little trembling, promises to tell everything. The truth, and only the truth. On his wrist, meanwhile, the same bullet artifact is activated, which will not lie. At the same moment, the jug falls on the ground, flying to pages. The girl inadvertently let him go, and her grandfather carefully asked if she was not injured. But at once, it was visible at once. Something is seriously worried. When he asked about it, she quickly answered, all is well. But at heart, she was torn apart. She could not say that her father came to northern Angan. Before answering, Gin lowered his eyes and quietly asked for forgiveness. Then his father told that the cave in which he had to work his term flooded. And he added immediately, since he did not complete his punishment, he could not be recognized as her bride. And without the words of Yuan, he understood everything. He did not need explanations. But there was a misunderstanding. Why did Jean not take her with him? If he knew everything, why didn't he save her? The tragedy may have been avoided. After that, he asked if she knew where he was now. The girl replied, in the courtyard of Musan, and advised, better go and ask why he went there. Jin did not find words that could justify his silence. He just stared into the water spilled on the table, like a void. Through the tears that rolled down the cheek, he finally spoke. When she was expelled from the Flying Moon sect, he did not have time and look around, as he had already connected in the dungeon of the tower. The girl could escape, leaving him to die, but instead, she made him a wounded. She hid in a safe place, and she remained a bait to distract Muka and his supporters. But when he heard that she had been imprisoned in the tower of the sect of a war of Heavenly Sword, honestly, he was scared. Therefore, Chuck asked, is it not suicide invasion of enemy territory without intelligence? He had no idea how strong its guards will be. I didn't know how much they would be. The only thing he hoped is that there will be few people. But in reality, I had to break through the whole army. Putting his hand on his heart, he confessed, I thought he would die. But he could not leave the one who once sacrificed for him. That was the night that was cold, like loneliness. In the dungeon, even the floor was cracking, as if from pain that filled the space. Then the Jin stood in front of a wall that seemed to be hopeless, and a sentence. Obviously, Chuck knew more than Yuan could imagine. Yes, he followed him from the beginning. And yet Yuan answers honestly, Beck 11 Hiang. He shouted loudly, asking why they couldn't just open the door, and why the hell is taken away, they need to lock it here. Others realized that they were talking about a secret transfer of voice. Everyone around instantly subsided. The conversation went deep. Did the UN return her debt? Did he guide his personal benefit, hiding himself with moral principles? In response, he heard only the technique of voice gear. Calm down. You still can't get out of here. It was his father. No, not a father. The head that Gin was pleased to release him from here, but he could not allow it. If you have saved each other once, you are not guilty of anything else. So if your truth is sincere, kill Beck 11 Hyang. At that moment, to understand why he had to kill her seemed impossible. Too difficult and confusing. Stay there. This is the order of the head. Gin suspected that his father could have her own plans. His reflections on morality were made so senseless that they were more likely to be empty murmur. The current bloody demon failed to unite the tiny blood cult under its leadership. You allowed me to pass the trials and then refused, covered with high water levels, indifferently. I will pass the Wind Clan and waves or not. How can a man not capable of protecting my daughter? Next to him were the head of Van and the head of Chon, who tried to reassure him. They say, do not complicate the situation. We only want justice. But now everyone understood that there will be no connection between the 8 schools of the Storm Shadow and the Flying Moon. The head did not bother. The past was not interested. Chuck agreed, but I wanted to say something else before leaving. It was turned to Gina. I don't like your son, but I cannot interfere with my own daughter. He explained to others that the UN Dream gathered the people of the shadows of the Flying Moon and left the Musen Palace. I am waiting for you in Fuan 3 days later. Let's talk to face there. Hearing this, UN thanked him sincerely. Gu Yang did not understand if he could just go, but the Chuck gave to know. He saw everything he needed. Gu Yang pleaded with him to stay at least a little more, but Chuck answered clearly and without delay. It was at that moment, behind the door, that Jean heard. The master and his family left the palace, and, in prison at the closed gate, he asked, what the hell is taken out, happens outside? He knew nothing, and it turns out that the Musen Palace was preparing for an alliance with the Murin Alliance. Jin asked if the words of the Lunar Sword were true, and UN confessed, tried to pick up the right moment. But as always, everything happened. But the main condition was the destruction of the Flying Moon, because in their veins the blood of the Blood Demon flowed. Through the cry of Gin, his father pleaded, let me go, Karen is in danger, I have to protect it. But for his father, it was not the courage, but the death of his own son. He just wanted to protect him, even at the cost of imprisonment. Jensen Beck fought the iron door so desperately that he eventually thwarted his voice and revealed his hands to the blood. But the thick, tightly closed metal doors were not opened. He came out of his prison in exactly a year. It was then that he was in the room of the heir to the head of 8 schools of a Storm Shadow. A little time passed before the Jin was reported. Kari was found. You just provoke me with your pathetic words. It is not surprising. You have a dirty blood of the clan of Rain and a month. And even more importantly, it was alive. A few days later in the family of Jansei. Now even others have begun to guess. Yan has a hidden motif, perhaps to destroy the enemy union. Karen stood in the yard, holding her baby in her arms. Her baby, University, always comforted her. Even in a dream, he seemed to her a little angel. The head of the family appeared to see that she had already recovered, if he could walk. When she asked why he came out, he replied that the owner did not need a reason to walk his own yard, but she meant another. After a brief explanation, he seriously asked if there was where to go. She replied, there is, but she does not want to return, because she will put under the impact of the child's father and all who are dear to her. Then the head of the family suggested that she stay. Jan asked Van to confirm. He initiated the destruction of the Rain and Moon clan. Both she and the baby can find shelter in their home. It is too difficult to live with your baby in your hands, and they just go anywhere. Karan asked a little time to think. He secretly made his way into the family, breaking all the rules, but he was accepted by his ordinary suspicious beggar. When the guard reported it, the beggar could not be found. Later, when Karen remained alone and the head of the family departed, she did not notice how the gust of the wind gently walked her hair. Today it was somehow unusual. Jean understood perfectly. Now he can't just take it with him, because if he does it, everything will happen. As before, it will be turned back. He had to become strong to confront them. But he was forced to let go. Returning to Musen Palace, Gin was alone. He needed anything to hone his skills to the border. But when he finally reached the level he wanted, he could no longer return the past. It was no longer. Talking about it through tears and chest pain, Gin suddenly felt strong embrace. He thought that he would be disgusting for his son. But he was wrong. Only now did UN begin to understand what was created in his father's heart in those years, and how scary was it to live in suffering. And the Jin, in turn, first allowed himself to be proud. How wonderful a man grew up his son, so similar to his mother. At the same time, somewhere in the residence of the sect of the Might Heavenly Sword, Watch did not understand anything. What happened? And what exactly does Chan's head keep hidden under his clothes? After tears and hugs between his father and son, a little awkward silence came. Yuan did not know how to behave. I wanted to say something to interrupt the pause, but did not find the words. The first said Jean. I heard you have come closer to the daughter of one of 4 large evils. How did you have a relationship? He was courty to learn more. Everything that his son could tell. And Yuan was ready to share part of history, although he was a little afraid that it would surprise his father too much. And it was then that he demonstrated the power he hid. The most important thing, confessed that he is the current demon of blood. When Yuan showed it, the Jin poured tea, and so lost so much that it poured everything past the cup. As once grandfather Han, Onkivi has discovered the truth, and his father, Gin's dream Beck. He said that as a successor to the Sea Downer of the South, Sky became the Holy Alliance Musen, and that he was chosen by the sword of a demon of the blood. But his father wanted to clarify. It was a will. Did you sought to become a demon of blood? Yuan immediately remembered how his grandfather once asked him almost the same, and honestly he answered his father. It was a conscious choice. They say, even getting rid of hundreds of swords, you can become a Buddha. But the name of the blood demon is a different story. He was about to change the blood cult, and change completely, according to your own vision. He confessed to this. Even more, he said he would build everything from scratch. In his beliefs, Yuan was adamant. He was very similar to his mother with his character and stubbornness. Once the son made such a choice, the Jin had to only respect him. He promised he would no longer argue on this topic, and he asked only one thing. Now he has a father. He may not be able to protect his mother, but would protect his son. And until the Musan Palace stands, no one will interfere with its decision. Now Yuan can act as it seems necessary, as a young head or as a demon of blood. The son sincerely thanked the father for his trust and support. At this point, the door knocked on the door. Someone brought urgent news. Jin immediately ordered, "Speak faster." Strangers penetrated the dungeon. All guards near the prisoners were killed, and among them, Mac. He was poisoned, and now his life hangs on the hair. Fortunately, everything was fine with the head of Van. He left the dungeon a little earlier. Yuan already attached his mustache back, preparing to go out with the head. Although his father insisted that he would remain, Yuan understood. It is too serious to stand aside. Is it so difficult to give me myself as a true father? Jin threw in pain. Yuan answered briefly and calmly. I obey the order of the head. Who is behind it? This issue was deeply etched in UNA. Suddenly, the door knocked again. The head has departed, he replied. And he heard in response, I am from the sect of the Might Heavenly Sword. Our head asks a meeting with the young Master Sova. It is a pity that we have never been able to thank you for help in the difficult times for our sect. Yuan was silently ordered. Spend it. And the spirit next to him said anxiously, It can be dangerous. Why go into the sect of the Heavenly Sword? But Yuan understood that he is not at all in danger. Soon the head of the sect, a dream, he personally thanked him for agreeing to come. If it weren't for you, I would probably have been in the dungeon until death. Chan ordered all present to leave the premises, and he left them face to face without strangers' eyes and ears. Then he began to explain why he wanted this meeting, but with a gesture stopped him. Wait. At first, he carefully checked everything around, whether there is no one hidden who could listen or get closer. After checking Yuan, he asked the head, I want to ask you one question. Due to the fact that you are alive, we were able to expose the true essence of Muak. After all, if you were killed at once, it would be almost impossible to leave it. I believe that Muak was not even aware of it. So I asked directly, why did he take the risk of everyone and leave you life? But it was only part of the reason why Chikon invited Une to a meeting. He got a letter. The one through which Muak kept him alive all this time. It was a thing that every sword would seek. Considering the incomprehensible symbols, Yuan saw nothing familiar with them, even like a real writing. But in a moment, the outlines of truth began to conscious in the mind. The space in front of him seemed to have changed. He became alive, filled with energy. Chan said enthusiastically, Your talent is truly striking. You are able to recognize the swords in a fraction of a second. But Yuan felt clearly. In front of him were chaotically scattered on the paper traces of swords. One look caused chills. He was even scared to assume, but he felt his heart that he was exactly what he thought. Once upon a time, the legendary swordsman created a manuscript which hides his deep knowledge, the manuscript of the immortal art of the sword, and it was now in the hands of Chon. The man could not believe that before him the true manuscript of the immortal art of the sword, because according to legend, he had to be stored on Mount Tian Shan, through which he was reborn. But who, in addition to the most immortal master, could collect so many first-class sword technicians in one place. But if it is a real manuscript, how did he even find himself in the hands of the old one? It turned out that it happened in the Kunlun Mountains. There, in the cave among the remains of novices, he found this yellowed piece of paper. And if the find was within the holy mountain of the sect, so it happened after its destruction. Is Yuen think that the old man found a manuscript just because of a successful coincidence? He apologized for his doubts, but his grandfather still remained a little annoyed. Now that he has lost almost all internal energy, he has become an ordinary elderly man. And his great-grandfather was one of the 3 founders of Musan, and once served in the Kunlun sect. As it turned out, her former student stood in the source of the sect of the Celestial Sword. Even if they broke up with Kunlun for a long time, how could they look quietly? How did the sect be killed, from which it all started? Therefore, he vowed to find guilty of destroying Kunlun. And after many years of search, he finally found someone who saw everything with his own eyes. The witness said, "Shortly after Kunlun swept the flames, heavy rain appeared over the mountains. Through the drain, he saw dozens of people in masks, and the one who managed them. Their leader was none other than a man with a golden eye." Yuen could not believe that even this guy with the golden eye was in this story. It turns out that he was already fighting with many masters. This hook was invaluable. Now it was only necessary to find this mysterious man. But it seems that someone learned about the investigation of his grandfather, and very soon the old man met Muak. Yuen already knew what everything was going to. If he had the same eye as the hero and could see energy flows, he would immediately realize that they were watching him, or maybe that witness was not real. It is easy to track the spy. It is only necessary to throw a bait. But Chinea struck another. Why is this young man not interested in the manuscript himself at all? Why is it more important to him where he was found? The mustache realized that he had gone much into the thoughts of the owner of the golden eye. He hastened to assure the old man, he does not intend to encroach on a thing that already has the owner. But if this person really stands for MU, learning that his grandfather is still alive and has a priceless manuscript, he will try again to kill him. The old man agreed to pass the manuscript if 8 schools of storm shadows promised to protect the sect of the Heavenly Sword. Only now did he reveal the real motives. This is why he sent all the security. And now Yuen fully understood why the old man entrusted him with such a request. Although it will be difficult to master everything at the present level, every secret is kept in the head of Chikon. But he did not have time to register his body pierced his sword. The blow was deadly and lightning. Yuen did not have time to see the attacker. How did he merge with his weapon so perfectly? One moment, and it became clear. The enemy has the technique of silver thread. In a few seconds, a cruel fight broke out between them. It was clear. It was the battle of equal, fierce, and deadly. The attacker realized, not an ordinary guy in front of him. To win, you have to put it in full. A blow to the blow poured on all sides, and Yuen was lightly evading and blocking the attacks. Something was embarrassed. The technique of the enemy seemed familiar. But where did he see her? And then recognized. This is the technique of a flying blade. 2 swords in each hand. The enemy was stunned. The guy twice evaded his attacks, though he had no way to see them. But while the stranger thought for a moment, Yuen was already standing in front of him. In the last second he evaded, but now he realized the guy also mastered this technique. A moment, and the sword turned in the air, flying straight into the enemy's back, but he had time to evade a jerk. Yuen immediately rushed forward, and his blade cut the air, leaving a deep cut on the shoulder of the enemy. But suddenly, the right hand of Una turned out to be tight. The blue thread stuck it so tightly that he could not even move it. The stranger became interesting. Did he meet Kanji-san? Yes, I met. And he taught him several techniques. However, the enemy still did not understand where the guy knew the techniques of silver thread and a flying blade. It turned out that Kanji was his student. And although he was sorry for him to kill a young man, he suggested that Yunyu become his new student. Yuen was stunned. Did the mentor of Kanji really before him? But he did not believe. The master of King Assassin should be 80, and this is 35. With these words, he rushed into the attack again. He did not intend to trust the words of the enemy, but Yuen abruptly refused the offer. He did not want to become a student. Meanwhile, the wound on the body of a stranger gradually healed. The fun is just beginning. Yuen could not believe its own eyes. The wound disappeared directly in the eyes, as if it were not. In memory, a similar case has fallen. The same regeneration was in a person with golden eyes he saw in the forest. Then it was called the Operation of the Golden Body. Is this stranger related to that mysterious guy? He decided to ask the direction. Did you use the Operation of the Golden Body? But in response, only a cruel blow against the wall. Yuen had to immediately release his right hand to restore balance in the battle. But the threads were not subject to. The stranger thought, the guy surpassed Kanji. His pity grew. But there was no way out. The fight lasted. The enemy rushed forward, hitting weapons with all his power. He gathered all the determination. This guy is dangerous, so the battle should be completed now. Yuen with red, fierce eyes rushed towards. He was ready for it. Our hero attacked from the back, forcing the enemy to evade. He did not hide the surprise from his accuracy. How did he go through my previous attack? Thought the enemy. But the next moment, Yuen's hand shocked a bright yellow. It was a metal transformation. The stranger was not alone. Who is he? He knows both orthodox techniques and blood cult techniques. And so, one more moment. And the enemy felt his filaments weakened. Yuen rotated the sword at such a speed that the threads could not stand the tension. The mustachioed continued to strike. The threads were almost completely weakened and eventually disappeared from his hand. But it was not the end. The stranger wanted to capture him of self-confidence. They say, victory is already in his pocket. Right now, for this confidence, the hero has to pay. To pay his own life. Suddenly, one of the eyes of Sun became golden. His gaze broke out with determination and anger. He had to finish it right now. And in a moment his sword pierces the enemy, not even letting end the last phrase. Yuen did not even imagine that the enemy would rush into the frontal and that his shoe was hidden in his shoe. Fortunately, thanks to a golden eye, he noticed an energy splash and managed to evade. The enemy's regeneration was striking, but the division in half would not withstand even. After that, Yuen lifts a piece of paper from his body. Although he is a little torn in the middle, the image remained intact, but suddenly the guy notices. A blue star appeared nearby, which can burn the scroll. And indeed, in a second in his hands there is nothing left. The star appeared at the worst moment. It was no longer possible to stop it. Suddenly he hears his voice, calm, deep. I can convey to you the memories that have been preserved in me. Everything around suddenly begins to change. Nature, calm lake, stones under your feet. A moment the picture stabilizes. The one so stands alone, just in the water. He immediately guessed. All this happens in his mind. But how did the voice learn about the star? The voice laughed and called him smart. He seemed to read the thoughts of Vina. Elder appeared in front of him, the look wise and piercing. He knew why Wun did not trust anyone, and it became clear. This old man knows everything about him, and the voice was too familiar. Yuen decided not to pull. Who are you? And he heard the answer. Those who are still alive call me an immortal sword. Meanwhile, the sect of the heavenly sword was the silence of death. All were dead. But is there a chance to find out who stands for this mass murder? Even the strongest warriors could not resist. The difference in force was stunning, and it seems that only one person did. First of all, it was necessary to find out why I decided to leave Chon alive. Unexpectedly, one of the present, dressed in a mask, felt a strange energy that came from the depths of the building. They went there immediately. And so, in front of them, a gray man in a puddle of his own blood. He didn't breathe. Probably with a pierced throat crawled here in the latest convulsions. The one who killed Chunmu was obviously tried to extract the secret he kept. Soon they saw the young head of 8 schools of a storm shadow. The guy stood still. He seemed to be blocked by acupuncture points. It only played the attackers in the hand. The head calmly ordered his people to deal with the guy. While they were preparing, he leaned to the body, trying to recognize his face. But it was distorted. When he connected pieces of face, I understood everything. But it was too late. A powerful explosion came behind his back. Incredible. The skills of the Sova even exceeded all expectations. He was definitely not a middle-level fighter. He just always hid his true strength. Now he was interested in one thing. What does Gu Yang leader do here? Before him stood an immortal sword, and his sword was directed directly to the sky. This old man was respected by everyone who touched the martial arts. And now he stands right in front of CO. The guy did not understand how everything happened to it. After all, he just touched the manuscript. But the old man explained. In that manuscript was closed his spirit. Is it all like the sword of a demon of blood? Even the immortal swordmaster, capable of interpreting the prediction of heaven, could not see everything. He divided his private into 3 parts, placing each in a separate fragment of the manuscript. But he could not predict that one person would be able to take possession of 2 parts at the same time. This may have been the will of fate. The one So was shocked. He did not even look for these manuscripts. They were in his hands. And that is probably the point. Only the one to whom it was assigned to fate could get them. Not the one who just wanted. Fortunately, the 2 parts of the manuscript joined. Due to this, it became possible to communicate, but private is gradually depleted, and it can be dangerous for the oven. Suddenly, the guy noticed that his hand was moving on his own. The old man smiled as a sign that UN has learned the true sword technique. The immortal sword was not sure whether he needed something at all. Perhaps the young man had already gone beyond ordinary training, because the most valuable thing he could convey is the ability to hear the voices of the swords, and the guy has already gained it. Records on the art of the sword, which he left in the manuscripts, do not necessarily exceed what the one is already. He once heard that all martial arts eventually merged into one, but he considered it just a good legend. But now the old man asks, "Show me the technique you perform the best. Only through your own experience you can understand," added the master. Sobunu did not understand anything, but believed the immortal sword would not lie to him. So he decided to perform his strongest technique. In a moment, he rushed forward to show everything he could. But the master with incredible ease repulsed his attack. UN could not understand. How did he manage to fit so many different techniques in one single movement? At his current level, he could not even distinguish what happened. It was beyond his perception. Over time, everything loses its shape. "And you will understand it too," said the old man quietly. The one so is far from full understanding, so he asks, "Teach me to your style." The old man replied, "I forgot all the techniques that have the shape. None of them was perfect, and so I crossed them out of my memory." Everything seemed too confusing. Such enlightenment cannot be achieved only by words. Will this meeting leave nothing in the mind of the young man? But the immortal swordsman reassured him. You should not despair. It will help to go his own path of the sword. For all ages, his sword has been in the hands of only one real sword, and even he has not reached perfection. That is why he promised to become a mentor for the existence of technique and understanding. At this time, a real battle broke out in the heavenly sword. Gu Yan evaded the guy's attacks, not understanding how a young man at that age can control the energy of a sword. Meanwhile, the enemies tried to attack from behind when the hero was inattentive. But one SOS effortlessly cut them with one hand, not even focusing completely. Everything has changed after he touched the manuscript. There was a blue flame, and he met an immortal sword. The little creature nearby was shocked. They saw nothing. It seems to be a personal world, accessible only to his consciousness. But even an open new way is worthless if a person is not able to realize the truth. So one pleaded, "Teach me for some reason. You yourself said that now the perfect time for enlightenment. But time, though slowed here, still flows." The elder gradually began to disappear. The one so could not allow it to happen. He had the last question. "Tell me, I really returned to the past because of this manuscript?" But he never heard the answers. The immortal sword just left. Even with the technique of an infinite sword, UN has not yet reached enlightenment. His skill has become incredible, but he could not direct his energy and legs, as can 8 great masters or 4 evil. Gu Yang managed to escape, but before he followed him, So One had something to pick up. It seems that the head took advantage of chaos when his subordinates attacked the hero. In this case, it is necessary to persecute it immediately. In the end, he is the leader of one of the 4 large sects. Otherwise, this will result in serious consequences. But strange, Yun Yu is not excited at all. After all, if the swords were found, his cover would be revealed. The one so withdrew the golden eye to look at how far it had to escape. Only a few seconds passed, and he already saw Tikach, who made his way between the rocks. The main character immediately was nearby. The suspicions of Guan were confirmed. His escape was the key to the truth. However, the enemy managed to swallow some pill. His body has changed. The energy around is thickened. Gaian's inner strength increased rapidly. All this was the effect of the same pill. Now it is difficult to kill the guy and leave the trace. But he will still try. And the one, instead, activated the 4th formation of the path of the sword and the mind. Gujan exploded by an attacking wave. He decided to destroy the guy while there is a chance. But the one southwesterly breathed and concentrated calmly. Again, the 4th formation. In the next moment, both faced a fierce match. However, the power of the protagonist has increased incredibly. He cut everything in one blow, and overthrew Gan. The creatures nearby understood. It was the same formation that the owner mentioned. The red enemy lay motionless. Perhaps it is still alive, but it is definitely unable to speak. The former mentor of the boy was extremely respected by the immortal sword. If he saw it now, it would be proud. But even more, he would be proud of the fact that it was one who became a worthy heir to his technician. Suddenly, the guy heard someone's steps and voices. Someone recognized the head of 8 schools of Assault Shadow. It was a bald man, the leader of the sect of the Marine King. The first thing that surprised him, where did the boy's mustache disappeared? The views quickly turned to the helpless guy. His veins are blackened, the eyes blushed, the internal energy is distorted. Everything indicated the effect of a bloody pill. The newcomers have recently learned about the existence of this substance. This red pill instantly enhances the inner force, but the price is the distortion of the chi flow. That is why the one sudden energy. Gu Yang was ready to give everything, even the soul, to defeat it. If everyone who accepted a bloody pill from the sect of a silent sword, then turns out, yes, it is behind it. The one Soviet Union already knew that Musan's estate had penetrated many spies, including MU. The sword of the evil moon simply did not have time to destroy everyone. They managed to penetrate deep and get the AK from the game. Perhaps only to make him shut up. It seems that their plan is to cause inner chaos using a guy, its sect, and poisonous pills. But before asking new questions, the one interrupts everyone. The Chikon sect leader is killed. He recently called the guy to the tower of the sect of the Might Heavenly Sword. But during the conversation, a stranger appeared in the suit. It was he who caused a deadly blow. The bald leader suggests it is a matter of the leader of the GU and his sect. But the one does not understand why the goal is the murder itself. He just wanted to catch Gu Yan and find out the truth. The leader Van takes control and calls the guy to search in the tower of the sect of the Silent Sword. But the hero can no longer interfere with these internal affairs. The one is concerned. The father is not visible near Van. Is he still in prison? At this point, his father is fighting for the life of Muak. He does his best to save him. The state of the aqua is critical, but the poison has already been bred. However, it takes time to recover. But even now, why use poison if the prison was already under control? Isn't it easier to kill him at once? It's a trap. The man feels the presence in the room, almost mirror to Van. The same level of skill. And indeed, it's his son. The one Soci arrived to find out what happened until it was. The father looked, and immediately felt. The son reached enlightenment. It is striking how accurate he caught it. The one so shared. Everything became possible thanks to the manuscripts transmitted by Chkon's leader. The father had no doubt. These were the same legendary records of the immortal sword. He immediately realized. The leader Van seeks to reach the truth, but the AK is stubbornly silent. All you have to do is continue the interrogation. But pity. His Danyan is destroyed. The poison has just been bred. In this condition, he is weaker than any old man. SO1 asked permission to talk to the old man. The father nodded and went out, leaving them alone. The young man gently put his hand on the old man. Suddenly, a blue aura flashed around. Something strange began. The AK was stuck and shaking, kneeling. He began to apologize frantically. Before the Nyan, although the man was not in himself, it opened the truth. Moon is not just a name, but a person who was afraid of the heart. The young man activated the third level of the illusory eye. The one who sees him, sees in front of him the most terrible figure from his past. But the creature next is warned. Do not rush to the conclusions. It could be Chuck itself. But if he was most afraid of Chuck herself, he would have escaped from the plains for a long time. The fear of Moon meant one thing. He acted by his orders. Time is short. The illusion will not last long. It is necessary to squeeze everything from the old one until there is a chance. The one Xiao sharply increases the tone. He asks if he remembers that order, but the AK only asks another chance. If it weren't for the Hall, it would succeed. They would kill the god of the wind, and Moon would become the ruler of the estate of Musan. Everything is planned. This confirms memories from past life. Then he killed his father and seized power. But now the One has appeared, and the course of history has changed. It suddenly asks to send him to the blood cult. He is ready to atone for the loss of the blood sword. But the hero is embarrassed. The sword now has. Events develop too rapidly. The feeling that the conflict in the estate is just the tip of the iceberg, much more. The One understands that there is already a spy in the blood cult. MU acknowledges that responsibility lies not only on it. Even the bloody Lord is guilty. Due to the indecision of the Lord, who simultaneously supported both heirs of the blood demon, they lost control of the sword. 2 prophecies proclaimed, the cult will conquer the owner of the sword. That is why Ranha and Shihyang was competing for him. According to those messages, they stood Guy, the 3rd elder, and Yubek, the 2nd star of blood. One of them is a bloody lord. The One so presses on the old man. Would he be able to serve Lord again if he gets a second chance? But it was worth it to lift your eyes, and the magic scattered. He realized that he had just outturned. So now, One is determined. He must find out who the bloody lord is actually, and end the story to the end. The AK had nothing to lose. Realizing that he was exposed, the old man decided to go Veibank attacked with all the remaining rage. A powerful explosion of force broke down to the side of the So, but the guy had time to react. The sword intercepted a blow, though with difficulties. The hero regretted that he underestimated the enemy. After all, it was once one of the 5 forces of evil, and even in a half-dead state remained dangerous. Dantian is destroyed, but the energy has not disappeared. He focused on the heart itself. Forbidden but effective technique. The eyes of the AKA were burning hatred. He was fine to sacrifice his life to take his enemy with him. The one so inhabited deeply, stabilized his breath, gathered inner strength. Even if the enemy of the crazy, his time has passed. The guy activated the heavenly network of blood, the 4th formation. The stream of the sword cut the space, bearing the threat of all living things. The old man was shocked. Who is this guy? All heirs of the blood demon, women. How does this stranger have such a force? The attack depleted the pathetic remains of the energy that remained. Its end was close. The training was not enough to recover. The one so gave the last chance. The name of the Bloody Lord, and you will live. But if not, death is inevitable. Suddenly his father entered the room. Feeling the moment, the old man rushed to the hero again without accepting any agreement. This time the one did not restrain. He activated the 7th formation of the Heavenly Blood Network. The world shuddered. The blow was accurate and cold-blooded. The enemy flew without a cry. This time he will not save anything. Even if the enemy was once powerful, it is only a shadow of the past now. So one has grown him, and he proved it. He, already at death, looked at the boy and whispered, "It's an eye. The same as he had." The father looked around in surprise. The one SOC warned his father, "Do not be surprised or court, but you need to see it." He turned his head and showed a golden eye. The father froze, the look of the son of the sun. 2 days have passed. In the Tower of 8 Schools of Assault, shadows discussed the suspect. There was a drawing of Mon on the table. However, there was no confidence that it was his real face. It may only be a leather mask, because the name Mune is no more than the title. He could gain a force similar to that in the Golden Eye, in the dungeon of Sealed Forest. And it complicates even more. The father comes to the conclusion that a mysterious man with a golden eye can be associated with the Mosanpo plan. An ancient and very dangerous plan. The one southwested. I once heard about the Mosanpo clan, the masters of necromantine capable of raising the dead and managing their souls. The father explained that the clan helped the emperor in his bloody politics against Muram, and it was for this that he was destroyed. If that man is really from Mosanpo, it is not surprising that he works, guided by revenge. He has all the reasons for hate Muram. Unfortunately, the Muram Valley has long been flooded, and no traces that could confirm this version are no longer found. The theory looks logical, but still remains a guess. Without evidence, it is just an assumption, albeit dangerous. A man who destroyed Kunlun's sect in one night has extraordinary power. If he was afraid of him, even who he is, and why still acts with the shadow? The one SOS sighs with bitter awareness. Some answers are not yet available. Now the main thing is to find out who is spying in the blood cult. The third elder, or the second star. And make the spy speak. Musan still hides traitors in the estate. The father says that he will complete the investigation and clear the walls of dirt. But at first, he should think not of others, but about his own son. The Wonso cannot yet reveal its true self. Until it unites the blood cult, it would be premature. The father reassures the guy. Let him not worry. First, you need to complete your own road. And then it extends the symbol, a sign of the head of 8 schools of the Assault Shade. From now on, the guy has their support at any moment. This sign has long wanted to pass on to his son. With him, the UNC will be able to count on the help of the entire Musan estate. In response, the guy gives his father a small box. Inside, a strand of mother's hair. This is her last memory. But before leaving, the protagonist addresses his father with another request. He has a younger sister, Yun. She is not the daughter of her father, but for the So, the most dear. He's afraid that it can be dangerous because of him. But the man answered firmly, if she is Iran's daughter, she is his daughter too. He will protect her, whatever happens. And finally, the guy wants to consult with his father. It is something important that it has to decide right now. The one So makes an important decision. He wants to test the sword of the evil moon tomorrow. The father warns, this sword is not like others. Its owner is a master of dark power, and it is not so easy with him. The guy sincerely confesses. He loves the daughter of this man, and he is ready to risk everyone for her. But the father reminds, above all, he is the head of 8 schools of Assault Shadow. His duty is to be responsible, not just feelings. Therefore, he decides to teach his son a family inheritance, the techniques of 8 schools of assault shadow. The one so already has many arts, but the father wants to make sure that the son will be able to master this native technique, and without delaying, rushes to the attack. Everything will decide the fight. The protagonist answers, demonstrating a variety of techniques that he already mastered. However, he intentionally restrains, does not show true strength, so as not to cause suspicion. But the father still looks dissatisfied. Something clearly bothers him. The One Society says that it is possible to show the first formation of its new technique, the path of the sword and the mind. But a sudden father stops the battle and says, no longer needed. Everything is clear. He understands that 8 school techniques require harmony, the one that appears only through the special skill of their kind, harmonization. In order to reach the highest level, it is not only a force, the disclosure of inner mental energy is required, and the son is already on the way to that. The father admits, although he opened in Qi, he has not yet grasped the secrets of harmonization. Someone has taught the so much deep art. The guy thinks, who developed this path? The one who was able to grasp the innate energy so deeply will not be called otherwise as a genius. And he still does not understand. If he knows many techniques, why not add another one? But the answer is simple. Its current techniques already exceed the level of 8 schools. It is better to focus on developing harmonization than to spend time on less effective. But do not forget about the technique of the God of Wind. It is the basis of the martial arts of the schools, and will be useful in the future. The one so decides to focus on harmonization. If enough technicians are mastered, the legendary skill, 10,000 piercing waves. However, he is sorry that he will not be able to learn the 8 techniques of Assault Shadow. They could also help. The young man asks his father whether he has a sword left, which he no longer uses. Indeed, there is an old blade from a time to the discovery of internal energy. One so wants to take it to feel all the experience and spirit of 8 schools. He hopes to achieve enlightenment by concentrating experience and learning to repeat techniques in seconds. The hero is ready for everything to test the sword of the evil moon. The next morning, he barely kept on his feet, watched the sword all night through his father's workouts and fell asleep from fatigue. And even so, he managed to learn something new. Even the day was useful. They came to the hospital. The father is surprised and does not understand why they are here. The one so smiles. The father will definitely be shocked by what he sees. Suddenly a familiar female voice is heard. The father returns and sees a girl who holds the old man, bringing him for a walk. Both men are amazed. The elder did not expect to see his son-in-law here. She was happy about the meeting and was stunned by learning that it was the father of our hero. She had long dreamed of getting to know him personally. And so this moment came. The man froze. Only one thought was spinning in his head. The elder managed to survive. Sorry, he began to apologize. If he became stronger before, he would be able to protect the Rob and older, but the old man immediately reassured him. They are alive, and this is the main thing. He never kept evil on him. She noticed that the boy still has a matter. It was very interested. In the meantime, the girl's father is already waiting for our hero in the forest. The test begins. The guy firmly states that he is ready for the test. His voice is calm but full of determination. The man immediately notices the changes. Now the young man is now completely different energy. To meet his daughter, you need to stand 10 attacks. No exception. The shocked herself. No one in the world withstood 10 beats of her father. However, the rules are rules. If he wants to be near her, he has to prove his strength. In this cruel world, the weak do not regret, and everyone understands it. The girl believes that the conditions are unfair. The father seems to be intentionally no chance. Without delay, immediately after the team, the one Soci is rapidly attacking. But the enemy easily blocks the impact. It is only a warm-up. The man is surprised that the guy does not use the sword immediately, but works carefully. The UNC uses the technique of a hard fist of 8 schools. 6th formation, a destructive stone stroke. From the force of impact, even the opponent shifts from the place. Everyone around the shock. The young man remembers how in the valley of the sealed forest, he came across a cave, full traps and mechanisms. There he fell into a trap that awakened the golden eye in it. If everyone who accepted a bloody pill from the sect of a silent sword then turns out... Yes, it is behind it. The battle continues. The Wun so goes to steel fingertips, the 7th formation. Suddenly the enemy throws a heavy steel layer into him. It was only a distracting attack. A second flies in a moment, but the guy catches him with his bare hand. The fight is gaining momentum. Each subsequent movement is tougher. The guy is forced to focus all internal energy in the palms, and use the technique of full metal transformation to stop the impact. Chuck itself finally gets its sword. Now it is unknown how many more ones will be able to stay. There are 2 strokes ahead. The girl suddenly emphasizes, steel balls are also technique. They should be taken into account as 3 beats. The father agrees. Now the main character exposes his sword. There are 7 more devastating attacks ahead. There is no second, as a mustachioed fighter finds himself close and strikes the guy. However, the one does not graze the rear. A step in the air void, and it is already behind the enemy's back. The young man has time to notice how Chuck's energy is concentrating in his hand. It will be an attack by a sword. Predictive saves him life. The hero has time to react and repel the blow. Chuck goes into a crazy offensive, attacking from all sides. The guy skillfully evades. If he lost his focus for a moment, the sword would already cut it in half. But his moment came. The one so under-renting sword up, preparing the most powerful equipment. The words of the immortal sword are heard. Intention is when the desire to impress more than the sword itself. The young man chooses the path of the sword and the mind, and the next moment lightning rushes to the enemy. The 7th formation is the most powerful technique of the path of the sword and the mind. The blow of extraordinary power, but still far from perfection. Chuck was able to repel him. One socked. His equipment, which is invested in everything, simply stopped. Even the golden eye did not see any weak space in the enemy. But to give up is not in its nature. Even a month can be created by effort. The guy decides to put everything on the last blow and goes the bank. And so, in the next moment, 2 swords face. 2 powerful energies tear air. There are 4 more strokes, but Chuck stops the battle. This is enough. Time is short. The illusion will not last long. It is necessary to squeeze everything from the old one until there is a chance. For mighty yes. The one Kyo sharply increases the tone. He asks if he remembers that order. But the AK only asks another chance. If it weren't for the hall, it would succeed. They would kill the god of the wind, and Muna would become the ruler of the estate of Musan. Everything is planned. This confirms memories from past life. Then he killed his father and seized power. But now the one has appeared, and the course of history has changed. It suddenly asks to send him to the blood cult. He is ready to atone for the loss of the blood sword. But the hero is embarrassed. The sword now has. Events develop too rapidly. The feeling that the conflict in the estate is just the tip of the iceberg much more. The one understands that there is already a spy in the blood cult. Mew acknowledges that responsibility lies not only on it. Even the bloody lord is guilty. Due to the indecision of the lord, who simultaneously supported both heirs of the blood demon, they lost control of the sword. 2 prophecies proclaimed, the cult will conquer the owner of the sword. That is why Ron Ha and Shi Hyang was competing for him. So, according to those messages, they stood Guy, the 3rd elder, and Yu Beck, the 2nd star of blood. One of them is a bloody lord. The one so presses on the old man. Would he be able to serve Lord again if he gets a second chance? But it was worth it to lift your eyes, and the magic scattered. He realized that he had just outturned. So now, one is determined. He must find out who the bloody lord is actually, and end the story to the end. The AK had nothing to lose. Realizing that he was exposed, the old man decided to go vabank. Attacked with all the remaining rage. A powerful explosion of force broke down to the side of the So, but the guy had time to react. The sword intercepted a blow, though with difficulties. The hero regretted that he underestimated the enemy. After all, it was once one of the 5 forces of evil, and even in a half-dead state remained dangerous. Dantian is destroyed, but the energy has not disappeared. He focused on the heart itself. Forbidden but effective technique. The eyes of the AKA were burning hatred. He was fine to sacrifice his life to take his enemy with him. The one so inhabited deeply, stabilized his breath, gathered inner strength. Even if the enemy of the crazy, his time has passed. The guy activated the heavenly network of blood, the 4th formation. The stream of the sword cut the space, bearing the threat of all living things. The old man was shocked. Who is this guy? All heirs of the blood demon, women. How does this stranger have such a force? The attack depleted the pathetic remains of the energy that remained. Its end was close. The training was not enough to recover. The one so gave the last chance, the name of the bloody lord, and you will live. But if not, death is inevitable. Suddenly, his father entered the room. Feeling the moment, the old man rushed to the hero again without accepting any agreement. This time, the one did not restrain. He activated the 7th formation of the Heavenly Blood Network. The world shuddered. The blow was accurate and cold, blooded. The enemy flew without a cry. This time he will not save anything. Even if the enemy was once powerful, it is only a shadow of the past now. So one has grown him, and he proved it. He, already at death, looked at the boy and whispered, "It's an eye." The same as he had. The father looked around in surprise. The one Sosi warned his father, "Do not be surprised or court, but you need to see it." He turned his head and showed a golden eye. The father froze, the look of the son of the sun. 2 days have passed. In the tower of 8 schools of assault, shadows discussed the suspect. There was a drawing of Mon on the table. However, there was no confidence that it was his real face. It may only be a leather mask, because the name Mune is no more than the title. He could gain a force similar to that in the Golden Eye, in the Dungeon of Sealed Forest. And it complicates even more. The father comes to the conclusion that a mysterious man with a golden eye can be associated with the Mosanpo plan, an ancient and very dangerous plan. The one southwested. I once heard about the Mosanpo clan, the masters of necromantine capable of raising the dead and managing their souls. The father explained that the clan helped the emperor in his bloody politics against Murim, and it was for this that he was destroyed. If that man is really from Mosanpo, it is not surprising that he works, guided by revenge. He has all the reasons for hate Murim. Unfortunately, the Murim Valley has long been flooded, and no traces that could confirm this version are no longer found. The theory looks logical, but still remains a guess. Without evidence, it is just an assumption, albeit dangerous. A man who destroyed Kunlun's sect in one night has extraordinary power. If he was afraid of him, even who he is, and why still acts with the shadow, the Tarn SOS sighs with bitter awareness. Some answers are not yet available. Now the main thing is to find out who is spying in the blood cult, the 3rd elder or the 2nd star, and make the spy speak. Musan still hides traitors in the estate. The father says that he will complete the investigation and clear the walls of dirt. But at first he should think not of others, but about his own son. The Wun, so cannot yet reveal its true self. Until it unites the blood cult, it would be premature. The father reassures the guy, let him not worry. First, you need to complete your own road. And then it extends the symbol, a sign of the head of 8 schools of the Assault Shade. From now on, the guy has their support at any moment. This sign has long wanted to pass on to his son. With him, the UNC will be able to count on the help of the entire Musan estate. In response, the guy gives his father a small box. Inside, a strand of mother's hair. This is her last memory. But before leaving, the protagonist addresses his father with another request. He has a younger sister, Yun. She is not the daughter of her father, but for the So, the most dear. He is afraid that it can be dangerous because of him. But the man answered firmly, if she is Iran's daughter, she is his daughter too. He will protect her, whatever happens. And finally, the guy wants to consult with his father. It is something important that it has to decide right now. Shui, the one so makes an important decision. He wants to test the sword of the evil moon tomorrow. The father warns this sword is not like others. Its owner is a master of dark power, and it is not so easy with him. The guy sincerely confesses. He loves the daughter of this man, and he is ready to risk everyone for her. But the father reminds, above all, he is the head of 8 schools of Assault Shadow. His duty is to be responsible, not just feelings. Therefore, he decides to teach his son, a family inheritance, the techniques of 8 schools of Assault Shadow. The one so already has many arts, but the father wants to make sure that the son will be able to master this native technique. And without delaying, rushes to the attack. Everything will decide the fight. Docs. The protagonist answers, demonstrating a variety of techniques that he already mastered. However, he intentionally restrains, does not show true strength, so as not to cause suspicion. But the father still looks dissatisfied. Something clearly bothers him. The One Society says that it is possible to show the first formation of its new technique, the path of the sword and the mind. But a sudden father stops the battle and says, "No longer needed. Everything is clear." He understands that 8 school techniques require harmony, the one that appears only through the special skill of their kind, harmonization. In order to reach the highest level, it is not only a force. The disclosure of inner mental energy is required, and the son is already on the way to that. The father admits, although he opened in Qi, he has not yet grasped the secrets of harmonization. Someone has taught the so much deep art. The guy thinks, who developed this path, the one who was able to grasp the innate energy so deeply will not be called otherwise as a genius. And he still does not understand. If he knows many techniques, why not add another one? But the answer is simple. Its current techniques already exceed the level of 8 schools. It is better to focus on developing harmonization than to spend time on less effective. But do not forget about the technique of the God of Wind. It is the basis of the martial arts of the schools and will be useful in the future. The One so decides to focus on harmonization. If enough technicians are mastered, the legendary skill, 10,000 piercing waves, you'll add. However, he is sorry that he will not be able to learn the 8 techniques of Assault Shadow. They could also help. The young man asks his father whether he has a sword left, which he no longer uses. Indeed, there is an old blade, from a time to the discovery of internal energy. One so wants to take it to feel all the experience and spirit of 8 schools. He hopes to achieve enlightenment by concentrating experience and learning to repeat techniques in seconds. Shimmerwine, the hero is ready for everything to test the sword of the evil moon. The next morning, he barely kept on his feet, watched the sword all night through his father's workouts, and fell asleep from fatigue. And even so, he managed to learn something new. Even the day was useful. They came to the hospital. The father is surprised and does not understand why they are here, or do. The One so smiles. The father will definitely be shocked by what he sees. Suddenly, a familiar female voice is heard. The father returns and sees a girl who holds the old man, bringing him for a walk. Both men are amazed. The elder did not expect to see his son-in-law here. She was happy about the meeting and was stunned by learning that it was the father of our hero, Simone Foyts. She had long dreamed of getting to know him personally. And so this moment came. The man froze. Only one thought was spinning in his head. The elder managed to survive. Sorry, he began to apologize. If he became stronger before, he would be able to protect the Rob and older. But the old man immediately reassured him. They are alive, and this is the main thing. He never kept evil on him. She noticed that the boy still has a matter. It was very interested. In the meantime, the girl's father is already waiting for our hero in the forest. The test begins. The guy firmly states that he is ready for the test. His voice is calm but full of determination. The man immediately notices the changes. Now the young man is now completely different energy. To meet his daughter, you need to stand 10 attacks. No exception. The shocked herself. No one in the world withstood 10 beats of her father. However, the rules are rules. If he wants to be near her, he has to prove his strength. In this cruel world, the weak do not regret, and everyone understands it. The girl believes that the conditions are unfair. The father seems to be intentionally no chance. Without delay, immediately after the team, the One SOC is rapidly attacking Sochiolai, but the enemy easily blocks the impact. It is only a warm-up. The man is surprised that the guy does not use the sword immediately, but works carefully. The UNC uses the technique of a hard fist of 8 schools. 6th formation, a destructive stone stroke. From the force of impact, even the opponent shifts from the place. Everyone around the shock. Spirine. The young man remembers how in the valley of the sealed forest he came across a cave, full traps and mechanisms. There he fell into a trap that awakened the golden eye in it. Now he has a plan, not to let the opponent take up the sword and invest in 9 beats. The battle continues. The one so goes to steel fingertips the 7th formation. Suddenly, the enemy throws a heavy steel layer into him. It was only a distracting attack. A second flies in a moment, but the guy catches him with his bare hand. The fight is gaining momentum. Each subsequent movement is tougher. The guy is forced to focus all internal energy in the palms and use the technique of full metal transformation to stop the impact. Chuck itself finally gets its sword. Now it is unknown how many more ones will be able to stay. There are 2 strokes ahead. The girl suddenly emphasizes, steel balls are also technique. They should be taken into account as 3 beats. The father agrees. Now the main character exposes his sword. There are 7 more devastating attacks ahead. There is no second as a mustachioed fighter finds himself close and strikes the guy. However, the wound does not graze the rear, a step in the air void, and it is already behind the enemy's back. The young man has time to notice how Chuck's energy is concentrating in his hand. It will be an attack by a sword. Predictive saves him life. The hero has time to react and repel the blow. Chuck goes into a crazy offensive, attacking from all sides. The guy skillfully evades. If he lost his focus for a moment, the sword would already cut it in half. But his moment came. The one so under-renting soared up, preparing the most powerful equipment. No, the words of the immortal sword are heard. Intention is when the desire to impress more than the sword itself. The young man chooses the path of the sword and the mind. And the next moment, lightning rushes to the enemy. The 7th formation is the most powerful technique of the path of the sword and the mind. The blow of extraordinary power, but still far from perfection. Chuck was able to repel him. One socked, his equipment, which is invested in everything, simply stopped. Even the golden eye did not see any weak space in the enemy. But to give up is not in its nature. Even a month can be created by effort. The guy decides to put everything on the last blow and goes the bank. And so, in the next moment, 2 swords face. 2 powerful energies tear air. There are 4 more strokes, but Chuck stops the battle. This is enough! If the one SOC has already mastered such a technique, it will be able to protect the beloved. But if she causes her pain, you will have to go back and battle.